Chapter 1. The Last Normal Morning. At 5:12 a.m., the harbor was still dark enough to lie. The boats looked peaceful in the pre-dawn haze, each one rocking gently against its mooring lines, as if the world beyond the channel had not already begun to shift beneath everybody's feet. Thin strips of yellow docklight laid trembling paths across the black water. Somewhere beyond the mangroves, a gull screamed once, then again, offended by nothing and everything. Ethan Rowe stood at the end of the long, weathered pier with a mug of coffee going cold in his hands and watched the surface of the marina move like oil. The air smelled of salt, engine grease, and last night's rain. It was a smell he trusted. Men trusted what repeated itself. Tide, sunrise, rust, bills, wind direction. Engines that coughed before they died. Tourists who promised they would be back next year and never returned. He trusted that kind of world because it had rules. This morning something felt off. He could not have said why. The sky over the Atlantic was still a deep slate blue, but along the horizon there was a faint hard band of color that looked less like dawn and more like a bruise. Ethan took a slow sip of coffee and grimaced. Cold already. He glanced back toward the drift house, the two-story fishing lodge he had owned for 14 years and barely held on to for the last 3. The neon vacancy sign in the office window buzzed weakly. Half the letters had burned out months ago, leaving only VAC and a crooked red line flickering at random intervals. The roof still needed patching over room 6. The walk-in cooler in the bait shed froze or warmed depending on its mood. The diesel delivery from Key Largo was late again. The accountant had sent him another email yesterday with the subject line he hated most. Urgent reminder. The place looked worn but alive, like him. He was a broad man in his late 40s, sun-darkened and permanently lined around the eyes, with thick hands and the compact stiffness of someone who had spent too many years lifting things that should have been lifted by younger people. His beard was shot through with gray that came in suddenly after his wife died and never seemed to stop. He heard footsteps on the dock behind him. "Thought I'd find you here." Ethan turned. His younger brother Daniel came down the pier in a wrinkled button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a shoulder holster under one arm, and yesterday still on his face. Daniel Rowe had the same eyes, same jaw, same stubbornness as Ethan, but time had arranged them differently. Ethan had been shaped into something practical. Daniel had been sharpened. "You look terrible," Ethan said. Daniel stopped beside him and looked out at the harbor. "Morning to you, too. You sleep at all?" "Not enough." "That means no." Daniel ignored that. "Coffee?" "In the office." "Any good?" "No." Daniel exhaled through his nose. "Figures." For a few moments they stood without talking, brothers who had reached that age where silence was neither awkward nor warm. It was simply economical. Beyond the marina, across the narrow channel, a pelican dove and came up empty. Daniel shoved his hands into his pockets. "You hear the news?" "Which version?" "That bad, huh?" Ethan shrugged. Radio said there was some kind of naval incident in the Pacific. TV in the office said the administration was urging calm, which usually means I shouldn't be calm. One guest from Ohio said we're on the edge of World War III. Another said it's all media nonsense cooked up to drive election coverage. Daniel nodded like that lined up perfectly with what he'd expected. "Sheriff's office got a memo around midnight. Federal coordination call at 2 in the morning. They wouldn't tell us much. Just said to monitor fuel supply, ports, and infrastructure chatter. That usually means Washington is worried about panic. Should I be?" "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." Daniel rubbed his face. He looked like he had shaved 12 hours ago and regretted bothering. "Probably nothing immediate. But there's tension. Real tension. Something happened out there." Out there could mean the Pacific or Asia or a classified room in D.C., or just the invisible machinery of the world that kept men like Ethan fed without ever asking them if they trusted it. Ethan had long ago learned that the most dangerous things usually arrived from somewhere else wearing clean shoes and official language. "What's got you up?" Ethan asked. "You didn't come down here before sunrise to chat about geopolitics." Daniel stared out over the channel a little longer. "Murder." Ethan waited. "Found a body at a rental property off Key Colony. Male, 30-ish, no ID, throat cut so deep it nearly severed the spine. Ethan turned to look at him. Jesus. That was my first thought. And your second? Daniel's jaw tightened. That it was too clean. How do you mean? Not like a bar fight. Not like a robbery gone wrong. No drugs lying around. No overturned furniture. No defensive wounds worth talking about. The victim had bruising on the wrists, professional restraint marks, and somebody removed the security DVR before patrol got there. That sounds less like murder and more like a message. Yeah. To who? Daniel gave him a humorless half-smile. If I knew that, I'd be home sleeping. A fishing skiff farther down the marina coughed to life, sputtering awake on the first crank like an old man clearing his throat. Ethan watched the exhaust drift low over the water. You think it's connected to your federal memo? I think I hate coincidence before breakfast. Ethan grunted. That's fair. Daniel finally took the coffee mug from Ethan's hand and drank the last swallow without asking. He winced. God, that is awful. I told you. Still drank it. You're welcome. Daniel handed the mug back and nodded toward the lodge. I need to use your office phone. Cell service kept cutting out on my drive over. Again? Twice in 10 minutes. Tower issue? Maybe. But neither of them sounded convinced. They walked back up the dock together, boards creaking under their boots. The eastern sky had begun to lighten, though the sun itself remained hidden. In the office, the air conditioner rattled like it was full of bolts. Ethan flicked on the overhead light, and the room revealed itself in parts. Laminated fishing maps on the wall, faded photos of record tarpon catches, chipped brochure racks, a jar of cheap sinkers on the desk, a hand-lettered sign by the register that read, "No refunds for weather." Daniel picked up the landline, dialed from memory, and waited. No dial tone. He frowned and set the receiver down. Ethan stared at it. Dead? Daniel lifted it again, listened, then nodded. That's not right, Ethan said. Worked last night. You got another line? In the back office. They tried that one too. Dead. Daniel pulled out his phone, checked the signal, moved toward the window, checked again. One bar, then none. This is getting old, he muttered. You sure it's not just the weather? Daniel looked at him. Blue sky coming. Ethan didn't answer. Outside, tires crunched over gravel. Both men turned instinctively. A black SUV rolled into the marina lot and parked facing the office. It was too clean for local county use and too anonymous for tourists. No markings, government shape, government attitude. The driver's door opened, and a woman in dark slacks and a pale blouse stepped out holding a slim leather portfolio. She looked to be in her 40s, with tightly controlled blonde hair and the kind of posture that suggested she had spent years entering rooms where people stopped talking when she did. Her eyes moved once across the lodge, the fuel tanks, the slips, the boats, the two brothers in the office window, and in that glance, Ethan felt catalogued. I know that look, he said quietly. Daniel didn't take his eyes off the parking lot. Yeah. Fed? Probably. Yours. Not mine. The woman came to the office door and knocked once. Not tentative, not rude. An announcement disguised as manners. Ethan opened it halfway. Can I help you? Mr. Ethan Rowe? She asked. Depends. Her gaze shifted past him to Daniel. Detective Rowe. Daniel stepped forward. Who's asking? She produced a badge wallet, opened it just long enough to display something official and unspecific. Special Agent Lena Voss. I'd like a few minutes. With which one of us? Daniel asked. Both. Ethan leaned against the doorframe. That sounds fun. What's this about? An ongoing federal matter. That clears it right up. Voss did not smile. May I come in? Daniel and Ethan exchanged a brief look. Daniel gave the slightest shrug. Ethan stepped aside. The office instantly felt smaller with her inside it. Voss remained standing. People like her probably preferred it. She set the portfolio on the desk without opening it. Last night, she said, a deceased male was discovered on Key Colony Beach. Detective Rowe is already aware of that incident. Daniel folded his arms. You moved fast. We had reason to. You going to tell me what those reasons are? Not fully. Daniel's face hardened. Then this meeting can be short. Voss turned to Ethan. Mr. Rowe, 3 days ago, did a man identifying himself as Victor Alvarez dock a 26-foot center console at slip 12? Ethan frowned. Maybe. I don't remember every transient boater by name. He paid cash for fuel. Lots of people do. He also asked whether your offshore charter routes passed near restricted shipping lanes. Ethan felt something cold move through his gut. You've been talking to my dock manager? We've been talking to several people. Then you already know the answer. I'd like to hear it from you. Ethan nodded slowly. Yeah. A guy asked some odd questions. I told him if he wanted trouble, he was looking in the wrong marina. Did he say where he was headed? No. Did he mention meeting anyone? No. Did he return? Not that I saw. Voss looked at Daniel again. The murdered man is believed to have traveled with Alvarez under false credentials. Daniel's posture changed by half an inch. Enough. Believed by who? Federal intelligence. Which agency? Yes, Voss said. Daniel laughed once with no humor at all. Cute. Voss ignored it. We have reason to believe these men were involved in the transport of sensitive materials through the Florida Straits. Ethan stopped. What kind of materials? I can't answer that. Then why are you here? Daniel asked. Because, Voss said, if Alvarez or any associates return to this marina or contact either of you, you will notify the number in this folder immediately. Not local dispatch, not the media. That number. She slid a card across the desk. Ethan did not pick it up. Daniel did. He looked at the number, then at her. And if I decline your generous offer, then I remind you that interference with a federal investigation carries consequences. Daniel's voice cooled. You stepping into my homicide and threatening me in my brother's office before 6 in the morning? I am advising cooperation. No, Agent Voss. You are withholding information while expecting obedience. Different thing. For the first time, something flashed in her eyes. Irritation, maybe. Or respect. Hard to tell with that type. Detective, she said, events are moving quickly, faster than you think. I suggest you do not mistake incomplete information for irrelevance. Ethan spoke before Daniel could answer. Sensitive materials, federal intelligence, dead men at rental properties, naval incidents on the news. You see how this sounds to people who don't wear badges? Voss looked at him directly. I do. Then say something useful. She hesitated for just a fraction. You should ensure your fuel reserves are secure, she said, and I would advise against unnecessary travel to population centers over the next 72 hours. Silence settled in the room. Daniel said, That's not advice, that's a warning. Voss closed the portfolio. Good morning, gentlemen. She left as efficiently as she had arrived. Through the office window, they watched her get back into the SUV and drive. Away without hurrying, Ethan let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. What in the hell was that? Daniel kept staring at the card in his hand. Something bad. That narrows it down. Daniel turned the card over. Blank on the back. No seal, no agency name. Just a number printed in sharp black text. Sensitive materials, Ethan repeated. That mean drugs? Daniel shook his head. Not with federal intelligence leaning on locals before sunrise? Weapons? Maybe. Something worse? Daniel didn't answer. That was answer enough. Hundreds of miles north, in Washington, the day had already started lying to people in more sophisticated ways. At 6:38 a.m., Claire Mercer stood outside a coffee kiosk on K Street with an untouched cup in one hand and her phone in the other, reading the same 3 lines of text again and again because the meaning refused to settle. Need to meet, not on gov property, not safe to call. There, moving ahead. 8:15, DuPont Fountain. Come alone. Burn this. No signature. It didn't need one. The sender was listed in her contacts as Martin Ag, short for Martin Aguirre, Deputy Assistant Liaison at the State Department and one of the only people in Washington who leaked with the discipline of a career bureaucrat and the conscience of a man who woke up sweating at 3 a.m. Claire deleted the message, opened deleted items, deleted it again, then locked the phone and slipped it into her bag. Around her, the city played normal with professional polish. Suits crossed streets carrying breakfast, rideshare drivers double-parked with hazard lights blinking. A pair of staffers in expensive coats argued about pulling optics, while the giant screen on the side of a nearby building cycled through headlines. President calls for restraint. Pentagon monitoring developments. Markets open lower on global tensions. The words were clean. The men writing them probably were too. Claire was 36, tall, lean, and permanently half a night short of enough sleep. Her dark hair was tied back in a practical knot, and her face had the alert stillness of someone who had learned that the important detail was usually not the thing everyone else was staring at. She wrote national security and diplomatic crisis coverage for the Ledger, which sounded more powerful than it was. The paper had prestige, diminishing budget, and editors who wanted scoops without lawsuits. Claire was good at her job because she understood that institutions lied most convincingly when they believed their own reasons. Her phone vibrated. Her editor, Samir. She answered. "You're up early." "I could say the same," he said. She could hear traffic and the rattle of a turn signal. "Tell me you have something better than cable news panic." "Depends what you're calling panic." "I'm calling panic the 6 retired generals currently shouting about escalation on 3 separate networks before 7 in the morning." Claire started walking. Pacific incident wasn't random. That's the consensus from every person with a pulse. No, I mean the response wasn't random. Somebody shoved a routine confrontation into fast crisis territory. "You got sourcing?" "Working on it." "Working on it as in maybe, or working on it as in wear better shoes and don't text me?" Claire looked toward DuPont Circle. "The second kind." Samir went quiet for a beat. "Who?" "Can't say yet." "Then I'm going to say something editorial and annoying. Don't get burned chasing people who want to feel important." "I know the difference." "Do you?" She smiled despite herself. "That's hurtful." "I'm serious, Claire. The White House line is still containment. State is hedging. Defense is split. That kind of fog makes smart people stupid." "That line any different from 2003? "That line got people promoted in 2003. A horn blasted somewhere near him. Samir lowered his voice. "Listen to me. If this is a real source meeting, no heroics. Get what you can. Get out. And call me before you write a single word." "I always do." "You usually call me while writing the first word." "That's because you're inspiring." "Go to hell." He hung up. Claire cut through the park with her senses opening wider the closer she got to the fountain. Not fear exactly. Pattern recognition. She saw the idling sedan at the curb with tinted windows and no passenger. Saw the jogger who seemed more interested in faces than fitness. Saw 2 uniformed police officers across the circle, speaking to each other but scanning the street in alternating arcs. At the fountain, tourists were already taking pictures. Martin was nowhere in sight. 6:54, too early. She sat on the edge of the stone basin, took out a notebook, and pretended to review notes. Water hissed and splashed behind her. Pigeons strutted with the confidence of creatures who had survived empires. The city's noise thickened by the minute. At 7:03, her phone rang from an unknown number. She answered without speaking, breathing. Then Martin's voice, low and strained. "Don't come to my apartment." Claire went cold. "I'm not going to your apartment." "I know. Listen carefully. We can't meet at the fountain." "What happened?" "A car door slammed wherever he was." He cursed under his breath. "They pulled 2 people from our floor after midnight. Internal security, maybe. Maybe something worse." "Martin, you need to get to Union Station. Lower concourse lockers. Number 214. Code is 5159. "What's in it?" "Enough." "For what?" A pause, then, "To know this isn't a bluff." "Martin, tell me what's going on." His voice dropped further. "A decision has been made." "By who?" "People above the pay grades you print." "That means nothing." "It means if you publish too early, you die in obscurity and the story dies with you. If you publish too late, it won't matter because events will have outrun truth." Claire stood up. A bicyclist shot past on the path behind her. She turned away from the fountain, suddenly unable to stay in one place. You're talking in riddles. I'm talking on a compromised line. What decision? The answer came out as a whisper. They want the first exchange to look unavoidable. Claire stopped walking. All the noise of the city kept going around her. Engines, water, footsteps, distant siren, a child laughing. Martin, she said very carefully, are you telling me someone wants war? No, I'm telling you there are people who believe war is now useful. A crackling burst cut through the line. Martin, if anything happens to me, do not trust the official sequence of events. The timeline is the lie, understand? She gripped the phone so hard it hurt. Where are you? Not safe. Then give me one name. Not over. The line went dead. Claire called back immediately. Number unreachable. She stood frozen in the morning crowd with the phone still pressed to her ear and felt for one irrational second that the world had tilted so slightly everyone else had failed to notice. Then she moved. By 7:20 a.m., Mara Vale had been on her feet for 11 hours and no longer believed in promises made by clocks. The emergency department at St. Brigid's in Oakland never truly calmed, but around shift change it developed a specific flavor of despair. Fresh staff arrived already tired. Overnight staff began making mistakes born not of incompetence, but accumulated moral wear. Machines chimed, intercoms barked, fluorescent lights bleached all human dignity into one shared hospital pallor. Mara stood at a nurse's station with a paper cup of coffee she had reheated twice and still forgotten to drink. Her scrub top was wrinkled, there was a smear of something unidentifiable on one sleeve, and the bridge of her nose bore the faint pressure marks of a mask worn too long. She was 41 and carried exhaustion with the grim efficiency of a single mother who could not afford collapse. Her hair was braided back. Her face would have been softer in another life. Instead, it had been carved by long shifts, short rent cycles, and the particular strain of caring for strangers while worrying constantly about the one person in the world who belonged to her. Bed 9's asking for you again, said Tasha, the charge nurse. He asks for me every 20 minutes. He thinks you're his daughter. He also thinks I stole his submarine. Tasha handed over a chart. Maybe apologize. Mara snorted and scanned the intake notes. Chest pain rule out, elderly male, confusion likely exacerbated by dehydration and untreated infection. Behind her, a trauma, resident swore softly at a computer terminal. Somewhere down the hall, someone was crying, the hard private cry of a family trying not to become a public scene. A television mounted high in the corner ran a morning news show with the volume down and captions on. The lower third banner cycled between headlines about the Pacific crisis, falling futures, and a celebrity divorce. Tasha nodded toward the screen. You been following that? Only because they keep putting it over baseball highlights. They're saying missiles now. They say a lot of things before breakfast. This one feels different. Mara looked up at the screen. Grainy footage showed a gray ocean, warships, arrows on a digital map, talking heads arranged in cheerful boxes. Everything feels different once the graphics team gets involved, she said. Tasha gave her a look. Your optimism is why people love you. Mara checked her phone. No new messages from Noah. Good, he'd be getting ready for school about now, probably eating cereal dry because he never remembered milk until it was too late. Her ex-husband, Kevin, was supposed to swing by the apartment this morning to make sure Noah actually left on time. Supposed to being a flexible concept with Kevin. He loved their son in the vague, improvisational way some men loved responsibility, as long as it arrived without inconvenience. Mara texted anyway. You up? Make sure Noah has lunch money. No reply. Of course. She went to bed 9, calmed the old man, checked his vitals, reassured his frightened niece, adjusted meds for a woman in Hall 12, and returned to the station just as the television captions changed. Unconfirmed reports of strategic forces alert status change. The resident at the terminal looked up. That can't be good. No kidding, Tasha said. A unit clerk grabbed the remote and turned the volume on. The anchor was polished and pale under studio lights. Stress that these reports remain unverified, But multiple defense correspondents are now citing increased readiness measures across several commands. Officials continue to urge calm. Mara laughed once under her breath. Tasha heard it. What? Anytime a government tells me to stay calm, I assume they've already moved the furniture. Tasha pointed at her. That's the bleak wisdom I need embroidered on a pillow. A paramedic crew burst through the sliding doors with a gurney, and the moment for commentary ended. Work swallowed everything again, but the headlines stayed on the screen, and people kept glancing up. At 7:43 a.m., Noah Vale was in the kitchen holding a spoon over a cereal bowl and watching 3 different screens tell 3 different versions of the same story. The apartment was small enough that every sound belonged to everybody. The refrigerator hummed too loudly. The upstairs neighbor dragged furniture at random hours with a commitment that bordered on artistic. Morning light came in weakly through cheap blinds and cast striping over the cracked laminate counter. Noah was 16, thin, dark-haired, and at the uncomfortable age where childhood had not fully retreated, but adult awareness had already arrived and found the place underfurnished. He had his mother's watchful eyes and his father's ability to leave cabinet doors open. On the counter, his phone showed a social media feed of speculation, maps, and grainy clips labeled leaked. On the small kitchen television, a suited analyst gestured at red circles over the Pacific. On his laptop, a civilian flight tracker showed weird gaps in routes that should have been crowded. He shoveled cereal into his mouth and frowned at the screen. That was strange. Commercial flights were being rerouted inland from certain corridors. It could still mean nothing, or weather, or military exercises. But then his favorite aviation forum, normally full of obsessive weirdos arguing about engine, noise, and contrails, had 3 locked threads in 10 minutes and 2 moderators telling people to stop posting military transponder captures. That also felt strange. His mother's message from earlier sat pinned at the top of the phone. Don't forget your history quiz, and take your charger, and eat something that isn't garbage. He typed back, cereal is grain. Grain is civilization. No response. She was still at the hospital then. He looked toward the living room where his father's old jacket still hung over a chair from last week, left there after one of Kevin's half-hearted visitation attempts. Noah's jaw tightened. He hated how objects could make a person feel occupied without actually being present. The front door opened. Kevin came in carrying iced coffee and wearing sunglasses, though he was indoors now. Mid-40s, gym fit in the unthreatening suburban way, office casual already, smile prepared in advance. There he is, Kevin said. Future Nobel. Winner. You're late. Kevin looked at the microwave clock. By 4 minutes. You said 8. It's 8:04. Exactly. Kevin set one of the coffees on the counter. Good morning to you too. Noah glanced at the cup. Is that a peace offering? It's a vanilla cream thing. So no. Kevin sighed. How's your mom? At work. Since yesterday. Right. Kevin opened the fridge, stared into it without interest, then closed it again. He noticed the TV. Still on that? Noah gestured at the screen. It's kind of a big deal. It's cable news. Flights are getting rerouted. Planes get rerouted all the time. Not like this. Kevin took off his sunglasses. Buddy, every few months the world is supposedly ending. Markets wobble, politicians posture, experts shout, and then everyone goes back to being mad about gas prices. Noah looked back at the laptop. Maybe. Kevin studied him. You anxious? No. Because you do that thing. What thing? The quiet thing. That's called thinking. Kevin smiled as if indulging a child, and Noah hated him a little for it. Kevin pointed at the tracker on the laptop. Let me guess. Internet detectives have solved international conflict from your kitchen? Noah shut the laptop harder than he needed to. Forget it. All I'm saying is don't marinate in doom scrolling before school. Mom doom scrolls. Your mother researches, you marinate. Noah almost replied, then stopped. It wasn't worth it. His phone buzzed. A message from his friend Eli. Dude, my uncle says reserve units got put on standby last night. Then another immediately after. My mom says don't repeat that LOL. Noah typed. Too late. Kevin picked up his coffee again. You need a ride? Bus is fine. I can take you. You'll be late for work. Kevin spread his hands. I can still offer. Noah gave him a flat look. Kevin nodded. Right. Well, offer stands. On the television, the anchor's expression changed almost imperceptibly. The way professionals change tone before saying something they understood was bigger than the sentence itself. We are receiving reports now that the president's scheduled economic address has been postponed. No reason has been given. Senior officials from Defense and State are expected to convene within the hour. Kevin pointed at the screen. See? Meeting. That's what governments do. Noah said nothing. He had a sudden, irrational urge to fill every container in the apartment with water. He didn't know why. He only knew that the thought arrived complete. At 8:11 a.m., Claire Mercer descended into Union Station with her pulse beating high and steady in her throat. Morning commuters flowed around her in streams of tailored urgency. The station smelled of coffee, Old Stone, wet, newspaper, and train brakes. The lower concourse locker sat along a quieter corridor near a shuttered kiosk, and a maintenance door painted the wrong shade of beige. Locker 214. Claire crouched, entered the code Martin had given her, and pulled the small metal door open. Inside was a thick brown envelope, a cheap prepaid phone, and a flash drive taped to the underside shelf. Her mouth went dry. She took all three, shut the locker, and stood up too fast. Claire! She spun. Martin Aguirre stood 10 feet away in yesterday's suit and no tie, face pale, hair disordered, eyes red-rimmed from either fear or lack of sleep. Maybe both. He looked like a man who had sprinted through several bad decisions and now had no good one left. You said not to meet, she said. I changed my mind. That's not reassuring. He managed a weak breath that might once have been a laugh. No, I suppose it isn't. Claire stepped closer. What is this? He looked around. First, commuters. A janitor. Nobody obviously interested. Insurance. For me or you? Yes. She hated that answer because people only talked like that when the floor beneath them had already started to give way. What's on the drive? Meeting notes, draft language, traffic summaries, internal memoranda. Enough to establish intent. Intent to do what? Martin swallowed. To manage escalation. That's meaningless. It means they no longer believe de-escalation is politically survivable. Who is they? You keep asking for names like that's the key. It isn't. This isn't one villain in one room, Claire. It's a climate, a convergence. Hawks, opportunists, men terrified of appearing weak, careerists who think they can contain consequences, analysts who treat casualties like rounding error. She stared at him. You're saying everyone lost their minds at once? I'm saying systems reward the people most, fluent in catastrophic language once catastrophe seems plausible. A woman in a blue coat brushed between them, pulling a suitcase. Martin went silent until she passed. Claire lowered her voice. Is there going to be a strike? Martin's eyes shifted, not away, inward. I don't know, he said, but I know some people think a limited exchange can be survived. Claire felt an almost physical recoil in her chest. Survived by whom? He did not answer. A chime echoed through the station, followed by an announcement for an arriving train. Martin, she said, look at me. Are American officials trying to provoke a nuclear confrontation? His face tightened. Not officially. That was worse than a yes. Claire gripped the envelope harder. Why bring this to me? Because you still believe facts matter. That's not exactly a market advantage in this city. No, he said, but it's still rare. Come with me. Right now. We go somewhere safe. We call counsel. We call my editor. No. Too fast. Too certain. Then at least tell me what happened in the Pacific. Martin glanced over her shoulder. Claire saw it the same second he did. Two men stepping off the escalator in dark suits, moving with a purpose too focused for commuters. Her skin turned to ice. Martin. You need to leave, he said. Not without you. He shoved the prepaid phone into her hand. If the networks get strange, use this first, not your regular line. The two men were closer now, splitting slightly, angling. Martin, his voice dropped to a whisper. The timeline is the lie. Then he turned and walked away from her fast. Not running. Running would confirm everything. The suited men changed direction immediately. After him. Claire stood still for half a heartbeat as the station seemed to lengthen and flatten around her. Then instinct took over. She went the other way, up one stairwell through a crowd of passengers, past a family arguing over tickets, out toward the taxi rank, with the envelope inside her bag feeling suddenly heavier than a weapon. By the time she hit the street, her phone had 6 missed calls from Samir and 1 push alert. Breaking. Senior administration officials confirm emergency security consultations underway following new intelligence in Pacific crisis. The city above ground looked exactly the same. That frightened her more than anything yet. At 8:32 a.m., Ethan was on the dock checking fuel caps when he noticed the charter bookings pinned under a clipboard in the bait shed were fluttering from wind that wasn't there. He stepped outside and looked up. The air had gone oddly still. No gulls now. No insect buzz from the reeds. Even the water in the slips seemed to hold itself differently, less chopped than waiting. He saw old Mrs. Bell from room 3 standing outside her door in a pink visor and sandals, peering at her. Phone as if poor service were a moral insult. "Mr. Rowe," she called, "is your Wi-Fi out?" "Probably the provider." "It's every device." "Then it's probably a bigger provider." She didn't laugh. Daniel came out of the office with a notepad and a face like weather. "State database is timing out. Dispatch texted me through satellite backup. Wants me at the scene again." "Satellite backup?" "Yeah." Ethan straightened. "That seems bad." Daniel shoved the notepad into his back pocket. "You locking down the fuel?" "Thinking about it." "Do it. You really think we're there already?" Daniel looked toward the road, toward the mainland nobody here could see from the marina, but everybody depended on anyway. "I think people panic faster than trucks can drive." A horn sounded from the channel. Both men turned. A white center console was coming in hot, too fast for the no-wake zone, throwing a sharp V behind it. Ethan recognized the hull. Slip 12. The same transient boat. It slammed into neutral at the last second and drifted hard against the dock bumpers. A man jumped out, tied off badly, and strode toward them with the clipped urgency of someone running on adrenaline in bad odds. It wasn't Alvarez. This man was younger, darker, sweating through a gray shirt despite the morning breeze that had finally returned. One hand stayed close to his side as if guarding an injury. Daniel stepped forward. "Stop right there." The man froze. His eyes moved from Daniel's badge to Ethan's face. "You row." "Which one?" Daniel asked. "The boat owner." "That's me," Ethan said cautiously. The stranger nodded once, breath ragged. "I need fuel, water, and I need to know if a woman from the federal government came here." Daniel's entire body seemed to narrow. "Who are you?" The man ignored him and looked at Ethan. "You remember my partner?" "Victor Alvarez." Something like grief crossed the man's face, quick and ugly. "He's dead," Daniel said. "Name?" The man's eyes flicked back to him. "Rafael Soto." "You armed, Rafael?" A beat too long. Daniel drew his weapon. Everything froze. Mrs. Bell gasped from halfway up the walkway. Rafael lifted both hands slowly. "Easy, easy. I'm not here for trouble." "Then explain the gun." Rafael glanced down. "I forgot it was there." Daniel's voice sharpened. "Nobody forgets a gun on a morning like this." Ethan stepped sideways, giving himself room, every muscle alert now. "What do you want?" Rafael looked over his shoulder toward the channel, then back. "I want to get out before they close everything." "Who's they?" Daniel asked. Rafael laughed once, breathless and borderline broken. "Everybody." He took one careful breath. "Listen to me. Whatever that woman told you, it's not enough. Something is moving through the straits, not drugs, not migrants, components, devices. I don't know exactly what. I only know men are killing for them, and your government isn't just chasing the problem. Parts of it are riding it." Daniel kept the gun trained on his chest. "Convenient story from a smuggler." Raphael's face twisted. "You think I'd come back here if I had options?" "You came back because you're desperate." "Yes." That honesty hung in the air. Ethan said, "What kind of devices?" Raphael looked at him, and for a moment the marina, the water, the sun climbing over the keys, the lodge, the ordinary day trying to continue around them, all of it seemed to draw back from the answer. I think, Raphael said softly, they're pieces meant to survive the first blast. No one spoke. Even Daniel looked for the first time that morning, truly rattled. Then Raphael added, and I think the first blast is coming. From somewhere inside the office, the old, television-changed tone as a news anchor's voice rose sharply. Then the emergency alert tone began to sound. A flat, mechanical scream. The kind every American knew. The kind nobody ever really expected to hear for real. Ethan felt the world narrow to a pinpoint. Daniel did not lower the gun. Mrs. Bell screamed, and overhead the sky remained heartbreakingly blue. Chapter 2. Signals in the Static. The emergency tone on the television did not sound human. It was too flat, too clean, too absolute. It cut through the marina office and across the docks with the emotionless authority of something built not to persuade, but to override. Every conversation stopped. Every head turned. Even the gulls, returned now in ragged circles above the channel, seemed to wheel in place, as if the sound had reached them too. Daniel Rowe kept his pistol trained on Rafael Soto's chest. Don't move, he said. Rafael had both hands raised, palms open, shoulders slick with sweat. His eyes did not leave Daniel's face, but his breathing came too hard, too quick. There was panic in him, not performance. Panic had a way of stripping style out of people. Inside the office, the television screen snapped to a blue banner and white text. Emergency alert system. Please stand by for an important message, then static. Not clean electronic hiss. The static carried. Interruption incited. Warped voices, clipped tones, the ghost of speech struggling underneath a broken signal. Ethan Rowe stepped backward toward the office door without taking his eyes off Raphael. Behind him, halfway across the gravel lot, Mrs. Bell stood frozen in front of room 3 with one hand over her mouth and her phone hanging uselessly in the other. Inside, Ethan called to her. She did not move. Mrs. Bell. That did it. She hurried toward her room, sandals slapping against the concrete walkway, then stopped again when the television voice finally came through. This is not a test, the announcement said. The words crackled and dipped. This is an emergency action notification directed by federal authorities. The Department of Homeland Security advises all residents in coastal regions to remain alert for further instruction, avoid non-essential travel, conserve fuel, monitor official channels. Additional guidance will follow. The message cut, returned, repeated with different distortion, then dissolved into static again. Daniel did not blink. Coastal regions, Ethan said quietly. Raphael gave a thin, grim smile. You think they say that for hurricanes? Daniel said, shut up. The younger man did, but only for a second. You hear the wording? Raphael asked. Remain alert. No evacuation order. No shelter order. That means they don't know what to tell people yet. That means nothing, Daniel said. It means confusion, Raphael shot back. And confusion at that level means the people with real information are already protecting themselves. Ethan took one slow breath and made himself think. The office was 10 feet behind him. The old Remington shotgun he kept under the back counter was unloaded but accessible. The marina fuel tanks were 50 yards away. There were 12 occupied rooms in the lodge. 7 boats currently docked. A freezer half full of bait. A pantry quarter full of canned goods and enough generator diesel for maybe 4 days if he ran the system conservatively. Normal thoughts. Practical thoughts. He clung to them, because the alternative was to stand still and imagine what Raphael had meant by pieces meant to survive the first blast. Daniel, Ethan said, get him inside. Daniel did not look at him. Why? Because if there's a federal warning hitting the air and this idiot knows something real, we're not standing on an open dock having this conversation. I heard that, Raphael muttered. You were meant to, Ethan said. Daniel considered for half a beat, then stepped forward and frisked Raphael quickly and efficiently. A compact pistol came out from the waistband at Raphael's back. Daniel took it, ejected the magazine, cleared the chamber, and tossed both pieces onto the bait table just inside the office. Inside, he said. Raphael obeyed. Ethan shut the office door behind them. The room instantly felt too small for four adults and a television telling lies in a calm voice. Daniel pushed Raphael into the chair by the desk. "Start over." Raphael looked from one brother to the other. "You're wasting time." Daniel leaned in, one hand braced on the desk, pistol still low but ready. "You tell me what you brought through these waters. Who paid you? Who killed your partner? And why a federal agent was here before dawn asking questions?" Raphael's jaw worked. Then he looked at the dead landline on the desk, then the flickering television, then back at Daniel. "I ran cargo," he said. "That's all. Not ideology, not politics, freight with no customs, no paperwork, cash, sometimes electronics, sometimes medicine, sometimes things I didn't ask about because the less I knew, the longer I stayed alive." "Smuggling," Daniel said. "Yes. You're very brave for confessing to crime during a drawn gun situation." Raphael ignored him. 3 weeks ago, I got contracted through a man in Nassau I'd worked with before. Good rate. Suspiciously good. He said we were moving industrial shielding units, marine-rated containers, and some kind of hardened electronics. He kept saying hardened, like I was supposed to understand why that mattered. Ethan frowned. "Hardened against what?" Raphael looked at him. "EMP radiation. Shock. I don't know." He used words like survivability and continuity. That word landed badly in the room. Continuity. Government men liked words like that when they meant that some lives were arranged to continue and others were not. Daniel said, "Destination?" First pickup was south of Cuba. Transfer from a freighter running dark. Then north through the straits to a chain of handoffs. Small marinas, private docks, storage facilities. Nothing flagged. Everything compartmented. "You ever open the cargo?" "No." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "Not even once?" Raphael looked, ashamed. "Victor did." Ethan spoke. "Alvarez?" Raphael nodded. "He got curious after the second run. One container seal had been applied sloppy. He pried it enough to look. And?" Raphael swallowed. "There were metal cases inside. Not big. Military shape. Foam-lined. Marked with serial bands and radiation warning labels." Ethan's stomach went hard. "Could have been anything," Daniel said, but the skepticism in his voice had thinned. "Maybe," Raphael said. "Victor took pictures anyway. That was when everything changed." "Meaning?" 2 days later, the Nassau contact disappeared. My secure number stopped working. Men I'd never seen before started asking where Victor was. Not police, not military. Worse. "Worse how?" Daniel asked. "They moved like they knew nobody would arrest them." Silence again. On the television, the alert banner was gone now. A local anchor had returned, pale and visibly reading from information she did not understand. Repeating federal guidance for residents not to crowd roads or fuel stations unnecessarily. Authorities stress that no immediate threat has been identified to the Florida Keys, though heightened vigilance is advised following broader strategic concerns in the region. Raphael let out a short laugh. "No immediate threat. That is one hell of a sentence." Ethan crossed to the window. Already he could see activity on the road beyond the marina. More cars than usual for the hour, moving faster. One pickup towing a boat it had no business towing that sloppily. People heard the same words and translated them into motion. Daniel's voice sharpened. "Why come back here?" "Because Victor told me if anything happened, this was the last place we docked where the owner still looked people in the eye when he talked." Ethan turned. "That's your strategy? Sentimental marina reviews?" Raphael almost smiled, then didn't. "I came back because I think the road isn't closed," he said. "I think somebody is still moving cargo. Today, maybe tonight. And if federal people are asking questions here, then either they're behind the curve or there are different groups chasing different outcomes." Daniel folded his arms. "You're making a large leap from smuggling to national catastrophe." Raphael's face went flat. "No, detective. The catastrophe is already in motion. I'm only telling you I brushed against one edge of it." The office door burst open. Mrs. Bell stumbled in without knocking, breathing hard. "My sister in Tampa says people are lined up 3 blocks at gas stations. 3 blocks. And the grocery on Marathon just sold out of bottled water in 20 minutes. Ethan moved toward her. Sit down. I don't want to sit down. I want to know what's happening. No one knows yet, he said. That man on the television said coastal regions. We're coastal regions. Daniel lowered his tone. Mrs. Bell, go to your room. Fill every container you have with tap water. Charge every device. Stay off the roads until we know more. She stared at him. That sounds like knowing more. He did not answer. She looked from brother to brother, then at Raphael, then back at the television. And suddenly she understood enough. Her face changed. It was not dramatic. No scream, no collapse. Just a tiny tightening around the eyes as ordinary reassurance died. Jesus, keep us, she whispered. Then she left. Raphael watched the door close. That's the part I hate most. Daniel looked at him. What part? The moment normal people realize normal has already ended. In Washington, Claire Mercer locked herself in a restroom stall on the third floor of the Ledger building and emptied Martin Aguirre's envelope into her lap with trembling hands she forced to steady. The stall smelled faintly of bleach and someone else's perfume. Outside the door, the newsroom was already louder than usual. A rising field of phones, hurried footsteps, shouted edits, televisions turned too high. The country's capital had entered that special state of semi-controlled alarm where everyone spoke faster to prove they were still inside events instead of beneath them. Inside the envelope were photocopied memos, internal email printouts, movement logs, and 6 pages of handwritten notes in Martin's cramped script. On the top page, underlined twice, the sequence being prepared publicly does not match internal threat chronology. Claire read that line 3 times. Then she started sorting. One memo referenced maritime confrontation assessments and escalation probabilities. Another, marked for inter-agency circulation, listed public stability considerations in the event of a limited strategic exchange. Limited. There it was. The obscene adjective men used when they wanted mass death to fit in a policy binder. Her pulse climbed. There were notes about media posture, diplomatic language options, continuity site readiness checks, energy grid resilience briefings, and a phrase she hated on site, acceptable urban disruption scenarios. She stared at it in disbelief. Acceptable to whom? One email thread, partially redacted, referenced timing alignment between retaliatory justification and domestic readiness measures. Another included the sentence, if adversary launch becomes probable but not yet public, window for narrative framing remains narrow. Narrative framing. Claire shut her eyes briefly. The most terrifying documents were rarely the loudest ones. They were the clinical ones, the ones that treated history not as tragedy, but as a communications challenge. Her phone buzzed again. Samir. She answered in a whisper. I'm reading. Please tell me you're inside the building. I am. Good, stay there. Why? Because half the city's rumor machine just went feral. Defense correspondents are saying alert conditions changed. White House went dark for 30 minutes. Metro says there may be transit disruptions later. Also, he stopped. Where is Martin? Claire hesitated. Too long. Claire. I met him. God damn it. He gave me documents. Where is he now? I don't know. That was technically true and emotionally useless. Samir's breath came hard over the line. Bring whatever you have to conference room B in 2 minutes. Legal is coming up. And Claire, what? Tell me before I walk in there whether what you found is career dangerous or civilization dangerous. Claire looked down at the phrase acceptable urban disruption scenarios. Both, she said. At 9:04 a.m., Mara Vale finally clocked out, and the world outside the hospital felt subtly wrong in ways she couldn't yet inventory. The parking lot was too full for that hour. Cars moved in short, jerking motions, as though each driver had forgotten what decision to make next. 2 people stood beside a sedan arguing loudly over whether to go to Costco or home first. A man in scrubs was filling his trunk with flats of bottled water from the back of a colleague's SUV, passing them hand to hand with the urgent guilt of a person doing something selfish that he had already justified as necessary. Mara stood for a second beside her car and just watched. Her exhaustion made everything feel fractionally unreal. Then her phone rang. Noah, She answered immediately. You okay? Yeah. You at school? Silence. Mara closed her eyes. Noah. I was going to go, but everyone's freaking out online, and then Dad came over and acted like none of it mattered, which means maybe it does, and also, breathe. He did. I'm home, he said. I didn't want to get stuck somewhere if things got weird. Mara leaned against the car door. There were 20 ways to parent that sentence, and 19 of them required energy she no longer had. Is Kevin there? No, he left for work. Of course he had. Mara looked at the hospital behind her, then at the main road where traffic was already backing up toward the on-ramp. Listen to me carefully. Go back upstairs. Fill the bathtub and every clean container with water. What? Do it now. A pause. Oh, you think this is real? I think preparedness never hurt anyone. Also charge your laptop, every power bank, and find the flashlight in the hall closet. Another pause, then Noah said, quieter, okay. Don't open the door for anyone you don't know. I'm 16, not 6. I am aware of your age. I am also aware of your judgment, which is variable. That got the faintest exhale from him. Mom? Yeah? Should I be scared? Mara opened her car door, got in, and shut it against the noise of the parking lot. She gripped the steering wheel. How many people had she reassured in the last 12 hours? Dozens? More? She had lied to strangers with tenderness because tenderness sometimes mattered more than certainty. Now her own son was asking. You should be alert, she said carefully. That's different from scared. He was quiet for so long, she checked the call was still connected. Then, okay, I'm coming home. She started the engine and pulled out. At the exit light, she saw the gas station across the street. Every pump was occupied. 3 cars were waiting in line behind each lane. Someone had abandoned a vehicle at an angle near the air machine. A woman was carrying armloads of paper towels for no clear reason beyond contagion of urgency. Mara kept driving. Then a block later, she turned around. On Highway 1, Daniel drove with the county sedan's radio on, and the windows cracked an inch to cut the heat building under the glass. Ethan sat in the passenger seat because Daniel had insisted on bringing Raphael to the station, and Ethan had refused to stay behind after the marina warning. Raphael sat in the back seat, wrists zip-tied in front, not because Daniel had formally arrested him yet, but because trust had left the conversation some time ago. The radio chatter was bad. Not one disastrous transmission, many smaller ones. Unit requests for crowd control at fuel stations, reports of disorder at grocery stores, a call about a fight in a pharmacy parking lot, unconfirmed outage notices from 2 cellular providers, a Coast Guard advisory repeating restricted access language without clarifying what exactly was being restricted. The dispatcher's voice remained professional, but the cadence had changed. Less idle space, more stacked stress. Cars streamed north and south in numbers that made no sense for a weekday morning. Boat trailers, work trucks, families in SUVs with luggage visible through the back windows. A landscaping van loaded not with tools but with bulk toilet paper. Ethan watched all of it in silence until Daniel said, "Tell me if I should turn around." "What?" "If you think the marina needs you there more than here." Ethan kept looking out the windshield. "If this gets worse, everywhere will need everybody." "That's not an answer." "No," Ethan said. "It's the best one I've got." In the back seat, Raphael said, "You should both head inland." Daniel glanced at him in the mirror. "And you should stop giving tactical advice from restraints." Raphael leaned his head back. He looked bad now that the adrenaline had started draining out. Skin pale under the tan, left hand shaking slightly, shirt sticking near his ribs. Ethan noticed first. "You're bleeding." Daniel looked again, saw the dark stain spreading under Raphael's arm. "Damn it." Raphael closed his eyes for a moment. "I got clipped 2 nights ago." "By who?" Daniel asked. "The men looking for him. Victor's photos." Ethan twisted in his seat. "Why didn't you say something?" Raphael gave him a weak look. "Because being the bleeding smuggler in a sheriff's car lowers my bargaining power." Daniel swore under his breath and keyed the radio for medical standby at the station. Raphael spoke again before he released the button. "If the phones are failing, you need to assume more than panic. Panic doesn't break systems that cleanly." Daniel finished the call. What does? Raphael stared out the window. Preparation. At 9:41 a.m., the conference room at the Ledger had been transformed from a place of editorial disagreement into something closer to a bunker made of bad coffee and legal liability. Samir stood at the head of the table with his tie loosened, one hand on the back of a chair, looking simultaneously energized and ill. Beside him sat Miriam Chen from legal, already marking up a yellow pad with the joyless intensity of someone who had spent her career preventing brave people from getting the newspaper sued into vapor. Two senior editors were on speaker from home. A muted television in the corner showed a Pentagon briefing podium still empty. Claire laid out Martin's documents in ordered stacks. No one spoke for a moment. Then Miriam said, "If authentic, these are explosive." "Authentic enough for your pulse to rise?" Samir asked. Miriam did not smile. "My pulse rises when interns email attachments name final_final2. This is a different category." Claire pointed to the movement logs. These continuity site readiness checks started 48 hours before the maritime incident went public. One editor on speaker crackled in. "Could be routine." Claire slid another page forward. "Then explain why media guidance drafts were prepared before public chronology even recognized the threat window." Samir tapped the email thread. "Narrative framing remains narrow." No one liked that sentence. Miriam asked, "What exactly are you alleging?" Claire answered immediately. That senior officials anticipated a heightened probability of strategic exchange before acknowledging it publicly, and that internal communications prioritize message control and continuity protections alongside de-escalation language. "That's one version," Miriam said. "It's the supported version." "It is a supported interpretation," Miriam corrected. Samir pointed at the notes in Martin's handwriting. "What about this line? They want the first exchange to look unavoidable." Claire said, "That came verbally from my source." "Unnamed source. Now missing source." The room tightened. One editor on speaker asked, "Missing as in not picking up, or missing as in black-bagged by a Tom Clancy villain?" Claire met Samir's eyes. "I was tailed at Union Station." Miriam looked up sharply. "Were you followed here?" "I don't think so. That is not a legal standard." Samir rubbed his temples. "Can we publish a holding piece without overreaching? Something that frames discrepancies between public timeline and internal readiness indicators?" Claire said, "If we go too soft, it gets buried under events." Miriam said, "If we go too hard, we become the story and get crushed before proving it." The television in the corner came alive. The Pentagon podium was no longer empty. A four-star general stepped into frame. Everyone in the room turned. The general's face was composed in that uniquely terrifying military manner that suggested either complete control or catastrophic discipline in the absence of it. He began with the usual phrases: monitoring, coordination, stability, no benefit to speculation. Then he said, "As a precautionary measure, certain elements of the United States' strategic deterrence posture have been adjusted." Claire felt every nerve in her body sharpen. There it was, not confirmation, but movement. And once great powers started moving pieces openly, the private movements that preceded them became harder to dismiss as routine. Samir muted the TV again. No one in the room looked at the documents the same way after that. By 10:03 a.m., Mara had spent 1 hour and 12 minutes moving 11 feet. The line at the gas station wrapped around the block and folded back on itself like a bad thought. Engines idled. Horns flared intermittently. A man in a business suit got out of his Tesla to shout at a woman driving a pickup with 5 red fuel cans in the bed. A teenage clerk came outside once to tape a handwritten sign to the glass. "Limit 20 gallons per customer." People reacted as though a personal insult had been issued. Mara sat gripping the wheel and watching the gauge. Just under half a tank. Enough for a few days of ordinary life. Potentially nothing in the wrong kind of emergency. Her phone was docked on the console, screen lit with texts. From colleagues, neighbors, a school district alert about monitoring regional developments, and finally one from Kevin. "People are overreacting. Don't scare Noah." She stared at it in disbelief, so pure it almost cleared her fatigue. Then she typed back, "Come sit in this line and tell me that with your whole chest." She hit send before deciding whether it was wise. Noah texted next, Bathtub full, laptop charging, found flashlight, also found 3 expired granola bars. We are basically a militia now. Mara laughed despite herself, and the laugh cracked halfway through because she was more tired than she had admitted. The radio host she'd switched to was trying desperately to sound useful. He repeated official guidance, then contradicted it with market rumors, then read a listener message claiming a cousin at Travis Air Force Base had seen planes moving at dawn. Every sentence made things worse. Ahead, 2 men started yelling at Pump 4, then shoving, then one swung. The crowd shifted instinctively, everyone leaning forward for spectacle while simultaneously inching their cars ahead like vultures pretending not to notice the body. Mara put the car in reverse. The SUV behind her honked immediately. She ignored it, backed out inch by inch, cut wide, and left the line. Half a tank would have to do. As she pulled away, she saw 3 National Guard trucks on the overpass heading west. Her mouth went dry. At the Monroe County Sheriff's substation, Daniel parked hard, got Raphael inside, and immediately regretted all of it. The lobby was packed, not with criminals, with questions, locals wanting to know if evacuation orders were coming, tourists demanding guarantees about flights and ferries, 2 deputies trying to hold the line between reassurance and open irritation. The wall-mounted television over the reception desk played the same footage everyone else was seeing, but somehow it looked worse here, framed by county notices and a donation. Char for youth sports. The station smelled of sweat, printer toner, and overheated coffee. Daniel showed his badge, pushed through, and got Raphael into an interview room. A medic from EMS arrived 5 minutes later, peeled back the blood-stiff fabric at Raphael's side and muttered, "He should have had stitches yesterday." "No hospital," Raphael said immediately. The medic looked at Daniel. Daniel said, "Can you patch him enough to keep him talking?" "That is not normally how medicine works." "Today it is." The medic cleaned and dressed the wound while Raphael bit down on a folded gauze packet and cursed in 2 languages. Ethan stood by the wall with his arms crossed, silent, watching everything. A deputy knocked and opened the door halfway. "Dan, sheriff wants you." "Now?" "Now." Daniel looked at Raphael. "Don't die while I'm gone." Raphael managed a weak smile around the gauze. "I'll do my best." In the hallway, the station, noise seemed louder. The sheriff's office door was open. Sheriff Tom Garvey stood behind his desk in shirt sleeves, tie off, reading from a printed briefing with the expression of a man trying to locate the least bad version of a disaster. In his late 50s and built like an old college linebacker gone to seed, Garvey usually projected lazy confidence. Not today. He looked up. "You brought me a bleeding smuggler." "I brought you a witness." "I don't care which noun you prefer. Homeland Security called twice looking for him." Daniel shut the door behind him. "That was fast. Faster than I like." Garvey tossed the briefing on the desk. "States telling us no evacuation. County Emergency Management wants fuel security. Feds are asking about marinas, and half my people are fielding calls from residents who think missiles are already in the air. So tell me whether the man in our interview room is useful enough to justify the paperwork." Daniel hesitated, then, "He says he was moving hardened electronics and shielded containers through the straits. Says his partner saw radiation labels." Garvey did not move for a second, then very carefully, "Do you believe him?" "I believe he believes what he saw." "That's not what I asked." Daniel thought of Agent Voss, of the federal warning, of the emergency alert wording, of Raphael's wound and the panic at the gas stations and the dead phones and the dead man in the rental house. "I think something bigger than smuggling is in play," he said. Garvey sat down slowly. "Hell." He looked older when he sat. "Here's what you're going to do," the sheriff said. "You keep him talking. You keep a written chain on everything. And you do not hand him over to any federal suit without my signature unless the sky is actively falling." Daniel almost smiled. "That specific enough?" "It's the best I can do." The radio on Garvey's desk crackled. "Dispatch again." The voice came clipped, strained. "Sheriff, be advised. We've got reports of looting at a grocery on Overseas and multiple fuel station disturbances. Also receiving calls about intermittent power fluctuations from Tavernier South." Garvey closed his eyes once, opened them, and looked at Daniel. "That's sound to you," he said, like the beginning of a very long day. Daniel thought of the marina, of Ethan, of the woman from the federal government, of Washington, wherever its secrets were fermenting. Then he said, "No." Garvey frowned. "No?" Daniel looked toward the bullpen, where phones were ringing without pause, and deputies were answering people they could not help. "No," he said. "It sounds like the end of one." Chapter 3, First Strike. At 10:17 a.m., the first confirmed lie was still holding. Not because it was convincing, because there were still enough people desperate to believe it. Across the country, people clung to the same fragile assumption with different words. That experts were still in charge, that systems still function, that somewhere inside a room with microphones and classified folders, competent men and women were arranging outcomes nobody else could yet see. The lie was not elegant, but it was useful. It gave the morning shape. It made panic feel premature. It let people stand in grocery lines, fill gas tanks, refresh news feeds, and continue speaking in the grammar of inconvenience rather than the grammar of catastrophe. By late morning, time had already become the scarcest thing in the world. In Washington, Claire Mercer stood in the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors of the Ledger building, with Martin Aguirre's prepaid phone in one hand and his photocopied notes in the other, trying to decide whether fear sharpened thought or merely made it louder. Above her, the newsroom had reached full crisis volume. Phones rang without pause. Reporters shouted across desks. Producers barked questions nobody could answer cleanly. Someone was arguing with legal. Someone else was crying behind one of the glass offices and doing it quietly enough to preserve whatever dignity was still left in the building. Every screen in the place seemed to glow with maps, banners, and carefully modulated voices explaining that the situation remained fluid. Claire had retreated to the stairwell because it was one of the only places still quiet enough to think. Quiet had become a resource. She scrolled through the prepaid phone again, though she already knew what she would find. No contacts, no messages, no history except the call from Martin. Cheap, clean, disposable. A device chosen by somebody who already understood that ordinary channels were either watched or soon would be. On the page in her hand, Martin's handwriting leaned harder to the right than usual. He had written fast. He had written under pressure. Timeline management. Internal language diverges from public chronology. Key phrase, unavoidable response. Watch sequence between maritime event confirmation and readiness language. Below that, circled twice so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper. The gap is where the truth lives. Claire stared at the sentence. That was what she hunted. Not simply facts, though facts mattered. Not statements. Not even leaks by themselves. She hunted the gap between what institutions said and what they had already arranged behind the scenes to survive. The space where real intent revealed itself, often accidentally, in preparation. Footsteps sounded below. She stepped back against the concrete wall instantly, pulse thudding once hard in her throat. But it was only Samir, climbing fast with his tie loose, jacket off, phone pressed, to his ear. "No, I do not care what Cable is saying," he snapped into the receiver. "I care what we can prove. No, not in 10 minutes. In 20, then kill me after." He hung up, saw Claire, and exhaled. "You vanish a lot when civilization bends. I prefer concrete to conference rooms." "How reassuring." He nodded at the notes in her hand. "Anything new?" "Only worse interpretations of what we already have. That has also been my morning." Claire handed him one of the photocopies. He scanned it quickly, and she watched his expression shift. "Look at the timestamps," she said. "Continuity site prep starts before the public timeline justifies it. Messaging drafts exist before the administration publicly acknowledges the threat window. Strategic posture moves while the White House is still using restraint language." Samir gave the page back. "If you write this wrong, they call it coincidence. If I write it right, they call it unsupported pattern. That is still better than getting us buried under the phrase reckless speculation during a national security emergency." Claire folded the paper and looked at him. "What aren't you telling me?" His hesitation was small but obvious. "What?" Samir rubbed a hand over his mouth. "There's chatter that parts of D.C. may go into restricted access this afternoon. Metro disruptions, federal closures. Nobody can separate rumor from contingency anymore. But people are moving. Which people? The kind with badges, black SUVs, and a poor sense of irony. Claire felt the cold inward tightening that had been stalking her all morning. And we're still debating timing. We're debating whether to publish an accusation that senior elements of government prepared the public narrative of strategic escalation before the public knew the full escalation existed. She looked back down at Martin's notes. That doesn't make it less true. No, Samir said. Just harder to survive. Her real phone buzzed in her pocket. Unknown number. They looked at each other once. Then she answered. Claire Mercer, she said. A woman's voice replied, calm and perfectly controlled. Ms. Mercer. Claire's spine went rigid. You recently came into possession of documents not authorized for disclosure, the voice said. Samir's expression changed at once. Claire turned away from him, lowering her voice. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course not, but I would strongly advise against circulating incomplete materials during a period of national instability. Claire stared at the stairwell wall, its institutional beige paint suddenly obscene in its ordinariness. If you know who I am, you know threatening a reporter is usually poor optics. Threatening? No. Clarifying stakes. Then clarify them. A brief pause, then the woman said, Not every washoitoi. Truth helps when systems are under strain. The line went dead. Claire lowered the phone slowly. Samir searched her face. Tell me you just imagined that. No, she said. I don't think imagination is the problem anymore. Across the continent in Oakland, Maravale carried 2 grocery bags, a pharmacy sack, and one ugly knot of fear into her apartment and kicked the door shut behind her with her heel. Noah appeared from the hallway before she even had the bags down. You got stuff? I noticed, thank you. He took the grocery bags from her and set them on the kitchen counter. Water, canned soup, rice, bread, batteries, painkillers, peanut butter. Whatever produce was still left by the time she got to the shelves. Not enough of anything. It already felt like not enough. The apartment looked different now because Noah had done exactly what she told him. The bathtub was full. Every clean bottle, pot, pitcher, and reusable container on the counter held water. Chargers snaked across the outlets. Laptops and power banks were plugged in. The hall closet had been excavated and spread across the dining table in a rough inventory of what passed for readiness in their small life. Lantern, duct tape, flashlight, blankets, first aid kit, 1 half-used pack of candles, and the camping stove from a trip 2 summers ago. Noah looked almost proud of himself. Then he looked at her face and lost the pride. It's worse, right? Mara set the pharmacy bag down gently because she was too tired for sudden movements. How bad is the internet? He held up his phone. Half the posts say calm down, half say this is the start of World War III, and the other half are conspiracy videos made by men whose profile pictures are eagles. That is too many halves. I contain multitudes. She almost smiled, but the effort failed halfway. Instead, she went to the window and looked down at the street. Traffic below had shifted, from normal weekday movement into something denser, more anxious, less purposeful. Too many vehicles, too many lane changes, too many faces glancing at phones between red lights. The city had begun to take on the shape of people improvising around a fear they couldn't define. A siren screamed somewhere nearby and did not stop. Did your father call again? She asked. Noah leaned on the counter. Texted. He says people are overreacting and that if things get weird, I can go to his office building because they have backup generators. Mara turned from the window. He invited you to a downtown office tower. Yeah, in a developing national emergency. I know. She closed her eyes for a second. Kevin had always had a talent for sounding useful while missing the entire geometry of danger. Noah watched her. Tell me the real version. She took a breath, then another. I think this may still stop short of the worst case, she said carefully, but I also think we're past the point where pretending everything is normal is useful. So what do we do? Mara looked around the apartment. 2 bedrooms, 3rd floor, thin walls, no generator, limited food, half a tank in the car, hospital not far away in ordinary traffic. Impossible to predict now. One elderly neighbor next door. A family downstairs. Building management incompetent when life was simple. Stay or move. The question had arrived much faster than she wanted. "Where's the camping stove from Tahoe?" she asked. "In the storage bin." "Bring it up." He didn't move at first. "You really think—" "I think I'd rather own one extra bad decision than one missing good one." That was enough. He disappeared into the hallway closet. Mara picked up the remote and turned the television volume on. A retired general was explaining, in the numbing cadence of a man who had spent years making terror sound manageable, that strategic readiness, adjustments were not unusual during elevated tensions, and that Americans should avoid over-interpreting operational precautions. She muttered, "Then stop putting men like you on television." The doorbell rang. Everything in the apartment froze at once. Mara crossed to the kitchen and took the biggest knife she owned from the drawer before she could think better of how absurd that was. Noah reappeared holding the stove, eyes widening when he saw the knife. "Stay back," she mouthed. She moved to the door and looked through the peephole. Mrs. Alvarez from next door stood there clutching a cordless phone in one hand and a rosary in the other, hairnet still on, eyes already wet. Mara opened the door but kept the chain latched. "Mrs. Alvarez?" "My sister in San Jose says the stores are empty," and her power blinked twice. "Do you think we should leave?" Mara glanced back at the counter full of supplies, the full bathtub, the water containers, her son in the kitchen, pretending not to listen. Every answer she had today felt stolen from a future she could not see. "I think," Mara said carefully, "you should fill every container you have with water, charge your phone, and keep your car pointed out if you have one." Mrs. Alvarez nodded too quickly. "You think it's war." Mara almost lied. Instead, she said, "I think it's the kind of day where readiness matters." The older woman crossed herself. "I knew it when the birds went quiet this morning." Mara had no response to that. She shut the door, locked it, and stood there for a beat too long with the knife still in her hand, until Noah said quietly, "Mom." She set it down. At the Monroe County Sheriff's substation, Sheriff Tom Garvey's long day had already taken on the feeling of a building fire seen from inside the walls. Phones rang and rang and rang. Deputies moved fast in short lines, no wasted motion left in them. Dispatch clipped from call to call with less padding now. There had been a brawl at a fuel station, a break-in at a marina supply shed, false reports of incoming missiles, one very real armed robbery at a grocery, and enough frightened residents calling for answers to bury any office that still believed in normal staffing assumptions. Daniel Rowe stepped back into interview 2 with a legal pad, a stale coffee, and the sensation that every minute spent sitting in a chair was a minute stolen from something larger and faster moving outside. Rafael Soto sat beneath the fluorescent light with a fresh dressing taped over his ribs and the pale, damp look of a man who had moved through panic and into consequence. Ethan was still there too, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, silent, refusing every suggestion that he leave. Daniel closed the door and sat across from Rafael. "Start with the photos," he said. Rafael looked up slowly. Victor kept them off his main phone, used an old handset with no service. "Camera. Only habit." "Where is it?" "I don't know." Daniel held his gaze. Rafael shook his head. "That's not strategy," he said. "I really don't know." After he looked into the container, he got spooked. Started saying the cargo wasn't for sale, it was for positioning. Positioning what? He wouldn't say clearly, just kept repeating that nobody ships hardened equipment through civilian dock chains unless they expect civilian infrastructure to fail. Ethan spoke from the wall. "Backup systems." Rafael looked at him. "Maybe, but not backup for us." Daniel wrote that down. Outside the room, someone turned up the television in reception, and a reporter's voice rose through the door. "Unconfirmed but increasingly credible reports of strategic bomber movements from multiple U.S. facilities." Garvey barked from somewhere down the hall. "Turn that damn thing down unless it's official." The volume dropped. Daniel looked back at Rafael. "You said peace is meant to survive the first blast. Whose phrase was that?" Rafael stared at the table. "Victor's." From the photos? From what he saw in the container lid compartments, laminated packets, routing instructions maybe, one line in English, one in Russian, one in something else. He only got a glimpse before resealing it, but that phrase stuck in his head. Daniel felt something gather under his sternum. In English exactly? Raphael nodded. Ethan looked at Daniel. That could still mean civil defense. Could, Daniel said. Raphael laughed once, weakly. Then why is everybody with power acting like they already know how scared to be? No one answered him. Daniel flipped the page on his legal pad. Tell me about the men chasing you. Raphael's face tightened. 3 at first, then maybe more. I saw them in Marathon, then again near a fuel dock on Big Pine. No local swagger, no marked vehicles. They moved like private military or black federal work. Clean shoes, expensive rifles, zero interest in witnesses. You get any names? No. Any accents? One American, maybe Midwestern. One could have been Cuban-American or just Miami polished. The third barely spoke. Ethan asked, They kill Alvarez? Raphael closed his eyes briefly. Yes. You see it happen? No. I found him after. Why didn't you go to law enforcement then? Daniel asked. Raphael opened his eyes and met his. Because I have spent enough time around official men to know the difference between a crime and a corridor. This felt like a corridor, something already in motion. Reporting one murder wasn't going to stop whatever Victor had stumbled into. And coming here would? No, Raphael said honestly, but I was running out of places that still felt real. For a moment, the 3 men sat in silence, listening to the station breathe around them. Ringing, phones, footsteps, muffled voices, the weak, constant pulse of systems under strain. Then the lights flickered. Once, twice, stayed on. Raphael said very softly, That's how it starts. Daniel stood so fast his chair skidded backward. In Washington, the city had already begun dividing itself into people who still trusted schedules and people who no longer did. By late morning, Claire Mercer belonged firmly to the second group. She stood at the conference room window while Samir argued with the publisher on speakerphone about whether pattern-based corroboration under emergency conditions counted as sufficient threshold for publication. Miriam from legal objected to verbs. A web editor built 3 different homepage shells depending on whether the next hour brought confirmation, denial, or silence. Claire stopped listening. Outside, K Street looked normal from a distance and wrong in every detail. More black SUVs than usual, fewer pedestrians walking casually, delivery trucks idling longer, federal employees clustered near building entrances, talking fast, checking phones, dispersing and reforming as if pulled by a magnetic field nobody could see. She opened Martin's prepaid phone again, still blank. Then it vibrated. Not a call. A text. No number attached. If public address begins, do not stay above the 4th floor. Claire stared at the words until they stopped looking like text and started looking like architecture. Samir, she said. He was still arguing. Because if they lock the district down after we hold the story, then what exactly are we preserving? Samir! Something in her voice cut through. He crossed the room, read the screen, and went very still. Miriam looked over from the table. What is it? Samir didn't take his eyes off the phone. Something I would very much prefer not to be real, Claire said. Could be from Martin. Could also be from whoever called you. Also, true, Miriam stood. What does public address mean? Nobody answered because nobody needed to. The possibility moved through the room anyway. Presidential address, emergency address, national address. The kind of speech countries remembered by where they were standing when it began. Claire looked back out the window and saw a helicopter cross low over the city, banking hard toward the river. Then another. The debates about phrasing and legal exposure and editorial caution suddenly felt microscopic. Publish the first piece, she said. Samir turned to her. Without the stronger line? With the strongest line we can prove now. Miriam nodded once. That I can defend. The publisher objected over speaker, something about restraint and national responsibility, but Samir had already decided. Run version 2, he said to the web editor. Top slot, cautious head, strong body, timeline discrepancies, continuity posture, messaging divergence, internal readiness indicators. The web editor nodded and started typing faster. Claire felt no victory, only acceleration. Back in Oakland, Mara and Noah were in the parking structure beneath the apartment building, loading the car with the kind of items that revealed, with humiliating clarity, what a household actually believed mattered. Water, food, medicine, blankets, flashlights, chargers, important documents, cash from the envelope in the kitchen drawer, Noah's inhaler, Mara's spare scrubs, a photo album she had not meant to take and could not bring herself to leave. The trunk filled too quickly. Noah held up a board game. No? Mara stared at it, then said, no. He nodded solemnly and put it back on the shelf like a ceremonial sacrifice. Somewhere 2 levels over, someone revved an engine too hard. Car doors slammed. Voices echoed oddly through the concrete. You really think we might have to go? Noah asked. I think being packed is different from leaving. That sounds like something you say when you already decided. Mara leaned against the half-closed trunk and looked at him. Parking garage light made him look older somehow. Not physically, structurally. Like the day had reached inside him and shifted a few beams. Then her phone rang. St. Bridget's. She answered at once. Vale. It was Tasha, her charge nurse. Her voice was clipped and too controlled. We're short already. Half the day's staff are delayed or not coming in. Power flickered twice. Admin wants voluntary early return for critical care and ED support. Mara shut her eyes, of course. Tasha, I know. Hospital language. It meant, I know you're exhausted. I know you have a child. I know the city feels wrong. I know asking this is cruel. I'm asking anyway. How bad? Mara asked. Not bad yet, but the word yet is doing a lot of work. Mara let out a long breath. Give me 20 minutes. After she hung up, Noah didn't speak immediately then. You're going back. She nodded. He looked at the packed car. Then what am I doing? There it was, the question underneath everything else. Mara thought of Kevin's office building and dismissed it instantly. Thought of neighbors, thought of the apartment, thought of the hospital where at least there would be people, structure, backup power, some chance of information. You come with me, she said. To the hospital? Yes. He blinked. Can I even be there? I don't know, but I know where I can find you if the city fractures. That was the first time either of them had let a sentence like that fully exist. Noah looked away. Then he nodded once. Okay. And in that quiet word, Mara heard the end of one stage of childhood. By noon in the Florida Keys, the sun was bright enough to mock everyone. Ethan had finally left the substation only because Sheriff Garvey told him, in language halfway between order and plea, that if the county lost local fuel, dock access, and public calm all at once, nobody would care how interesting Rafael Soto's story had been. So Ethan drove back to the Drift House Marina and found the first wave already there. 3 local boat owners demanding to top off drums. 2 tourists trying to check out early and furious that the card reader was down. 1 charter captain insisting on buying all remaining ice at triple price. A family from Georgia wanting to know whether to drive north or stay put. Mrs. Bell sitting in the office with a Bible in her lap and a shotgun across her knees that Ethan was fairly sure belonged to her dead husband, and only somewhat sure she still knew how to use. The neon VAC sign buzzed uselessly in the window like it belonged to another century. Ethan moved through it all with the grim speed of a man whose body knew what to do before his mind accepted why. No, you can't have all the fuel. Yes, the card machine is still out. No, I don't know if the roads are closing. If you're checking out, I need cash. Mrs. Bell, barrel down, please. The shotgun lowered 1 inch. Progress. His dockhand Luis came jogging up from the south slips, out of breath. We got 2 guys asking about the transient boat that came in this morning. Ethan looked up at once. What guys? Luis shook his head. Didn't like them. Uniform? No, sir. Just wrong. Ethan felt the old cold knot in his stomach tighten. Where now? Drove off when I said I didn't know anything. Black truck, no front plate. Listen to me, Ethan said. Chain the south fuel cage, move the spare diesel drums into the maintenance shed and lock it. Don't tell anyone what we have left. Luis nodded immediately and went. Ethan turned back toward the office. Everyone inside was staring at the television. The screen showed a live White House podium now, still empty, with the Quran. President to address nation. Shortly, the room's noise drained away. Nobody said what they all thought. Ethan didn't either. He just stepped behind the counter, opened the drawer beneath it, and took out the ring of keys to every fuel lock, storage shed, utility box, and guest room on the property. He laid them in order: water, fuel, food, rooms, tools, weapons, people. People last because people never stayed sorted for long. Mrs. Bell said in a very small voice, "I remember where I was when Kennedy was shot." No one answered. She kept staring at the television. I think this is going to be one of those days, too. At 12:09 p.m., every radio in the Monroe County substation crackled at once. Not an ordinary dispatch interruption, a system override. Every deputy froze where he stood. Garvey came out of his office before the first full sentence landed. The dispatcher's voice was replaced by the national alert tone, then a male voice reading from script with forced steadiness. This is a national emergency communication. Strategic conditions have deteriorated. The president will address the nation momentarily. All law enforcement and emergency personnel are directed to maintain continuity of local operations pending further federal coordination. Do not abandon assigned post unless ordered by competent authority. The message repeated. On the second cycle, one of the younger deputies whispered, "Jesus Christ." Garvey snapped, "Eyes up." But his own face had gone gray at the edges. Daniel felt the room shift in priority. Every ordinary hierarchy had just been informed that something larger was descending on it, and the worst part was that nothing in the message offered usable instruction. Maintain continuity. Hold your post. Wait for federal coordination. Those were not orders designed to save people. Those were orders designed to keep systems from shedding personnel too fast. He thought of Ethan at the EOU Marina, of Raphael in the interview room, of Agent Voss, of Washington, of every fuel station, grocery line, bridge, dock, and apartment building filled with people improvising reality from scraps. A civilian clerk behind reception began crying silently. Garvey pointed to two deputies. "Get the outer doors secured. Nobody comes back here without reason." Then he looked at Daniel. "With me." Inside the sheriff's office, Garvey shut the door hard enough to rattle the frame. "You think this is it?" he asked. Daniel answered honestly, "I think this is a threshold." Garvey swore and ran a hand over his face. "State emergency management wants status reports every 30 minutes now. Federal says continuity. County says reassure the public. The public thinks hell is coming. How many bodies do they think I have?" "Not enough." "No kidding." Garvey met his eyes. "Your brother's place. Is it defensible?" Daniel blinked. "Why?" "Because if roads fail and people start looking for fuel and water on islands, marinas become magnets." Daniel held his gaze. Garvey knew that. Knew why he hesitated. The sheriff nodded once. "Go check it." "Sir, that's an order disguised as common sense. Take a deputy if you want. Bring me back something useful." Daniel was already reaching for the knob when Garvey added, "En row." He turned. "If the president says the word nuclear," Garvey said, "I want you underground, over water, or moving. Don't stand still in the open like an idiot because some office in D.C. forgot how to speak plain." Daniel gave the smallest nod and left. At 12:17 p.m., the Ledger homepage published Claire Mercer's story. The headline was restrained because legal had fought for every syllable. Internal preparedness documents suggest U.S. officials anticipated escalation before public timeline shifted. The subhead was sharper. Records reviewed by the Ledger indicate continuity planning, messaging preparation, and readiness adjustments were underway before the administration publicly acknowledged the full scale of the Pacific crisis. It went live. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then traffic spiked like a heart monitor hit with voltage. Reposts multiplied. Other reporters texted for comment. One television producer called asking Claire to go on air within the hour. Social feeds split in the way reality always split now, half accusing the paper of sabotage, half thanking it for naming the unease. Claire felt no satisfaction, only exposure. Then every screen in the newsroom cut at once to the White House seal. No countdown, no music, just the seal. Someone shouted, "He's up." People came out of offices and drifted into the main floor until the entire newsroom stood together before the televisions. Reporters, copy editors, interns, designers, one janitor who had abandoned his cart in the hallway. Nobody wanted to be alone for whatever came next. The president appeared. He looked older than he had 3 days ago, not physically transformed, but some private structure inside him, the thing that distributed burden across process and time and other people, seemed to have collapsed, leaving all the strain visible around his eyes. He began with allies, with stability, with strength, with patience. Claire felt dread rise with every prefatory phrase. Then he said, "Earlier today, the United States confirmed that strategic missile launches have occurred in the Western Pacific Theater as part of a rapidly escalating conflict involving multiple nuclear-armed states." The newsroom did not gasp. It did something worse. It went completely still. The president kept speaking, limited scope still under review, no confirmed impacts to the continental United States. Defense coordination, civil order, local shelter, communications disruption. But Claire barely heard the middle of it because one fact had already detonated inside her mind. Launches had occurred, not might, not risk, not feared, occurred. Somewhere on Earth, at that very moment, cities or bases or fleets were already fire. Samir's hand closed around her forearm too tightly. Someone whispered, "My God." The president continued, careful and controlled and uselessly calm. The sentence that mattered had already been spoken. In the common room of Mara's apartment building, people received the same speech-like impact. Mara had stopped there only because the signal in the parking garage had failed, and now she stood among a cluster of residents beneath fluorescent lights while the president told them, in words so measured they bordered on obscene, that strategic launches had happened somewhere beyond the curve of the world. A young father with one child on his hip and another clutching his leg said very softly, "No." Just once. No. As if refusing grammar itself. Noah stood beside Mara, not touching her, but close enough that she could feel the heat from his sleeve. When the president reached the part about shelter and communications disruption, that did it. The room burst into overlapping voices. "What does communications disruption mean?" "We should leave now." "Where?" "My brother's in Sacramento." "No roads." "Should we go upstairs?" "Shut up and let him finish." "He isn't saying anything." Mara grabbed Noah's sleeve and pulled him toward the door before panic became kinetic. Back in the parking structure, the air smelled of gasoline and concrete dust. They got into the car, but neither shut the doors right away. The sounds outside had changed. Engines. Too many engines. Tires squealing on the ramp. Someone shouting from 2 levels up. A baby crying. A horn leaning on itself too long. "He said not the mainland," Noah said. Mara started the engine. "He said at this time," he swallowed. "Same difference?" "No," Mara said. "Worse." She backed out. Cars were already funneling toward the exit in a tight, angry braid. Every driver suddenly convinced that this exact minute might determine everything. It might. Her phone lit up again with St. Bridget's number. She answered on speaker. "Tasha!" The charged nurse's voice came fast. "Get here if you can. City EMS just pushed notice of expected surge conditions. Also, there's a rumor." "What rumor?" "Nothing confirmed. Just move." The line died. Network failure, congestion, fear, any of them. Mara merged into the exit line. Above ground, Oakland had begun to unravel. At the Drift House Marina, Ethan watched the president's speech with 8 other people crowded into the office and came away with one overwhelming certainty. No one coming to save them knew how to speak like a human being. He stood at the back wall while guests, boat owners, Luis, Mrs. Bell, and a young couple from Naples stared at the screen. When the president said strategic missile launches have occurred, the room changed. Not all at once, not dramatically, Bodies registered it before mouths did. Spines stiffened, eyes widened and then narrowed. One tourist laughed once in disbelief and then clapped a hand over his own face. Louis crossed himself. Mrs. Bell began whispering scripture too quietly to hear. Then the president reached seek local shelter and communications disruption, and the room broke. I need to get my wife. The airport, we have to leave. North, we drive north. The bridge will jam. Can we take our boat? Take it where? Mr. Rowe, what do we do? That last one came from everyone, even when only one voice said it. Ethan had no right to become the shape of authority in that room. He became it anyway. Everybody listen to me. He said it once, louder the second time, and they listened because fear craves structure, even borrowed structure. Roads are going to get worse before they get better, he said. Fuel is limited. If you leave right this second without a destination and supplies, you're just choosing your traffic jam. If you stay, fill every container with water, get your medications together, keep shoes on, keep your phones charging while the power's still here, and nobody starts a fight over ice, fuel, or rumor on my property. Understood? They stared at him. He kept his voice flat. I mean it. I will throw you out before I let panic become policy. That penetrated, not because it was comforting, because it sounded like a rule. And rules, even small local ones, still felt like civilization. People began moving, not calmly, but with purpose. He turned to Luis. Inventory food. Every room fridge, every storage cabinet. Quietly. Luis nodded and went. To Mrs. Bell he said, keep the shotgun out of sight unless you need it. She looked almost offended. I know how to handle a firearm. I believe you. Hide it anyway. Outside, sirens wailed somewhere beyond the highway. Ethan stepped out onto the dock. The channel glittered in the noon light, absurdly beautiful. A fishing boat farther out was heading hard for open water, maybe trying to outrun a fear too large for highways. Another was coming in fast, overloaded with people and plastic tubs. His phone buzzed. A text from Daniel. President confirmed launches. I'm coming back. Lock down fuel. Don't trust anyone asking about Slip 12. Then another. And Ethan, if you can avoid the open dock this afternoon, do it. He read that twice. A third message arrived half garbled before finishing. Hearing possible additional trajectories under review. Not confirmed. Stay sharp. Ethan put the phone away slowly. Out beyond the channel he heard thunder, but there were no clouds. He looked up. The sound came again, deeper this time, rolling overhead. Jets, fast, heading north. He stood alone on the dock and watched the dark shapes cut across the brilliant sky and understood, with a clarity so cold it almost felt clean, that history had already gone past them. The question now was whether it was still coming back for more. At 12:46 p.m., every signal bar vanished from Claire Mercer's phone. Not slowly, not weakly, gone. Around her, other people noticed at the same time. Did you lose service? Mine too. No, Wi-Fi's still... No, wait. The noise in the newsroom surged again. Someone shouted that the site was still live over hardline. Someone else said social was stalling. A television producer screamed into a dead phone line and got angrier, as if volume might restore infrastructure. Claire checked the prepaid phone. Dead too. Samir came out of his office carrying a legal pad and looking older by years. We're still up on wired connection, for now. Claire looked at her phone again. No bars, no network, no ordinary reach. Outside the window, the city had changed still further. More sirens. A column of black smoke somewhere east. Traffic moving wrong in every lane. If this becomes a real communication severance, she said, people are going to start inventing the rest. They already have, Samir replied. A junior reporter came running down the hall. National Desk says there are unconfirmed reports of detonations abroad. Video is a mess. Could be fake, could be old, could be real. Claire leaned back against the wall. Then the building PA clicked overhead. Everyone in the corridor looked up. A calm, mechanical voice said, "Attention, building management advises occupants to remain indoors and away from exterior glass until further notice." That was not a fire alarm, not a drill, not anything normal. And at once the stairwell, the lower floors, Martin's message, "Do not stay above the fourth floor," came back into Claire's mind with terrible shape. She looked at Samir. He understood. Immediately. "Move," he said. At 12:51 p.m., Mara's car was trapped 3 blocks from the hospital in a grid of vehicles that had stopped being traffic and become geography. Cars sat angled over curbs and half into intersections, abandoned in one lane and overcommitted in another. A city bus had stopped diagonally, trapping 2 delivery vans. People were out of their vehicles now, shouting, crying, running, making calls that no longer connected, staring at the sky whenever distant aircraft passed overhead. The radio still worked for the moment. A local anchor spoke too fast over intermittent updates from national feeds. The words "launches confirmed" and "foreign targets" and "no verified mainland impacts" repeated until they began to lose meaning. Noah gripped the passenger door handle so hard his knuckles whitened. "We're not getting there." Mara looked ahead and knew he was right. Not by car. She made the decision before doubt could slow it. "Take the backpack," she said. "What?" "Take the backpack. Water, meds, chargers, documents." "Mom?" "We walk." He stared through the windshield at the impossible intersection ahead. "To the hospital?" "Yes." "That's insane." "Probably." She killed the engine, grabbed her keys, and stepped out. Outside, the noise hit harder. Horns, sirens, human voices stripped of courtesy. Somewhere glass shattered. A helicopter hammered overhead, banking low toward downtown. Noah came around the hood with the backpack on. Mara locked the car by reflex and almost laughed at herself. What exactly was that preserving now? They started moving between stalled vehicles, Mara keeping one hand on Noah's shoulder whenever the crowd tightened. A man leaned out of an SUV and shouted, "Where are you going?" "Hospital," Mara shouted back. He looked at her scrubs, then nodded, as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. As they crossed an intersection on foot, the city seemed to hum beneath them. Not an earthquake, not quite, just an accumulation of mechanical strain and movement and fear large enough to feel like vibration. Noah looked up suddenly. "Mom?" She followed his gaze. Far above the haze, 3 thin white contrails crossed in violent angles, too high and too fast for commercial traffic. Her mouth went dry. "Keep moving," she said. They did. At 1:03 p.m., Daniel was halfway back to the marina when dispatch screamed through the radio with a tone he had never heard in real life. Not alert, not priority, something above both. Then the dispatcher's voice, almost breaking, all units, stand by for federal relay. Possible inbound assessment under review." Repeat, possible inbound assessment under review. This is not confirmation. Await further. Static swallowed the rest. Daniel's hands locked on the wheel. The county sedan suddenly felt too thin, too exposed, too dependent on distance and luck. Beside him, Deputy Morales stared at the radio. "What the hell does inbound assessment mean?" Daniel didn't answer, because he knew exactly what it meant. It meant somebody somewhere had seen something in the sky, or on a screen, or in a chain of command. And the people below were being fed partial language to stop them from bolting before the top decided what truth was manageable. Morales grabbed the handset. "Dispatch, Unit 12 requesting clarification." Nothing. Then static. Then another voice. Not dispatch, maybe state, maybe federal. Buried in interference. Trajectory data incomplete. Gone. Morales looked at Daniel. "You think this is missiles?" Daniel accelerated. "That," he said tightly, "is the first useful question anybody has asked all day." The road ahead shimmered in the heat. Cars were pulling over now without being told. Drivers standing outside their vehicles and looking south, north, nowhere intelligent, just up. Panic moved faster once it no longer needed proof. Daniel blew past a minivan half on the shoulder, siren on, lights strobing blue against palm trunks and gas station awnings. His phone buzzed on the console. "Garvey?" Daniel answered on speaker. "Sir." Garvey's voice came through shredded by bad signal. "Where are you?" 3 minutes out from the marina if traffic holds." "Traffic won't hold." "No, sir." A burst of static. Then Garvey again. Federal channel says no confirmed inbound mainland track. State says possible additional launches. Military liaison says stay under cover if practical. Nobody knows a damn thing for sure. Understood. Garvey inhaled sharply on the other end. You get your brother off the dock. You hear me? I hear you. Daniel, the use of his first name made him glance down. If this turns into one of those historical sentences, Garvey said, voice flattening with effort, don't be noble, be alive. The line died. At the ledger, people were running down stairwells. Not in total panic. Not yet, but nobody was pretending the move was optional. Claire descended with Samir, Miriam, 2 interns, a photographer carrying 3 cameras he refused to abandon, and a handful of others whose entire relationship to one another had changed in the last 10 minutes from co-worker to witness. They moved quickly, but everyone kept glancing upward, as if danger might announce itself through concrete. On the landing between the 4th and 3rd floors, the building shuddered, only slightly. A collective gasp bounced off the stairwell walls. What was that? One intern whispered. Generator transfer, someone lied immediately. Claire knew a lie when she heard one. Nobody challenged it. They needed the shape of explanation more than truth for that second. By the time they reached the 3rd floor records room, interior, no windows, cinder block core, the hallway was already filling with people from neighboring offices who had apparently received similar instincts or orders. Lawyers, assistants, analysts, a delivery man with 2 untouched catering trays, a woman in heels carrying a cat in a soft carrier, her face set with the hard dignity of someone who had refused to leave something alive behind. The records room smelled of paper dust, toner, and stale air. Perfect. Samir shut the door behind them. Inside, 23 people tried to fit their breathing around one another. Claire checked her phone again. Still dead. Then the room's single-wired emergency radio crackled to life on its shelf. A male voice came through, clipped and strained, already mid-sentence. Repeat, there is no confirmed strike assessment for the District of Columbia at this time. Remain sheltered. Stay away from windows. Further information pending. At this time, Claire leaned back against a shelf of archived campaign finance reports and closed her eyes. For the briefest second, no confirmed strike assessment. That was not reassurance. That was bureaucracy trying to remain grammar while fear swallowed the verbs. Someone in the room began praying under her breath. No one told her to stop. At 1:12 p.m., Ethan Rowe was still on the dock. Because some habits outlived wisdom by a few precious minutes. He had come out only to help tie off the overloaded inbound boat and get the frightened family aboard it onto solid footing. Mother, father, 2 children, 1 dog, too many plastic tubs. All of them salt-swept and wild-eyed from a run up the channel, made on half rumor and full fear. He got the youngest girl onto the dock just as his phone buzzed in his pocket. Daniel's text, "Get inside now." No explanation, none needed. Ethan looked up. Everything was bright, too bright. The water was all shattered silver. The pilings bleached white. Gulls wheeled and cried above the channel. And then every gull vanished at once. Not vanished, literally. Rose, exploded upward from the docks and mangroves in a single white convulsion of wings. The kind of animal reaction that hit a human nervous system below language. The father from the boat said, "What is that?" Ethan didn't answer. Far away, so far it might have been another country, another ocean, another planet. Something thudded through the air. Not thunder, not artillery exactly. A concussion so deep it arrived as pressure before sound. The little girl clamped her hands over her ears, though it was still mostly beyond hearing. Then came a second one, and somewhere behind Ethan, inside the office, somebody screamed. He moved without deciding to. "1 building in!" he shouted. "Now!" He shoved the father toward the office, grabbed the mooring line with one hand and the girl with the other, and ran for the dock gate as the channel glittered under a sky still empty of visible death. Behind him, the dog barked frantically. Someone fell. Mrs. Bell was shouting scripture from the office doorway. Luis was waving people in. Then the world flashed. Not here. Not direct. A white pulse across the far horizon, so huge and silent for the first fraction that Ethan's brain refused to classify it. Then the sound reached them, a low, impossible rolling impact, like the atmosphere itself had been struck. Every instinct in his body understood before thought caught up. Blast. Distant. Massive. Real. People were screaming now. Ethan hit the office door shoulder first, dragging the child inside with him as glass rattled in its frame, and every loose object in the room jumped. The television cut to static. The lights died, and in the sudden dark, broken only by daylight through the windows and the raw animal noise of frightened people, Ethan Rowe finally understood that the first strike was no longer a sentence spoken by men in suits. It was history, and it had just entered the room. Chapter 4. Cities of Smoke. For the first several seconds after the blast wave rolled through the marina, nobody in the office understood what they had heard. They understood fear. They understood the instinct to drop, to cover, to grab the nearest child, to shout names louder than thought. But understanding the shape of history as it arrived was another matter. The office of the Drift House had gone abruptly primitive. The television was dead. The lights were out. The landlines had already failed earlier. Only daylight remained, pouring through the windows in hot white bands that now looked hostile instead of harmless. Loose brochures and registration slips drifted slowly through the air after being shaken loose by the impact. One of the fishing maps had fallen from the wall and lay across the floor like skin. Ethan Rowe hit the doorframe with his shoulder, half carrying the little girl from the boat, and stumbled inside as the second rattle passed through the windows. "Down!" he shouted. People were already down, or trying to be. Mrs. Bell knelt behind the desk with the shotgun clutched to her chest like a relic. Louis had one arm around the girl's mother and the other around the barking dog, which twisted and snapped against fear with no idea what target to choose. The father from the overloaded boat had thrown himself over his son near the old brochure rack. Two of Ethan's guests were crouched flat against the far wall, with both hands over their heads, their mouths moving in soundless repetition. The little girl buried herself against Ethan's ribs so hard he could feel her heartbeat through her shirt. Outside, something metallic clanged, over and over, as if a loose line or sign had been jolted into a new rhythm. Then came the human sound, screaming from farther down the dock. Not the close, panicked shouting of people reacting together in one room, a thinner, sharper sound. Somebody caught alone in the open. Ethan's head jerked toward the door. "No!" Mrs. Bell snapped from behind the desk, voice startlingly strong. "Don't you dare!" Every nerve in Ethan's body was already leaning toward motion anyway, but he forced himself still long enough to listen. No second flash. No immediate follow-up impact. Only the layered noises of a place trying to decide whether it had been attacked or merely warned. The father on the floor lifted his head first. "Was that here?" "No," Ethan said, though the word came out rough. "No, not here." "How do you know?" the man asked. Because if it had been here, there would be no office, Ethan thought. But he didn't say that aloud. Instead, he set the girl gently into her mother's arms, crossed to the window, and made himself look outside. The marina was intact, shaken, disordered, but intact. One folding chair had blown across the gravel lot. A cooler lay overturned near the bait shed, bleeding ice into the dust. The overloaded boat at the dock had swung hard against its fenders and now knocked softly, obscenely peacefully against the pilings. Beyond the slips, the channel glittered under a sky so brutally blue it looked staged, and farther away, very far, far enough that the distance itself felt unreal. There was a stain on the horizon, a low, pale rise in the atmosphere that did not belong to weather. Ethan stared at it until his eyes hurt. Smoke, or ash, or vapor, or the afterbirth of a city burning beyond his comprehension. He became aware of his own breathing again only when Louise said quietly, "Boss?" Ethan turned from the window. The room looked at him as if he had come back carrying verdict. He hated that look. "It was distant," he said. "We're still standing. That means we move like we're still alive." It was not comfort, but it was structure, and structure would have to do. He pointed first at Louise. "Get every room occupied and account for every guest. Nobody wanders. Nobody Drives out until I say so, unless they want to get stuck on the road with no fuel and no information. Luis nodded hard and moved. To the father from the boat, Ethan said, "You and your wife stay inside for now. Keep the kids away from the windows." The man swallowed and nodded. Mrs. Bell rose slowly from behind the desk, joints popping, Bible tucked under one arm and shotgun still in hand. In the dead television glass, her face looked like somebody had carved all softness out of her 20 years ago and left only survival. "What now?" she asked. Ethan looked once more through the window at the marina, at the fuel tanks, at the road beyond the lot where cars were already beginning to stop in erratic angles. "Now," he said, "we make this place harder to lose." 3 blocks from St. Bridget's Medical Center, Mara Vale and her son moved through a city that had ceased being a city in the normal sense. It was still made of streets, concrete, glass, traffic, signals, storefronts. But the grammar had broken. Intersections no longer meant right-of-way. They meant conflict. Sirens no longer pointed toward isolated emergencies. They merged into one continuous note of civic distress. The people around them were not pedestrians anymore, so much as fragments of interrupted plans colliding in public. Mara had one hand around Noah's wrist and the other gripping the strap of the backpack he'd slung across one shoulder. She stayed slightly ahead of him, using her body the way she had used it in trauma corridors for years. Part shield, part wedge, part statement of movement to people too frightened to decide whether to yield. The street smelled of gasoline, hot brakes, and an electrical sharpness she could not quite name. Around them, drivers leaned on horns that no longer changed anything. A woman stood in the middle of an intersection screaming into a dead phone. 2 men had climbed onto the roof of a bus shelter and were staring south as if looking harder might resolve whatever had been launched beyond the horizon. Somewhere glass broke in a long cascading burst and sent half the block flinching. "Mom," Noah said breathlessly, "was that a nuke?" The question landed like an injury. Mara did not stop walking. "I don't know," she said. "That's not a no." "No," she said. "It isn't." They crossed between stalled cars. A delivery van driver leaned out his window and shouted, "Hospitals that way?" without really asking anything useful. Mara lifted a hand and kept moving. The hospital should have felt like safety. Hospitals always did, at least to civilians. Places of backup power and procedure and medicine and people who knew where to stand. Mara knew better. Hospitals were not shelters. They were engines, and engines under stress turned hot, loud, triage-minded, and merciless. But the hospital had walls. It had radios. It had other professionals. It had information moving faster than rumor, or at least information dressed better than rumor. Right now, that was enough. As they turned onto the next block, they both heard it at the same time. A deep, rolling murmur from far above, too broad and continuous for thunder. Jets. Noah looked up automatically. "Eyes down," Mara snapped, sharper than she intended. "Keep moving." He obeyed, but she saw the fear land properly in him then. Not a child's imaginative fear. Not the dramatic fear of movie disaster. This was harder, quieter, heavier. The fear of realizing the world had changed at a scale too large for parents to negotiate. At the hospital entrance, the automatic doors were jammed open, and 2 security guards were trying to hold a channel clear through an incoming crowd of people who had decided that medical buildings must know more than anyone else. A paramedic unit screamed into the ambulance bay and stopped crooked. Orderlies were already moving before the back doors opened. Mara flashed her badge, dragged Noah through the side of the flow, and entered St. Bridget's just as the first rumor of radiation reached the lobby. She heard it the way rumors always arrived in hospitals, not announced, but passed hand to hand through partial phrases. Fallout, maybe. Wind pattern. Somebody said Pacific, not here. My cousin at Travis said. A security guard shouted for people not to block the doors. Noah turned to her, face pale. You said it was better here. It is, Mara said. Then because she would not lie to him when the lie was that thin, she added, it's just not calm. In Washington, the records room on the 3rd floor of the Ledger building had already become a temporary republic of stripped-down truth. No windows, no glamour, no distance from one another. Just cinder block, shelves of archived paper, stale conditioned air, and 23 people trying to shape themselves around a fact none of them yet fully knew how to hold. Claire Mercer sat on an overturned box of old campaign finance binders with her knees drawn slightly inward and Martin Aguirre's notes in her lap. Not because she was reading them again, but because touching the paper kept her oriented. Samir stood near the door with Miriam from legal and one of the political editors, all three speaking in the terse undervoices of people who still believed they might influence events by choosing nouns carefully. The emergency radio on the shelf continued to spit out phrases at intervals, each one more corrosive for its restraint. No confirmed strike assessment for the district. Remain sheltered pending further information. Communications disruption expected to continue. Expected. That word did damage. It suggested design, anticipation, a category of disruption somebody had already thought through enough to label cleanly. The room smelled of old paper and human fear. Somebody's cat still. Inside the soft carrier brought by the woman in heels, meowed once in outraged confusion, and was immediately shushed by 6 strangers, as if comforting an animal might keep their own nerves from fraying out loud. Claire checked both phones again. Nothing. No bars. No network. Dead civilian reach. The building above them groaned faintly, a structural settling sound, or perhaps something else. Everyone heard it. Everyone pretended not to. Samir came over and crouched beside her. You all right? Not a meaningful category at the moment. That's fair. He looked at Martin's papers in her lap. You still think he knew this exact sequence? Claire rubbed a thumb against the edge of the photocopied page. I think he knew enough to be terrified of the public version before the public version existed. Samir studied her face. You think he's alive? Claire wanted to answer professionally. Evidence-based, controlled. Instead, she said, I think men, like Martin, don't vanish by accident on days like this. Samir nodded once. Like that matched what he had not wanted to say out loud either. Across the room, a junior reporter asked if anyone had heard from family outside the city. Nobody answered immediately. Then 3 separate people said no in the same flat tone. The silence after that felt older than the room. Claire rose and went to the emergency radio, crouching beside it as if proximity might sharpen meaning. Static shivered through the speaker. Then a new voice emerged, male, older, official, trying very hard not to sound frightened. Repeat, there are unconfirmed reports of detonations outside the continental United States. Federal authorities are assessing all available sensor data. Citizens are advised to remain in protected interior locations and conserve device power. The voice broke under interference. The phrase stayed. Detonations outside the continental United States. No longer launches. No longer theoretical. Impacts. Claire felt the room around her shift without anyone moving. She looked at Samir, and in his face saw the same realization form. The country had crossed from warning into aftermath, even if the aftermath had not yet reached all of them equally. Miriam, who had spent the morning objecting to verbs, said very softly, We are going to need a different standard of certainty for the next piece. No one argued. Daniel Rowe reached the Drift House Marina with the county sedan's lights still spinning useless blue across a parking lot, already thick with parked cars, half-parked cars, and vehicles left at angles by people who had ceased believing in lines. He braked hard enough to throw gravel, shoved the door open, and crossed the lot at a near run with Deputy Morales right behind him. The marina looked intact. That was the first miracle. The second was that Ethan was visible almost immediately, standing near the office with a coil of rope in one hand and a ring of keys in the other, shouting instructions at Luis and 3 guests who were hauling water jugs toward the maintenance shed. Daniel felt his lungs unlock just enough to be angry. I texted, get inside now, he said as he reached him. Ethan did not even turn fully. I noticed. And people were outside. Daniel swore under his breath. Morales scanned the lot, then the dock, then the horizon with the stunned expression of a man trying not to admit that some piece of reality might now be permanently larger than his training. What was the blast? He asked. Ethan looked out toward the pale stain on the far horizon. Distant. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. The 2 brothers looked at each other then, and all the things neither had time to say passed in the space between them. Fear, anger, relief, the old family habit of cutting emotion into smaller, more usable tools. Daniel took a breath. Garvey says marinas become magnets if roads fail. Fuel, water, boats. He's right. He usually is when he's miserable, Ethan said. What do you have? Ethan shifted into inventory mode instantly, as if the question itself steadied him. Diesel for 4 days if I ration generators. Food for maybe 3 if I include guest stores and thaw the freezer right. Water limited but refillable while pressure holds. Rooms full or nearly. Gasoline enough to start a war if people learn how much. Daniel nodded grimly. Then nobody learns. Morales said, we should post a deputy here. Daniel glanced at him. You volunteering? Morales looked at the crowd, the slips, the channel, the road. No, he said honestly, but I'm also not wrong. He wasn't. Before Daniel could answer, the radio on his shoulder crackled alive so hard it made all 3 men flinch. Dispatch was gone again. Another voice. This one from state or federal, impossible to place. Under the static. All coastal jurisdictions maintain position pending assessment of atmospheric and maritime conditions. Repeat, maintain position, atmospheric conditions. Ethan's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? Daniel answered before he could soften it. It means somebody is thinking about fallout. No one spoke for a beat. Then Morales looked up automatically, as if fallout were something you might see descending in obvious flakes from a blue sky. Winds out of the southeast, Ethan said quietly. Practical, immediate, already calculating. Usually isn't good enough anymore, Daniel said. No, Ethan agreed. It isn't. Behind them, from inside the office, somebody started crying again. A child this time. Ethan closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. Help me move the fuel drums. It wasn't a request. Daniel nodded. And just like that, for the next 10 minutes, the end of one world narrowed down into the old practical labor of men lifting heavy things before other men could steal or ignite them. The emergency department at St. Bridget's had entered surge mode by the time Mara got Noah through the staff door. That phrase, surge mode, was one of those professional euphemisms designed to convert fear into workflow. It did not mean calm competence. It meant you were about to be swallowed and must try to remain useful while being swallowed. The fluorescent halls were already full. Too many stretchers. Too many people walking too fast. Too many voices coming from too many directions. The overhead intercom kept chirping room assignments, trauma calls, code requests, supply shortages. Somewhere somebody had started moving bottled water in bulk. Somewhere else, a senior administrator was loudly insisting on chain of command compliance to people who no longer had spare hands for hierarchy. Tasha saw Mara first and came straight toward her, hair pulled back too tight, eyes sharp, with fatigue. Thank God, she said. Then she saw Noah. Also, hello, Noah. He managed a weak nod. What's the real version? Mara asked immediately. Tasha exhaled once. Real version? We've got 3 trauma inbound from a freeway pileup caused by panic braking, 2 cardiac events in the lobby, 1 psych patient who says the sky is poisoned, and half the staff trying to call children they can't reach. That's the hospital version. What's the outside version? Tasha's face changed by half a degree. Enough. There's talk of at least 1 detonation overseas. No domestic hit confirmed. Power grid's unstable in parts of the city. Cell service is intermittent to useless. Admin says backup generators are topped off. Security is locking non-essential entrances. Mara nodded once. Where can he stay? Tasha looked at Noah, then toward the break room, and immediately rejected that with her face. Pediatrics waiting conference room, maybe. Interior wall, quietish, I'll ask. Noah said, I can help. Mara turned to him. Absolutely not. I'm not a baby. No, she said. You're also not staff. Tasha intervened gently. Let's keep him parked somewhere safe for now and see what the next hour looks like. The next hour. Everything had become 1 hour long. Noah looked like he wanted to argue, but then 2 paramedics burst through the hall doors with a gurney and a blood-soaked blanket, and all his words vanished into the scene. Mara touched his cheek once with the back of her fingers, quick and almost formal. Stay where they put you. Don't wander. Don't be brave in ways I didn't authorize. That got the ghost of a laugh out of him. Then she turned and was gone into the engine. By the time she pulled gloves on and reached the first trauma bay, the hospital had already ceased being an institution and become a metabolism. Bodies in, decisions made, bodies moved, supplies consumed, questions deferred. A resident read out vitals while another cut clothing. Mara caught a blood pressure cuff one-handed, hooked up lines, called for more saline, and let training occupy every part of her that would otherwise have pictured Noah alone in a conference room while the world rewrote itself beyond the walls. Across from her, a man with glass embedded in his arm kept saying, "It was just traffic. It was just traffic," as if repeating the cause might preserve the scale of the event. Mara did not correct him, not because he was right, because she no longer knew what right meant in a day where traffic and strategic exchange could exist in the same sentence. By early afternoon, smoke had become the country's new weather. Not everywhere, not equally, but on enough horizons, through enough camera lenses and citizen videos and damaged feeds, a new visual truth had entered the national bloodstream. Columns rising where people had not expected columns. Gray-brown stains over distant districts. Fire blooming in harbors and industrial zones where panic, infrastructure failure, or something far worse had broken containment. In the records room, one of the Ledger's photographers managed to pull images through an old wired terminal linked to an agency feed still partially alive. He did it without speaking because none of the pictures improved under narration. Claire stood behind him as the images loaded line by line. Port facilities overseas, flames along water, a skyline with one section erased into dust and smoke. Another image she could not parse at first because her brain kept refusing the scale. "Jesus," said someone behind her. No one rebuked the language. One of the interns began crying openly. The woman with the cat pressed her forehead against the carrier and shut her eyes. Samir stood very still, hands on hips, staring not like a journalist now, but like a citizen who had spent so long interpreting systems he had forgotten systems could fail loudly. Claire looked down at Martin's notes again. The timeline is the lie. He had understood the choreography, maybe not every beat, but enough. Enough to know that when the public was finally told the truth, it would arrive already hours old, trimmed, laundered, staged into something survivable by narrative, if not by body count. She suddenly wanted to find him with a fierceness that bypassed reason, not because he could stop any of this, because if he was still alive, then some part of the human chain that had tried to tell the truth before the fire remained unbroken. The emergency radio clicked again. A new voice. Female this time. Military, perhaps. Or emergency management. Citizens in areas not directly affected by blast or thermal events are advised to remain sheltered while federal and state authorities assess atmospheric hazard projections. Repeat, remain sheltered. Do not self-deploy to evacuation routes unless instructed by local authorities. Atmospheric hazard projections. Again that phrase. Again that careful, bloodless attempt to describe invisible danger without igniting riot. Claire looked at Samir. If they're talking atmospheric hazard twice, they already have models. He nodded grimly. And if they already have models, they're not speaking from rumor anymore. Somebody near the back of the room whispered, "Fallout." No one said the word was wrong. The roads north of Oakland had become rivers without banks. Mara saw that only in fragments, through television glimpses at the nurse's station, through the terrified accounts of new arrivals, through one shaken EMT who said traffic outside the city looked like an evacuation scene from a war film, and then apologized for saying something dramatic because he'd meant it literally. By 2:30 p.m., St. Bridget's was running on backup power in two wings after a grid instability forced rolling shutoffs across parts of the district. The emergency department remained lit, but less brightly, as if even electricity had entered rationing psychology. Noah sat where Tasha had put him in a small interior conference room off pediatrics, with 3 other children whose parents were staff, 2 bottles of water, a packet of crackers, and strict instructions not to open the door unless he recognized the person on the other side. He obeyed because this was no longer a day for testing edges, but obedience did not keep his mind still. He sat at the table under humming backup lights and listened to the sounds of a hospital under stress. Gurney wheels, intercoms, voices trying to stay measured and failing by degrees. Somewhere far off, a baby crying with the raw, unstoppable authority only babies possessed. His phone was nearly useless now. Messages hung unsent for long stretches, then burst through in clusters that made no chronological sense. Eli, dude, are you safe? Then 10 minutes later, my uncle says this is not over, and later, Mom says stop texting people and help fill water, LOL Noah typed back. At hospital with my mom. Network sucks. The message failed, then sent, then failed again, then maybe sent. He no longer knew. On the conference room wall hung a dry erase board with half-erased meeting notes from some forgotten administrative quarrel about staffing allocations and pediatric workflow. The ordinariness of the words made him angry in a way he could not explain. At some point the door opened and Tasha looked in. You okay? He nodded. She held up a tray with sandwiches cut in halves. You're still technically a minor, so I am obligated to pretend these are nutritious. Noah took one. Thanks. She lingered in the doorway. You holding up better than some adults out there. I think maybe I haven't processed it yet. That is an extremely sane answer. He looked up at her. Was that a nuclear explosion? Tasha was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I think the world has started using words today that a lot of us hoped would stay in history books. It was not a yes. It was not a no. It was enough. After she left, Noah sat with the sandwich in both hands and realized that fear had changed shape again. It was no longer about a single blast. It was about duration. About what kind of days followed a day like this, and how many of them a person could carry before they became someone else. At the Drift House, Ethan and Daniel worked side by side until sweat soaked through both their shirts, and old habits reasserted themselves around labor the way they always had. Neither man was built for speeches. Both were built for heavy lifting. Together with Luis and Deputy Morales, they dragged spare diesel drums into the maintenance shed, chained the south fuel cage, moved coolers and dry goods away from exposed storage, and improvised a tighter perimeter around the office and main lodging wing. Ethan sent guests to fill bathtubs and sinks while water pressure still held. Daniel walked the property twice, noting sight lines, weak entry points, and the exact number of men on site who looked unstable enough to become trouble if fear turned inward. There were more than he liked. By 3 p.m., the parking lot had become its own fragile society. People shared rumors, hoarded information, bartered batteries, asked for certainty from anyone with posture. The fact that Daniel wore a badge and Ethan carried keys made both men immediate targets for questions. Are the roads closed? Is there another one coming? Should we get on a boat? Is the government sending buses? Do we need to tape the windows? Are we in fallout? The last question hung differently than the others. Daniel answered it the same way every time. I don't know. It infuriated people because honesty without solution felt like betrayal. Too bad. By late afternoon, a wind shift sent a faint haze across the far eastern sky. Not thick, not immediate, but enough to make everyone look up more often. Mrs. Bell sat in the office doorway with the shotgun hidden under a blanket and muttered passages from scripture whenever children passed, careful to keep her voice soft enough that it sounded like rhythm more than dread. At one point, Ethan stepped behind the office, out of sight of the parking lot, and leaned both hands on the back wall. Daniel followed a minute later without making a show of it. For a few seconds, neither spoke. Then Daniel said, "You all right?" Ethan laughed once without humor. "That's what we're calling this. It's a figure of speech." "No, I'm not all right." Daniel nodded. "Me neither." That was enough for the moment. Beyond the lodge, beyond the palms and utility lines and highway and islands and mainland and all the ordinary map language that still existed on paper, something else had entered the world and was now going to force itself into every future conversation. Ethan looked toward the south where the sky remained too bright. "You think there'll be more?" Daniel did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice had lost whatever remained of procedural confidence. "I think," he said, We've entered the phase where people above us stop telling the difference between what they know and what they hope. Ethan turned his head slightly. That sounds bad. It's the worst thing I can think of without getting poetic. Ethan let that sit. Then, because practical questions were the only kind he trusted, he said, "If roads die, how long before this place gets rushed?" Daniel looked back toward the lot, at the fuel tanks, at the boats, at the frightened people already clustering here, because the marina looked like structure. "By morning," he said. "Sooner if rumor says we have supplies." Ethan nodded once. Then both men pushed off the wall and went back to work because the end of the world, like every bad season before it, still demanded chores. In the records room, Claire Mercer made a decision she knew was reckless and necessary at the same time. She could not reach Martin, could not reach outside by phone, could not confirm whether the city above them was tightening, emptying, or preparing for something worse. But she could still write. So she sat at an old archival workstation, hardwired to the paper's internal servers, and began drafting the second piece. Not the big accusation, not yet. Something more dangerous in its own way. A clear, sourced account of how language had shifted throughout the day, how government phrasing had repeatedly lagged operational reality, how continuity planning and atmospheric hazard advisories suggested authorities were managing not just conflict, but the social consequences of telling the public too much, too fast. It was the kind of piece institutions hated because it did not need to prove grand conspiracy to reveal structural deceit. It only had to show sequence. The sequence was enough. Samir came to stand beside her as she typed. "You're doing it anyway." "Yes. Miriam is going to have an aneurysm. She can edit around it." He read the opening lines over her shoulder. When the first public confirmation of strategic missile launches reached Americans at midday, multiple indicators already suggested that federal preparedness, communications containment, and continuity planning had moved beyond the stage implied by official public statements. Samir whistled softly through his teeth. "That is very nearly elegant for the collapse of the modern world." Claire kept typing. "I'm trying for readable. You always do that annoying thing where you become more articulate under pressure. I become clearer when people lie in organized ways." He watched for another second, then said, "If the network stabilizes at all, we push. This." Claire didn't look up. "If the network stabilizes, somebody else will be pushing worse." Samir gave a tired smile at that. Then it vanished. "Claire." She stopped and looked at him. "If we make it through tonight," he said, "and this building still exists, and the paper still exists, we may become one of the only records people trust from today." The words settled heavily between them. Claire thought of Martin's notes, of the vanished timeline, of phrases like acceptable urban disruption scenarios, of every official sentence that had arrived too polished and too late. "Then we need to get it right," she said. Samir nodded once. "Yeah." Then he walked away to manage the living. By dusk, the first day of the new world still had not finished inventing itself. Hospitals overflowed without yet collapsing. Roads remained jammed without fully freezing. Power held in some districts and failed in others. Rumor outpaced fact. Fact outpaced comfort. And every community in the country began, quietly or violently, to take its first measure of what it had, what it lacked, and who it would protect first when those two lists no longer matched. At St. Bridget's, Mara stepped out of Trauma Bay, 3 with blood drying at one cuff, and found herself standing still for the first time in nearly an hour. The pause felt unnatural. A television mounted high in the corridor played muted footage of foreign harbors burning. The captions beneath it were fractured and repetitive. Strategic exchange, limited strike, allied response, casualty estimates unknown. Nothing about those captions was written for the human nervous system. Tasha appeared beside her carrying a clipboard and 2 cups of awful coffee. "You look like death in scrubs," she said. "That's a strong brand for me." Tasha handed her 1 cup. "Noah's still okay." Mara closed her eyes briefly in gratitude so sharp it almost qualified as pain. "Thank, you." "Don't thank me yet. We may all be sleeping on hospital floors." "I'm too old for floor sleeping." "Civilization no longer cares about your lower back." Mara took a sip of coffee and winced. It tasted like reheated bitterness and metal. Perfect hospital coffee. Tasha, she said after a moment, what are people saying? Staff. Real version. Tasha looked down the corridor first, making sure no administrator was near enough to turn candor into liability. They're saying supply chains break fast after panic. They're saying if there's fallout anywhere significant, transportation corridors get weird. They're saying nobody believes there was only one detonation. Mara nodded slowly, then quieter. What do you believe? Tasha stared at the silent television. I believe, she said, that tomorrow morning is going to have rules we haven't learned yet. Mara looked at her friend and knew that was probably the truest sentence, spoken all day. At the drift house, night came on under a sky that no longer felt decorative. The power had returned once, then dipped again. Ethan chose not to trust it and kept the lodge on minimal generator use where he could. Lamps glowed in a few rooms. Most people stayed close to one another now, fear rearranging personal space more effectively than courtesy ever had. The children from the overloaded boat slept at last on blankets spread across the office floor. Mrs. Bell sat nearby like an armed grandmother from the Old Testament. Louis moved between rooms with a legal pad, inventorying supplies in a handwriting that got uglier the more tired he became. Deputy Morales had finally gone back to report to Garvey, promising to return if roads allowed. Daniel remained. Ethan stood at the dock after full dark and watched the water move under fractured moonlight. It should have been beautiful. Instead, it felt like waiting. Daniel came out a minute later carrying 2 bottles of warm water. Luxury item, he said, handing one over. Ethan took it. You staying? For now. Garvey okay with that? Garvey has entered the stage where okay is no longer a meaningful category. They stood in silence for a while. Far off, too far to localize, a glow pulsed intermittently against the underside of low haze. Not lightning, not weather. The reflected remainder of somebody else's catastrophe, staining even the night. Daniel said, you should sleep in shifts. Ethan laughed softly. You planning to lecture me on basic endurance? I'm planning to say stupid men make worse decisions after 18 hours awake. That's so? I work with deputies, remember? That got the smallest real smile out of Ethan. Then it was gone again. Out on the water, one boat engine turned over, sputtered, caught, and then died abruptly as someone thought better of leaving. Ethan looked toward the channel. Nobody knows where to go. No, that's bad. Daniel took a slow drink from the bottle. It's worse than bad. It means every place that still looks organized becomes a target. Ethan didn't need him to say Drift House aloud. He could already feel it in the shape of the evening. People arriving because they heard there was water, staying because they heard the roads were jammed, watching because they heard there was fuel, evaluating one another because tomorrow might make neighbors out of people who would never have chosen each other in the old world. He looked at his brother. You think we can hold this place? Daniel followed his gaze across the slips, the office, the scattered rooms, the fuel cage now locked and half hidden in darkness. Tonight, Daniel said. A beat. Probably. Ethan heard the missing half of the answer clearly enough. And tomorrow? Neither man spoke it. The water moved softly against the pilings. The sky held its poisoned silence. And somewhere, beyond all of them, in cities already burning or waiting to burn, the first day after the strike kept opening its hand, revealing how much more it had left to take. Chapter 5. The Falling Sky. The second day did not begin with sunrise. It began with inventory. How much water remained in the pipes? How many batteries still held charge? How much fuel could be hidden? How many roads still functioned? How many lies from the day before had calcified overnight into policy? Sunrise came anyway, of course. Pale and almost embarrassed, filtered through a thin, high veil that made the eastern sky look sick around the edges. But by then, people were already awake for reasons older and more immediate than light. Fear had become a clock. Scarcity had become a language. And all across the country, communities that had gone to sleep as fragments of the old world woke to discover they were now small islands, surrounded not by water, but by failing systems. At the Drift House Marina, Ethan Rowe had slept for 1 hour and 21 minutes in a chair that was not built for sleep and not intended for men who had spent the last day turning a fishing lodge into the beginning of a fortress. He woke with his neck aching, his right hand still half curled near the flashlight he had set on the desk beside him, and the strange instant disorientation that came when a body returned before memory did. For one brief blank second, he did not know why children were asleep on blankets in his office, why Mrs. Bell was snoring softly in a straight-back chair with a shotgun laid across her knees under a floral blanket, or why the generator noise outside carried the hard-edged note of something rationed and temporary. Then memory came back all at once. The blast, the horizon, the dead television, the whispered word fallout, moving through rooms like a draft. Ethan sat up, rubbed both hands over his face, and looked through the office window. The marina parking lot beyond the glass was gray with dawn and too still for a place holding this many frightened people. Boats rocked lightly in their slips. Tarps twitched. The fuel cage sat under lock and chain with an innocence that made him distrust it more. A gull landed on the roof of the bait shed, took 2 careful steps, then lifted off again as if the property itself no longer felt stable enough for birds. Daniel was already outside. Of course he was. His younger brother stood near the south slips with a paper map spread across the hood of the county sedan, and Louis beside him holding a thermos and squinting out toward the road. Even from a distance, Ethan could read the posture, assessing, measuring, deciding where weakness would appear first. He rose quietly, careful not to wake the children on the floor, and stepped out into air that felt different from ordinary morning air. Not colder, not warmer. Wrong. There was a dryness in it that did not belong to the Keys, a faint mineral bitterness on the back of the throat that might have been anxiety, generator exhaust, ash from distant fires, or none of those things. The world had entered the phase where every sensation came with interpretation attached, and no guarantee the interpretation was right. Daniel looked up as Ethan approached. "You look terrible. That line was stale yesterday." "Still true." Louis handed Ethan the thermos without asking. The coffee inside was burned enough to be medicinal. "What's the road look like?" Ethan asked. "Like people had one bad night and woke up convinced movement equals safety," Daniel said. "Does it?" "No." Ethan drank again. "That's what I thought." Louis nodded toward the highway beyond the marina. Seen 3 pickups loaded with fuel cans since dawn. Also 1 church van with mattresses strapped to the top. Also 1 guy on a bicycle carrying a microwave for reasons between him and God. Daniel tapped the map. Garvey got partial overnight reports before the county net started shredding again. 2 grocery stores hit. 1 fuel depot tried to hard close and got swarmed. Southbound lanes jammed in pockets. Northbound, worse near the bridges. Emergency management says shelter in place. Public hears that and translates it into a scavenger hunt. Ethan stared at the map without really seeing it. "Any official word on what detonated?" Daniel's expression flattened. "Official word is still engineered to prevent screaming." "That doesn't answer the question." "No," Daniel said. "It doesn't." He folded the map halfway, then unfolded it again, like the motion itself helped him think. Federal updates keep repeating atmospheric assessment language. States telling coastal jurisdictions to stay alert for advisories on wind and maritime conditions. That means somebody somewhere is worried about contamination vectors and doesn't want to use plain English. Louis looked from one brother to the other. "You think stuff's in the air?" Ethan answered first because Daniel's silence had gone too long. "I think if stuff was immediately dangerous here, they'd be yelling louder." Daniel glanced at him but did not contradict it. That was enough to unsettle everyone. From behind them came the sound of a screen door slamming, and then Mrs. Bell's voice carrying across the lot in that church hall, clarity older women acquired after decades of making men listen, whether they wished to or not. "If either of you boys is planning to discuss the end of the world in code," she called, "you can at least do it where coffee is available." Ethan closed his eyes briefly. "We're being governed by grandmothers now." Daniel tucked the map under his arm. "Honestly, it could be worse." Inside the office, dawn had transformed fear into logistics. The children were awake, hungry, and subdued in the particular way children became subdued when the adults around them stopped pretending unusual events were temporary. Mrs. Bell had commandeered the electric hot plate before Ethan could object, and was heating canned soup in a dented pot with the grim authority of a woman who had survived hurricanes, a dead husband, and the indignity of modern customer service, and therefore believed she retained the right to decide what counted as breakfast during civilizational decline. Luis sat at the counter finishing his inventory notes. "What's the damage?" Ethan asked. Luis looked up from the legal pad. "Dry goods better than expected if we count guest snacks and the little market shelf. Water okay for now, while pressure holds, but if that drops, we become a problem. Ice almost gone. Generator diesel, 4 days if careful. Food maybe 3 if everybody eats like decent people. 1 if they remember they're American." Mrs. Bell snorted without looking up from the soup. Daniel took the pad and scanned it. "Weapons?" Ethan said. "Mine. 1 shotgun, 1 old revolver, a rifle with limited ammo." Mrs. Bell's unknown quantity. The old woman looked up then, eyes bright and offended. "Known quantity, sufficient quantity." Daniel almost smiled. "Good to know." The father from the overloaded boat, his name Ethan had finally learned, was Colin Barrett, came out from the back room where his wife and children had slept on spare linens, and approached with the careful humility of a man who knew he was about to ask for too much. "Mr. Rowe, it's Ethan." "Ethan," Colin swallowed. "I appreciate what you're doing here, but my wife wants to know if we should try the mainland while it's still morning." The office quieted. Ethan hated those questions because people asked them like somebody in the room might actually possess the authority of forecast. Daniel answered before Ethan could. "What's on the mainland for you?" "My sister, Naples side, or farther north if we have to." "Do you have full fuel?" "About 3/4. "Food?" "Some." "Kids under 10? "Yes." Daniel nodded slowly. "Then every mile you drive is a gamble against traffic, panic, checkpoints, and running out where you can't control who stops with you. If your destination is solid and you can reach it in normal conditions, maybe. But these are not normal conditions." Colin ran a hand through hair that had not fully dried from yesterday's spray. "So we stay." "I didn't say that." Daniel's voice remained level. "I said movement isn't automatically safety anymore." That landed the way such truths always landed now, heavily, without satisfying anyone. Colin looked at Ethan. "What would you do?" Ethan thought of the road, the bridges, the fuel, the way people outside the marina had begun looking at one another, not like neighbors, but like future arithmetic. "If my kids were sleeping under a roof with water nearby," he said finally, "I'd need a damn good reason to trade that for a highway." Colin nodded once, defeated not by the answer, but by the absence of better ones. After he stepped away, Daniel said quietly, "You know people are going to start treating this place like a decision." Ethan looked at him. "It already is." In Oakland, Maravale had not seen morning arrive. St. Bridget swallowed time in measured doses and spat it back out as blood, forms, bed assignments, and the changing color of light at the end of halls. She knew dawn had happened only because the emergency department had shifted from the frantic arrivals of the previous afternoon into the uglier rhythm of accumulation. Not fewer patients, but a different type. People who had waited too long, people who had tried to drive and failed, people whose insulin had spoiled in a blackout, whose panic attacks had become chest pain, whose elderly parents had collapsed while trying to climb stairs because elevators were down in half their building. The hospital was still running, but now it ran with that strained, metallic quality systems developed when nobody admitted they were degrading, because the admission itself would become one more variable to manage. Backup power held the critical floors. Water pressure remained intermittent in one wing. Cell service came and went like a dying pulse. Supply deliveries had not arrived overnight. That last one mattered more than the administrators wanted to say aloud. Mara stood at the nurse's station with a cup of coffee, gone cold again, and read the updated whiteboard that had replaced the digital bed system when the network failed at 2:13 a.m. Someone had rewritten patient assignments 3 times in different colors. 2 names were circled with missing chart. 1 room number had been crossed out so violently the marker had snapped. Tasha came up beside her, carrying a stack of gloves and looking as if someone had taken a careful, competent human being and run a night of national stress through her like current through wire. "You eat?" Mara looked at the coffee. "Define eat." "That's what I thought." Tasha shoved a wrapped granola bar into her scrub pocket. "There. Medical intervention. Mara left it there. What's admin saying now? Tasha gave a short laugh. Which version? Public version? Staff version? Or reality version? Reality. Reality, Tasha said, is pharmacies already rationing a few categories quietly, central supply keeps saying trucks are delayed, and half the generators in the annex sound like they're reconsidering their life choices. Mara nodded once. And outside? Security says crowds at 2 entrances before sunrise. Not violent, just desperate. Everybody thinks hospitals have answers. We barely have toner. Mara looked down the corridor toward pediatrics, where Noah had spent the night in a conference room with the other stranded staff children, watched over in shifts by whoever had 5 spare minutes and enough emotional range left to smile at the right height. Did he sleep? Some. You. Tasha stared at her. Mara lifted one hand. Fair. Overhead, the intercom clicked and a strained voice announced a staff briefing in Conference C for all department heads and available charge personnel. Nobody nearby moved immediately. Finally, Tasha said, Available, that's rich. You going? I'm drawing the short straw. Good, Mara said. Bring back the lies in order of size. Tasha gave her a tired look and walked off. Mara took one sip of the cold coffee and then set it down because her stomach had decided, somewhere around 4 a.m., that caffeine without rest was now a hostile act. A doctor in wrinkled scrubs rounded the corner and said, Vale, I need you in Bay 4. Also, admin says family holding areas are being consolidated. Mara's head came up. What family holding areas? Non-patients, staff dependents, stranded minors, whoever got parked overnight. They want them moved to the sub-basement education suite. Fewer bodies in open corridors. The words hit harder than they should have. Not because the move was irrational, it wasn't. Interior space meant fewer windows, fewer problems if civil unrest reached the grounds, fewer opportunities for frightened people to wander into clinical zones. It was the right kind of decision, which meant the wrong kind of world had become real enough to require it. When? Mara asked. Soon. He was already moving on. Mara stared after him for half a second, then turned and headed for pediatrics. Bay 4 forgotten for the 3 seconds it took maternal priority to override institutional duty. Noah was awake, sitting at the conference table with one of the other children, a girl maybe 11 years old who wore a hospital volunteer sweatshirt 4 sizes too big and was methodically organizing packets of crackers into equal stacks as if fairness were still a force that might matter. He looked up when Mara entered and relief crossed his face so fast it almost hurt her to witness. You're still here. The sentence was childish and ancient, and more honest than anything she had heard all morning. Still here, she said. He got up. What's happening? Same answer as last night, just uglier. That's not very specific. No. Mara crouched in front of him so she didn't have to talk down at him. They're moving all of you to a more secure interior space. I need you to go with whoever brings you there. Stay with the group. No wandering. He searched her face. Is this because of radiation? The little girl at the table stopped stacking crackers and pretended not to listen. Mara chose the truth she could carry. It's because people are making decisions for worse possibilities now, not better ones. Noah absorbed that in silence. Then he said, Are you staying? I have to. I know. That was the part that hurt. Not argument, acceptance. She touched his shoulder, once, briefly. I'll find you when I can. You said that last night. And I did. He nodded, but fear remained visible in the set of his mouth. At the door, Mara stopped and looked back at the room. Folding chairs, dry erase markers, half-empty water bottles, children learning the posture of waiting. It looked less like a conference room now than the beginning of a habit nobody had wanted to teach them. Then she left because Bay 4 did not care about maternal ache. In Washington, the Ledger's records room had become newsroom, shelter, archive, and moral argument all at once. The building still stood. The wired connection still functioned in bursts. The emergency radio still carried voices, carefully shaving truth into manageable edges. This in modern America counted as continuity. Claire Mercer sat at the terminal she had commandeered the night before and read through the second layer of Martin Aguirre's documents, with the deepening conviction that the real obscenity was not the existence of contingency planning, but the social sorting built into it. At first, the papers had seemed like ordinary bureaucratic cruelty. Continuity sites, messaging frameworks, urban disruption scenarios, grid resilience assessments. But now, with more time and fewer distractions from ordinary newsroom motion, patterns emerged more clearly. Certain transportation corridors had been prioritized in pre-crisis drafts. Certain federal facilities had been stocked ahead of public acknowledgement. Certain metropolitan zones were referenced not by population, but by stability value. Claire stared at that phrase until the letters lost shape. Stability value. She pictured millions of people translated into an equation by men in conference rooms who would never smell the subways, apartment halls, parking garages, and hospital lobbies those equations erased. Samir came up behind her, carrying a yellow legal pad and the remains of a vending machine breakfast. That looked like punishment. "You've got that face again," he said. "What face?" "The one that means you found something that will either win awards or get us all audited by history." Claire pointed at the page on screen. "Look." He bent closer. A draft memo, partially redacted, laid out phased resource prioritization guidance if strategic conflict expanded and domestic instability followed. Public-facing language was absent. Internal phrasing was not. Priority corridors determined by federal continuity dependencies and population behavior models. Lower stability value zones may require delayed response posture until restoration assets become available. Samir read it twice, then straightened slowly. "That is ugly." "That's one word." "It is the printable one." Claire scrolled down to another section. "Look at this. Civic messaging templates prepared for staged release depending on communication survivability." They weren't just planning for impact. They were planning for how long they could keep the sequence fuzzy. Samir rubbed at the bridge of his nose. "I'm not sure whether that's conspiracy or just statecraft with the mask off. Do you care which if the effect is the same?" He gave her a tired sideways glance. "I care for legal reasons." She almost smiled, but the feeling died quickly. Across the room, Miriam from legal was speaking into a wired handset to someone in standards who still existed somewhere else in the city, both of them no doubt trying to preserve the thin membrane between responsible publication and civilizational libel, while the government itself seemed increasingly unable to distinguish omission from protection. The emergency radio crackled again. A new advisory, same language architecture. Citizens in non-impacted urban regions are advised to remain in sheltered locations. Water, fuel, and medical systems may experience temporary strain. Avoid unnecessary movement. Follow local authority directives where available. Temporary strain. Claire shut her eyes for a moment. That phrase would be technically true for some people, right up until it wasn't. Samir watched her. "You're writing the next piece anyway." "I'm writing all of it. Even if the network drops, then it gets saved locally. And if the building gets evacuated, I carry the drive." He nodded once, as if he had expected nothing else. Claire turned back to the screen. Martin understood something before the rest of us. Not just that the crisis was real, that the public story would be managed as aggressively as the operational response. Samir looked toward the sealed records room door. "You still think he got these out alone?" "No." She scrolled to a routing list, frozen now on the screen under dull terminal light. "I think he had at least one other person inside continuity planning or transportation. Somebody with access beyond state. You have a name?" "No." "You have a hunch?" Claire hesitated, then, "I have a list of initials that repeat across drafts, and one of them sits beside both messaging control and corridor prioritization." "That sounds promising." "It sounds like a thread." "In this city," Samir said, "threads either save you or hang you." Claire did not answer because she already knew. The first real act of violence at the Drift House came just after noon, and for one humiliating second, looked almost ordinary. A man in a sun-faded baseball cap and fishing shirt approached the fuel cage with the swagger of someone who had decided he was not stealing, merely correcting a distribution error. He had a plastic siphon hose looped over one shoulder and two red cans in hand. He moved quickly, but not furtively, the way people moved when they assumed chaos had lowered the moral rent on bad decisions. Luis spotted him first and shouted. The man bolted. Daniel was closer. He cut across the lot, caught him just beyond the maintenance shed, and drove him shoulder first into the cinder block wall, hard enough to jar both of them. The siphon hose dropped. One gas can burst open and rolled in a bright clatter under a parked trailer. The whole lot froze to watch. Ethan arrived 3 seconds later, breathing hard, seeing not just one thief but the audience around him. Frightened guests, stranded travelers, locals already calculating what rules still applied here and which ones might have dissolved with the old government language. Daniel pinned the man with one forearm and said, "You want to tell me what the hell you thought you were doing?" The man twisted, face red with panic and humiliation. He was in his 30s maybe, or older in the way meth, weather, and poor choices blurred exact age. "I got kids in my truck." "That make you special?" Daniel asked. "No, it makes me desperate." The honesty of it made the lot quieter. Ethan looked toward the parking area. There was indeed an old pickup there, with 2 children visible through the windshield, and a woman in the passenger seat staring straight ahead with the terrible fixed posture of someone determined not to see the part of herself being judged. Daniel's grip did not loosen. "You ask?" The man laughed bitterly. "Ask? You think people are still giving things away?" Ethan said, "Some are, some aren't. You still ask first." The man turned his head enough to look at him. "And if you say no, then you leave with your dignity. Dignity doesn't run a truck." No one in the lot said anything, because that was true too. Daniel finally shifted him away from the wall but kept hold of his arm. "Name?" "Wes." "Last name?" "Talbot." Daniel looked at Ethan. It was a question without words. "What do we do now? Make an example? Show mercy? Teach the crowd which way this place is going to bend?" Ethan looked at the pickup again, at the children, at the eyes on them from every side of the lot. Then he said, 1 gallon. Daniel turned his head sharply. "Ethan, 1 gallon," Ethan repeated, voice harder now. "Measured, watched, for the family in the truck. Then they go. And every person here pays attention, because this is the only time I'm saying it gently. Nobody takes from this property again. You ask, or you leave, or you get thrown out with less of yourself than you brought in." The words fell into the heat like dropped nails. Wes stared at him, breathing hard. Then something in his face collapsed. Not gratitude, not shame exactly, but the exhausted recognition that someone else had chosen the line, and he would have to live inside it. Daniel looked like he wanted to argue, then like he understood perfectly why Ethan had made the choice. Mercy as warning, order as spectacle. Enough help to remain human. Enough hardness to remain in charge. Luis brought 1 can. Ethan measured the gallon himself. Wes carried it to the truck without looking at anyone. When they drove away, the entire lot exhaled in a different shape than before. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, Mrs. Bell, from the office doorway, said, "That was either wise or the beginning of nonsense." Ethan wiped his hands on a rag. "Probably both." Daniel came up beside him, voice low. "You realize everybody saw that." "That was the idea. They also saw we have fuel." Ethan looked at the locked cage, the trailers, the hungry eyes trying not to look hungry. They already knew. Daniel didn't say he was wrong. By early afternoon, the hospital basement had become a quieter kind of emergency. Noah sat on the floor against one cinder block wall of the education suite, knees up, one arm around a borrowed pillow, and listened to the ventilation system breathe like an animal too large to trust. The room had once hosted family orientation seminars, nutrition classes, volunteer training. Now it held staff children, 3 elderly relatives of ICU patients whose rides had vanished with the roads, one expectant mother whose apartment building had lost power and water, and a rotating set of nurses who came down every so often to count heads and distribute crackers with the solemnity of aid workers. A battery lantern sat on the front table, though the overhead lights still worked. That alone felt like a bad sign. The little girl from the conference room was still there, now introducing herself finally as Ava. She had a notebook and had begun making lists of supplies in the room, as though someone had assigned her the task. Noah respected that instinct immediately. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Knowing what there is," she said without looking up. He nodded. "Fair." She held up the page. 3 boxes of tissues, 22 bottles of water, 1 unopened first aid kit, some crayons, 6 blankets, and a lot of educational pamphlets about childhood nutrition. "Good," Noah said. "If civilization ends, we can still learn about fiber." Ava actually smiled. Across the room, an older man with an oxygen cannula slept in a chair with his chin on his chest while his daughter watched the door, as if expecting bad news to enter wearing shoes. The air smelled faintly of bleach, cardboard, and too many people trying not to panic in enclosed space. Noah checked his phone again. 1 bar, then none, then 1. A delayed message from Eli finally pushed through. "Dad says they might shut the bridges. You good?" Noah typed. "At hospital. Mom working. Things are bad. This time it's sent." He hesitated, then added, "Do you think this is just one strike?" The answer didn't come right away. When it did, it was only 2 words. No chance. Noah stared at them a long time. Across the room, Ava said, "That face means bad text." He glanced up. "Friend says, it's not over." She nodded as if that merely confirmed what she had already filed internally. "My mom said the same thing last night," she said, "but she thought I was asleep." That was how the day worked now. Children collecting truths from adults who had stopped knowing how much could be hidden. The basement door opened and Tasha came in carrying a clipboard, her scrubs wrinkled and a new stain dried at one shoulder. "All right," she said, attempting cheerfulness with a professionalism that almost made it convincing. "Hydration round. Also, if anyone has dietary restrictions, now is an excellent time to lower your standards." A few tired laughs moved through the room. Her eyes found Noah. She came over while passing out water and granola bars. "Your mom says to tell you she's still vertical." "That the exact message?" "Pretty close." Noah took the bottle. "How bad is upstairs?" Tasha thought about it before answering. "That depends. Whether you mean medicine bad or world bad?" "Both." She sat on the edge of a folding chair for just a second, enough to tell the truth without making it a ceremony. "Medicine bad is manageable for now. World bad is still developing." Noah nodded slowly. "That's adult code for terrible." Tasha gave him a tired smile. "You're learning fast." He didn't want to be. In Washington, Claire's second piece was nearly done when the building above them shuddered again. Not like an impact. Not like the first nervous settling in the stairwell. This was a deeper vibration, sustained for nearly 2 seconds, followed by a rain of fine dust drifting from the upper corner near the ventilation grate. The room went still. Someone whispered, "What was that?" No one answered because nobody knew which lie would be kindest. Samir was already at the door. "Stay put," he said automatically, which was the sort of instruction people gave when they had no authority to improve reality but still needed verbs in the room. Claire saved the document locally, then to the removable drive, then again under a second file name because redundancy had become a form of prayer. The emergency radio crackled. Static. A clipped beep. Then a voice she did not recognize. "Power instability affecting multiple districts. Federal continuity relocation is ongoing in select corridors. Citizens should remain sheltered and avoid movement toward government facilities." Claire's head came up sharply. Samir turned from the door. "Did that just say continuity relocation?" Miriam was already moving toward the radio as if proximity might alter the words retroactively. "Yes." No one in the room spoke for a second. Then the political editor said, "They're moving people." Not people, Claire thought. Assets, priorities, selected lines on selected maps. She looked back at Martin's documents on the screen and felt the ugliness lock into place, the corridors, the stability values, the stage messaging, the continuity dependencies. This was not just fear management after the fact. This was execution of a pre-written grammar. She stood so abruptly her chair tipped backward. Samir said, "Claire, I need to know where those corridors are. And how exactly do you plan to get that from inside a windowless records room with dead cell service?" She held up the drive. By reading faster. It sounded absurd. It was also the only honest answer. She went back to the terminal and began cross-referencing every repeated initial, every transportation notation, every corridor code she had skimmed too quickly the first time. There, buried inside a routing appendix attached to a continuity logistics draft, she found it. Corridor priority determinations aligned with CNR 5 stabilization zones. Below that, a series of initials and site references. One of the repeated initials again, LV. Claire froze. Samir saw. It were, what? She pointed. He read the line. LV? The woman who called me, Claire said. Or the woman from the Marina reports in Florida, if that connection is real. Lena Voss. Samir stared at the screen. You have her name tied to continuity corridor prioritization? I have her initials attached to drafts dealing with movement, stabilization, and messaging sequence. That is not the same thing. No, Claire said. It's worse. Because initials in documents like these meant institutional presence. A person inside the machine, not just speaking for it after the fact. The room around them receded. For the first time since Martin had handed her the documents, the architecture of the thing began to suggest not only broad guilt, but specific operators. And operators could be found, if they survived long enough to look. That evening, the sky over the Keys dimmed under a high veil that turned the sunset metallic. Not orange, not red. A dull bruised copper smeared thin across the horizon as though the atmosphere itself had been rubbed with ash. Even people who knew nothing of blast patterns or fallout modeling looked at that sky and felt, at the animal level, that something had entered the air and was changing the light. The drift house adapted the way all improvised fortresses adapted. Badly at first, then with growing confidence in routines nobody had wanted to learn. Water was apportioned, rooms reassigned, vehicles moved to create barriers, a watch rotation established, children kept inside after dusk, no fires except one controlled propane burner for cooking, no headlights aimed toward the road, no conversations about fuel where strangers could hear. Colin Barrett helped without being asked now, as if useful labor was the only moral rent he could pay for shelter. His wife sorted dry goods with Mrs. Bell. Louis patched a broken latch on the maintenance shed. Daniel cleaned his sidearm at the office desk with a concentration that was either calming or ominous, depending on how you read men. Ethan stepped out onto the dock just before full dark and saw headlights slowing on the road beyond the lot. Not passing, not lost. Considering. He stood very still. One truck rolled on. A second slowed farther, then kept moving. A third stopped for nearly 15 seconds before pulling away. Predators or refugees. Maybe no difference now. Daniel came out a moment later, saw Ethan's gaze fixed beyond the lot, and said, "We're on the map. We were yesterday. Yesterday we were a marina. Today we're a rumor." Ethan nodded once. Behind them from the office, Mrs. Bell called, "Soup's ready, and if the two of you plan to starve yourselves into competence, I'd at least like advance notice." Daniel rubbed a hand over his jaw. "She reminds me of Ma in Storms." Ethan stared at the darkening road. "Yeah." For a moment, neither spoke. Then Daniel said quietly, "Garvey thinks County Command may relocate inland if fuel gets tighter and communications stay bad." Ethan turned his head. "Abandon the islands? Not officially?" "That means yes." Daniel did not deny it. A boat bell rang softly from somewhere out in the channel. The sound carried unnaturally far. Ethan looked up at the copper-stained sky and felt with sudden unwelcome clarity that the first blast had not been the event itself. It had only been permission. Permission for governments to prioritize. Permission for roads to fail. Permission for supply lines to snap under human behavior before physics finished the job. Permission for every quiet selfishness and every hidden decency to reveal itself under pressure. The falling sky was not only ash, it was order coming apart overhead and settling onto everything below. "By tomorrow," Daniel said, as if continuing an internal conversation aloud, "we'll know whether this place becomes a refuge or a target." Ethan kept looking at the road. "Same thing eventually." Daniel did not argue. Behind them, the generator coughed once and steadied. The soup smell drifted through the office door. Children's voices rose briefly, then hushed again. And out beyond the slips, beyond the channel, beyond the bright poisoned edge of the horizon, the night closed slowly over a country learning that aftermath had no clean edges. Chapter 6. Winter begins early. By the third morning, people had stopped asking whether the world would return to normal. The question had not vanished dramatically. No one declared it dead. It simply lost market value. It stopped producing useful answers. In the first 24 hours, people still phrased their fear in temporary language. When the roads reopen, when the signal comes back, when the government clarifies, when supply trucks resume, when the danger passes. By the third morning, those sentences had begun to sound theatrical even to the people saying them. The country was still there. The roads had not disappeared. Governments still issued advisories. Hospitals still functioned in fragments. Newspapers still tried to publish. Gas pumps still existed. Water still ran in some places. The shell remained. But the assumptions inside the shell had changed. The most dangerous realization was not that the old system had failed all at once. It was that it had failed, selectively. At the Drift House Marina, dawn arrived under a sky the color of old tin. No bright tropical gold, no clean marine blue, just a low metallic light filtering through high suspended haze that had no business hanging over the keys in that thickness or that shade. Even the water looked altered. The channel no longer flashed silver in the morning. It moved dully, like something under glass. A faint grit had collected on the office windows overnight. Not enough to mean anything definitive. More than enough to make people rub it between finger and thumb and then look at the sky without speaking. Ethan Rowe stood outside the office with a clipboard in one hand and the previous day's inventory in the other, doing the kind of arithmetic that had become his entire religion. Water pressure, weaker than yesterday, still present. Generator diesel, down 12%. Gasoline, hidden, rationed, too visible anyway. Canned food, enough for perhaps 48 hours at the current. Count if everybody remained disciplined. Human discipline, finite and already under strain. From inside the office came the sound of Mrs. Bell instructing somebody with stern affection about how to heat canned beans without wasting propane, which was the sort of sentence that would have seemed comic in another life and now sounded like civilization. Daniel came out from the south side of the property with Luis and one of the stranded guests, Colin Barrett, all three of them wearing the flattened expressions of men who had slept in pieces. "Well?" Ethan asked. Daniel stopped beside him and looked once at the sky before answering. 3 cars slowed again during second watch. One pickup stopped at the road for maybe 30 seconds, drove off when Luis flashed the lantern. "Anyone come on foot?" "No." "That'll change." "Yeah," Daniel said. "It will." Luis rubbed at his eyes. "Also saw a smoke column farther north this morning. Not huge, but fresh." Ethan nodded once. Fires had entered the background now the way tides and traffic once had. Not every plume meant catastrophe. Some meant abandoned cars. Some meant looting. Some meant generator failure or kitchen mistakes or people burning what they could no longer store. The difficulty was not that smoke always meant danger. It was that danger had become too broad to classify efficiently. Colin said, "My wife says the air smells wrong." Ethan looked at him. "Everything smells wrong when you haven't slept." "That's not what I mean." They all stood in silence a second. Then Daniel said, "He's not wrong." The air did smell different. Less salt, less wet growth, something drier suspended inside it, as if the atmosphere had traveled too far across damaged places before reaching them. Ethan looked toward the office windows where the fine residue still clung to the glass. "Nobody says the word unless we know the word," he said. Daniel's face remained unreadable. "That's not the same as not thinking it." "No," Ethan said. "It isn't." He checked the clipboard again, because paper still obeyed in ways the world no longer did. "Any word from Garvey?" Daniel shook his head. County Net went live for 11 minutes around dawn. Enough for half a message. Emergency management says maintain shelter posture, preserve potable water, restrict non-essential fuel use, expect delayed federal support. Luis let out a short, humorless breath. "Delayed. Nice word." Daniel looked at him. "Words are all they've got left to ship reliably." From the office doorway, Mrs. Bell called, "If the menfolk are finished looking tragic under the poisoned heavens, breakfast is deteriorating." Ethan closed his eyes briefly. "There are moments when I think she may be the most stable institution in the county." "Could be worse," Daniel said. "Could still be the federal government." Inside breakfast had become not a meal but a morale strategy. Mrs. Bell had somehow produced heated beans, dry toast from the last of the bread, and weak coffee stretched into existence through methods Ethan preferred not to examine. The children from the overloaded boat sat quietly at one side of the office table, subdued but no longer crying at every sudden noise. Colin's wife, Jenna, helped portion food with the careful fairness of someone who understood that the shape of a spoonful mattered now. Ethan did a head count before he ate. Always before. 14 adults, 3 children, 1 dog, 1 old woman with a shotgun and superior judgment, resources decreasing in measurable ways, and fear increasing in invisible ones. Bad math. He had just swallowed the first bite when Luis, who had positioned himself near the front window out of habit, said, "Vehicle." Everyone in the office stiffened. Ethan set his mug down and moved to the window beside him. A white county emergency management SUV was turning into the lot slower than any outsider had yet approached. Mud on the sides, light bar off, 2 people in front, no obvious passengers in back. Daniel was already at the door. "Stay inside," he told the room. Mrs. Bell said, "I'm inside. The shotgun is merely coincidental." He ignored that and stepped out with Ethan at his shoulder. The SUV stopped 20 feet from the office. A man in khaki emergency management gear got out first. Late 40s, tie gone, beard growth coming in gray at the jaw. The woman beside him wore a county windbreaker over jeans and looked like someone who had been up for 2 days and no longer believed in the cosmetic use of calm. "Detective Rowe?" the man asked. Daniel nodded. "Depends who's asking." "Mark Feld, Monroe County Emergency Management. This is Dana Kessler, Public Health Liaison." That last title landed badly. Dana looked up at the sky before she looked at them. "You have how many sheltered here?" Ethan answered. 17 and a dog." Feld exhaled like that was both manageable and already too many. "We're doing spot checks on known congregation points south of the bridge corridor." "Spot checks for what?" Daniel asked. Feld and Dana exchanged one glance too practiced to be improvised. Ethan saw it. Daniel saw it. Luis, standing in the doorway now, saw it too. Dana stepped forward half a pace. "We're advising reduced outdoor exposure where feasible." No one spoke. Daniel said, "That's a sentence built to annoy me." Dana held his gaze. "I know." "For what reason?" "We're still awaiting refined atmospheric guidance." "There it is," Daniel said. "Atmospheric guidance again. Say the useful version." Feld cut in. "There was at least one offshore detonation in the broader theater with plume behavior not fully modeled at local scale. Current regional risk here appears low, but particulate deposition is being monitored. So, limit unnecessary outdoor exposure, cover stored water, minimize open-air food prep, and wipe down exterior surfaces if you can." From inside the office, somebody gasped. Dana looked past the 2 brothers toward the window, where frightened faces had become visible. "We're not issuing a panic order. Understand me clearly. We're issuing a caution order. There is a difference." Ethan stared at her. "You expect people to hear that difference?" "No," she said. "I expect people to hear whatever terrifies them first. I'm still obligated to try." That honesty made him trust her more than any official he'd heard since the launches. Daniel asked, "Masks? Iodine? Shelter specifics?" Dana shook her head. "No iodine advisory for this zone. Masks if you have them for dust or outdoor work, but this is not a direct plume emergency here as of current estimates. Main priority is reducing unnecessary exposure and preserving clean water." "As of current estimates," Ethan said. Feld spread his hand slightly. "You want false certainty or true uncertainty? Neither feels great." "Welcome to county government." Daniel stepped closer. "Why are you really here?" Feld's face changed, not much, but enough. "Because by tonight," he said, "people are going to start moving again. Not organized evacuation, drift, rumor migration, fuel scavenging. If you're holding supplies and your property already looks like shelter, you need to decide whether you're a pass-through point, a refuge point, or a closed site. We're still deciding whether we're standing, Ethan said. Dana glanced toward the fuel cage despite herself. Standing attracts people. That was the truest thing anyone had said that morning. Feld reached back into the SUV and produced a cardboard case. Basic masks, sanitizing wipes, public health guidance sheets nobody will read, also a hand crank radio if yours die. Luis took the box. Ethan asked, "Any federal support coming?" Feld gave him a look so level it was almost kind. "Not before you stop needing it." Then, because perhaps he regretted the honesty, he added, "County's trying to hold distribution nodes farther north. That's all I can tell you." As they turned to leave, Dana paused and looked once more at the office window, at the children visible there, at Mrs. Bell standing behind them like an armed judgment. "Keep them indoors when the haze thickens," she said quietly. Then she got back into the SUV. Ethan watched it leave and felt something decisive settle in him. Not panic, not acceptance. A narrower thing. The realization that no one above them was coming with enough speed, certainty, or force to keep Drift House from becoming whatever he made it become next. At St. Bridget's, the hospital cafeteria had become a rumor exchange with fluorescent lighting. Mara stood in line for a bowl of soup thin enough to see the bottom through and listen to 3 separate conversations fracture and recombine around her. National Guard at the port. My brother saw them. No, not radiation here. Just ash, I think. A generator diesel. That's the issue. Not beds. Someone said Sacramento got rolling blackouts. If the water pressure drops in Tower B, ICU's in trouble. None of it came from official briefings. All of it mattered. Hospitals were like that in crises. The truth arrived first through feet, faces, supply closets, and housekeeping carts. Administrators briefed. Staff knew. Mara took the soup and a bruised apple and found Tasha at a corner table with 2 respiratory therapists and an engineer from facilities who looked like he had spent the night in a mechanical room arguing with metal. "Sit," Tasha said. Mara sat. The engineer, whose badge read Reyes, was saying, "I'm telling you, if city pressure drops another 10%, we're on internal reserve balancing, and then everybody suddenly remembers water isn't magic." One of the respiratory therapists asked, "How long do we have if that happens?" Reyes shrugged with the exhausted bitterness of a man who knew exactly how much infrastructure faith had sustained ordinary life and how little public gratitude it ever earned. "Depends how many systems fail politely instead of all at once." Mara sipped the soup. Salt, heat, almost no nutrition. Perfect. Tasha leaned closer. "Admin briefing version? Please. Officially, no direct local impact. Maintain operations, conserve resources, trust coordination. Unofficially, pharmacies already locking specific meds, facilities is worried about water and backup fuel, and security says they turned away 37 non-patients this morning." "Turned away to where?" Mara asked. Tasha looked at her. "Exactly." The respiratory therapist on Mara's right said, "My husband wants me to leave after shift, says we should drive east." Mara looked up. "Drive where?" "His aunt's place near Modesto." "Fuel?" "Half tank." "Road conditions?" The woman laughed once and rubbed her forehead. "See? This is why I shouldn't ask nurses personal questions." Reyes pushed his tray away. "Nobody's driving cleanly anywhere by noon. You either already left yesterday, or you're now part of the problem." "That's cheerful," Tasha said. "It's plumbing," Reyes replied. "Plumbing teaches realism." Mara ate another spoonful of soup and thought of Noah in the basement education suite, of the other children down there learning quiet. She thought of Kevin's useless offer about the office building and felt a flare of anger so stale she no longer had energy to sharpen it. "What about discharge patients?" she asked. "Anyone talking about using that floor as a shelter overflow?" Tasha and Reyes exchanged a glance. "That's... Oh, no, I don't like," Mara said. Tasha lowered her voice. "They're discussing selective discharge acceleration." "Of course they are." "Which means if external arrivals increase and internal systems strain, this place stops being partly hospital and starts becoming triage geometry." Mara set the spoon down. "Every crisis had a phase change. She knew that professionally, but knowing it and hearing the click beneath your own feet were different things. A volunteer came into the cafeteria carrying a box of donated cloth masks and setting them by the drinks cooler, as if that gesture belonged to an ordinary wildfire season. Half the room looked at the mask without moving. The other half stood immediately. Mara watched the split happen in real time. The people who still believed precaution could be folded neatly into routine. The people who believed routine itself had become the lie. After lunch, she went downstairs to the education suite and found Noah helping Ava count bottled water by rows and expiration dates. He looked up when she entered and she saw the same quick relief as before, only more controlled now. He was learning not to waste visible panic. She hated the speed of that lesson. "You ate?" she asked. "Sort of. That's not a food group." He shrugged. Ava said, "We have 21 and a half bottles now because Mr. Halpern drank half and forgot where he put it." From the corner, the old man with oxygen raised one hand weakly in acknowledgement. Mara crouched near Noah. "Listen to me. I need you to stay down here a little longer." He glanced toward the basement door. "How long is a little longer now?" There it was again, that shift in language, the way children adapted first, not by understanding, but by asking better questions. "I don't know," she said, "but the hospital's still one of the better places to be." He studied her face. "That means outside is worse." "Yes." He nodded once. No argument. Then after a second, "If it gets bad, do we stay here?" Mara looked around the room. Cinder block walls, water stacked under a folding table, tired children, old men, fear, air that smelled faintly of bleach and stale education. It was not safety. It was only interiority and organization. But those were worth more now than they had ever been. For the moment, she said, "Yes." He accepted that, which frightened her more than if he had fought. In Washington, Claire Mercer was building a map out of fragments and institutional euphemism. The records room terminal was slow, the internal server access partial, and the document set incomplete. Under better conditions, it would have taken days to track the relationships hidden inside the continuity drafts. Under current conditions, where power, connectivity, and the future of the building itself were all provisional, it had to happen in hours. She worked anyway. Repeated initials, corridor, codes, stabilization zones, transportation references, messaging authorizations, asset movement priorities. Each piece alone might have been bureaucratic fog. Together, they suggested structure. By mid-morning, she had one page in her notebook filled with arrows and underlined names or initials. Martin Aguirre at State, unnamed continuity planners, logistics coordinators, CNR5 stabilization references, and LV. The same initials tied to movement and message sequencing. Samir stood behind her, reading upside down. "You've built a serial killer wall without the wall," he said. Claire didn't look up. "That's unkind. Mine has citations." "Less funny than intended." She drew another line between two routing references. "Look at this. Corridor priority, stabilization zone designation, and public advisory lag all intersect through the same approval chain." Meaning? Meaning the same people shaping movement policy may also have shaped what the public was allowed to understand about movement risk. Samir folded his arms. "That's getting close to intent." "It is intent. It is suggestive of intent." She turned in the chair and looked at him directly. "Why are you still talking like legal when we both know what this is?" He was quiet for a beat. Then, "Because if I stop talking like legal, I start talking like a citizen. And the citizen version of this conversation is not especially helpful." Claire stared at him a second longer, then turned back to the screen. The emergency radio crackled. A new advisory this time, less polished than the ones before, almost as if exhaustion had entered the federal voice chain too. Non-essential travel remains strongly discouraged. Resource strain in metropolitan areas may increase over the next 48 hours. Citizens should conserve potable water, preserve medications, and remain alert for local public health advisories regarding air quality and particulate exposure. Particulate exposure again. Samir exhaled slowly. "They are really trying not to say fallout to the public." Claire made another note. Because once they say it cleanly, every hospital, pharmacy, grocery, and road gets 10 times worse. And if they don't, they buy time. For someone. Samir looked at the documents on the terminal. You still think Voss is one of those someones? Claire tapped the page where the initials appeared again, beside a routing annex. I think Lena Voss is too deep in this paperwork to be just field response. What are you going to do with that? Find out who she reports to. With what communications? Claire held up the hand-crank radio Feld's counterparts had somehow not delivered here, because Washington had better phrases than actual supplies. At this point, spite and analog technology. That got the shadow of a smile out of him. Then the building lights dipped. Everyone in the room looked up. They came back weaker. A collective silence followed, the sort born when people no longer knew whether to trust electricity as infrastructure or treat it as weather. Miriam from legal said, if we lose power entirely, how much of this is preserved? Claire touched the removable drive in her pocket. Enough, Miriam nodded once. Then congratulations. You are now a portable archive. Claire looked back at the screen and thought, with a sudden sharpness, that archives were what civilizations made when they were no longer sure they'd be able to tell the story later from memory alone. By noon, Drift House had become a checkpoint, whether Ethan wanted it or not. Word had spread. Of course it had. Places with water, walls, and visible adults making decisions acquired myth faster than facts. Two families arrived in separate vehicles, asking if they could stay one night. A shrimp boat owner from farther south stopped only long enough to barter diesel for canned food and news. An older couple in a dusty sedan asked if the road north was open, and then wept quietly when the answer turned out to be not yes enough. Ethan had never before been forced to decide, in so short a span, who counted as his problem. That was the real violence of collapse, he was beginning to think. Not merely blast or hunger or theft, but the compression of ethics into gatekeeping. Daniel handled the questioning. Ethan handled the decisions. No room if you have nowhere else and no supplies. One room if you have children and can contribute. No fuel unless traded or medically necessary. No weapons displayed. No one gets told how much food exists. Everyone fills water only from the designated point. Nobody wanders the property after dark. Each new rule felt like a betrayal of some older version of himself, and also the only way to keep 17 people from becoming 30 and 30 from becoming a riot. Around 1 o'clock, Lewis came up from the dock and said, quietly, you should see this. Ethan followed him to the channel edge. 3 boats sat farther out than they needed to, engines idling low, bows pointed toward the marina, but not committing. Watching, not Coast Guard, not charter captains, not frightened tourists. The posture was wrong. Daniel joined them a moment later and followed Ethan's line of sight. How long? 10 minutes, maybe, Louise said. Any approach? Not yet. Daniel narrowed his eyes. Scouting? Ethan felt the skin tighten across the back of his neck. Could be people looking for fuel, Louise said. Same thing, Ethan replied. One of the boats swung slightly closer, then held position again. Far enough to deny intent, close enough to signal it. Daniel said, we need a visible deterrent. Mrs. Bell's voice came from behind them. I'm portable. All 3 men turned. She stood on the walkway with her shotgun broken open over one arm and a hat pinned to her, silver hair like she was attending a terrible church picnic. Ethan stared at her. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to find your tactical discussion underdeveloped. Daniel almost laughed despite himself. Mrs. Bell, she snapped the shotgun closed with practiced ease. Detective, unless you have an actual deputy boat hidden somewhere behind your charming pessimism, I suggest visibility. Then she walked past them onto the dock, stopped at the outer third where the watchers could clearly see her, and simply stood there with the shotgun held low but unmistakable. One of the idling boats turned first. The second followed. The third waited a beat longer, as if debating dignity, then peeled away too. Ethan let out the breath he had been holding. I'm going to start charging you security fees. Mrs. Bell did not look away from the channel. You can put it on my room tab. It was absurd. It was also effective. And effective had become holy. At St. Bridget's, the first patient arrived with a real particulate exposure question instead of a rumor. Not acute radiation syndrome. Nothing dramatic enough for television language. A city sanitation worker, mid-50s, brought in from an outdoor shift with red eyes, coughing, and skin irritation after sweeping residue from a municipal lot where ash-like material had settled on vehicles and pavement overnight. He had worn no mask because the city still had not distributed enough for general crews, and because in the old world, street dust was usually only street dust. Mara stood at the edge of Bay 6 while a physician asked exposure questions that seemed absurdly modern and historically antique at the same time. Where were you working? How long outside? Any burning taste in the mouth? Any nausea? Any known contact with industrial soot or fire runoff? Did the material look oily, fibrous, granular? The man answered through coughs. It looked like dust. He said angrily, everything looks like dust until somebody with a badge makes it expensive. That line stayed with Mara. Samples were bagged, his clothes isolated, public health notified. The staff around the bed moved in a new kind of caution, still professional, still measured, but now with the edge of a category shift. It was one thing to hear advisories, another to bag a man's work shirt because the outside had started crossing the threshold into inside medicine. Tasha came up beside Mara as the patient was wheeled toward decontamination. You see that? I have eyes. You know what this means. Mara watched the closed doors swing behind the gurney. It means the argument about whether to say the word out loud is over in practice, even if not in policy. Tasha nodded grimly. Exactly. How many more? Depends how long people keep pretending outside labor is normal. Mara thought of the city crews, delivery drivers, people walking, highways, people siphoning fuel on shoulders, people standing in gas lines under strange skies because their children were thirsty and the old rules had given them no elegant alternatives. Then more, she said. Tasha did not disagree. That afternoon when Mara went back down to see Noah, she found the basement quieter than before. Not calmer, quieter. People had begun conserving emotion the way they conserve batteries. Ava was asleep with her notebook on her lap. Mr. Halpern's daughter sat reading old hospital pamphlets without turning pages. Two younger boys played cards in total silence, which was more unnerving than noise would have been. Noah looked up from the floor where he had drawn a rough map of Oakland from memory on the back of a dietary services box. What's that? Mara asked. Routes. To where? He pointed. Hospital to apartment, hospital to the bridge, hospital to Dad's office if you absolutely lost a bet with reality. Despite everything, she snorted. He looked up at her and saw enough in her face to stop smiling. Something changed. She sat beside him on the floor. A little. Radiation. Not here like in movies, but there are particles outside in some places that people are starting to track more seriously. He absorbed that with frightening speed. So staying inside matters more. Yes. He looked down at the hand-drawn map. Then if we leave eventually, it has to be for something better than inside. Mara turned her head and stared at him. He shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. That seems obvious. It is. But obvious now carried the weight of strategy, not common sense. She touched the drawn hospital square with one finger. For now, this is the something better. Noah nodded. Then after a second, do you think winter will be weird? The question blindsided her. Why would you ask that? He looked toward the ceiling, toward the world, above the basement. Because stuff burns and goes into the sky, and then people online kept talking about ash and atmosphere, and I remember that lesson from school about volcanoes. Mara looked at her son, at the line of his jaw that still belonged to adolescence, and the question that belonged to history. I don't know, she said. He nodded as if that too was data. But later, walking back upstairs, Mara could not stop hearing it. Do you think winter will be weird? As if the seasons themselves had become negotiable. That evening in Washington, Claire finally found the name behind one of Martin's recurring initials. Not through some dramatic hack, not through access to a hidden server, through boredom and bureaucracy, a staffing appendix attached to a continuity logistics memo listed oversight attendees for a corridor prioritization workshop held 6 weeks before the crisis. Most names were redacted or partially masked, but one line remained visible because somebody somewhere had failed to consider how many documents a determined reporter would cross-reference under siege. L. Voss, Interagency Coordination/Field Stabilization. Claire sat back slowly in her chair. Samir came over at once because he had learned to recognize the shape of her silence. "What?" she pointed. He read it again, then said, "Field Stabilization. That's not a Marina interview title." "No," Samir said. "That's a machine title." Claire looked at the surrounding notations. Corridor movement, asset triage, public sequencing, field stabilization. Lena Voss was not just adjacent to the response, she was built into it. And if she was in Florida asking about marinas and transient routes while also tied to continuity corridors and stabilization planning, then the line between federal crisis management and whatever shadow logistics Rafael Soto had stumbled through was growing frighteningly thin. Samir leaned a hand on the back of her chair. "Can you prove operational overlap from this?" "Not yet. But," Claire looked up at him, "but I can prove she mattered before the launches were public." That alone was enormous. Outside the records room, somewhere higher in the building, something metallic crashed and rolled, followed by a distant shout. Everyone in the room flinched. Nobody moved immediately. Living in shelter had already begun teaching people the hierarchy of sounds, what required action, what only required fear. Miriam came over from the far side of the room, eyes on the screen. "That enough for another piece?" Claire considered the question honestly. "Enough for a draft," she said. "Not enough for publication unless we survive long enough to confirm the rest." Miriam nodded. "The legal department officially hates that sentence. The rest of me doesn't love it either." Samir straightened. "Then write the draft." Claire looked at the terminal, at Voss's line on the page, at Martin's notes beside the keyboard. The machine title sat there with its bureaucratic calm. Field stabilization. She thought of marinas becoming targets, hospitals becoming triage geometry, cities being ranked by stability value, the public being instructed to remain calm inside, managed ambiguity, while selected corridors quietly moved assets and personnel. Then she began to type. Night returned to the keys under a sky that no longer looked native to the place. The haze thickened after sundown, turning moonlight diffuse and weak. Ethan put everyone on stricter indoor rules, covered the rain barrels though there had been no rain, and assigned another watch rotation with Daniel, despite the fact that both men were running on fragments of sleep and stubbornness. After dark, Drift House felt less like a marina and more like a ship becalmed in bad water. Lights dimmed, bodies close, supplies counted, everyone listening for sounds beyond the hull. Luis took first watch by the office. Colin took second near the maintenance shed. Daniel walked the perimeter twice before settling at the desk with the county radio turned low. Mrs. Bell refused to go to bed until Ethan physically took the shotgun from her and replaced it with a promise he had no right to make. The children slept again on blankets because the back rooms felt too far from adult voices now. Around 10 o'clock, a distant line of headlights appeared on the road north and did not move for nearly 15 minutes. Traffic jam, checkpoint, looters, abandoned vehicles, impossible to know. By 11, the generator coughed twice and steadied again. By midnight, the air had grown cold enough that Jenna Barrett asked for extra blankets, and Ethan realized with a jolt that the temperature drop was sharper than it should have been. Daniel noticed too. "You feel that?" "Yeah. It's August behavior wearing the wrong month." Ethan looked up through the haze. "Tell me that's just weather." Daniel didn't. They stood at the edge of the dock, listening to the water slap softly at the pilings and to the far-off non-weather silence hanging over the island chain. Finally, Ethan said, "You know what scares me most?" Daniel glanced at him. "I can think of several contenders. The fact that this already feels normal in pieces." Ethan gestured back toward the office. "The watches, the rationing, the way people ask permission before using water now. It took what? 2 days." Daniel looked toward the dim office windows where Mrs. Bell's silhouette moved once across the curtains. "Humans normalize fast," he said. That's why we survive. It's also why we walk into hell carrying clipboards. Ethan let out a tired breath that might have been laughter. Then Daniel's radio hissed. Both men froze. The signal was weak, ragged, almost not there. But a voice emerged in pieces. County advisory. Increased overnight particulate. Indoor shelter recommended. Repeat. Indoor shelter recommended until further notice. Static swallowed the rest. Neither brother spoke. Because for the first time, the guidance was no longer merely caution wrapped in bureaucracy. Indoor shelter recommended until further notice. Ethan looked at the dark water, at the haze sky, at the office full of sleeping people who had not chosen him and yet now depended on him in all the ugliest practical ways. Winter begins early, Noah had almost asked without knowing it. The phrase came to Ethan then without source or permission. He did not know yet whether it would mean temperature, crops, atmosphere, years. Only that something had entered the sky which did not belong there, and the sky had already begun returning the favor. "Get them farther from the windows," Daniel said quietly. Ethan nodded, and together they turned back toward the office, toward the weak interior light, toward the sleeping children and armed old woman and rationed coffee and failing generator and all the stubborn scraps of order they still had left. Outside, the night settled colder over the island. Not winter, not yet, but early enough to be understood as a warning. Chapter 7. The Men Who Plan for This. By the fourth day, the country had begun to divide into two kinds of people, those who were still reacting, and those who had prepared for reaction as a manageable resource. The first kind filled highways, hospitals, churches, marinas, school gyms, and parking lots, carrying their households on their backs and their disbelief in thinning layers. They improvised. They bartered. They asked questions like, how long will this last and when will the trucks come? And is the government sending help because the old world still existed in their minds as a delayed service, not a dead one? The second kind moved differently. They did not ask those questions. They already had routes, lists, fuel caches, interior locations, known names, alternative communications. They did not necessarily wear uniforms, and they did not always announce authority. What distinguished them was not confidence exactly, it was rhythm. The unhurried efficiency of people, stepping into a timeline they had rehearsed in private before the rest of the country knew it existed. Claire Mercer saw the first proof of that rhythm in a basement records room in Washington, under bad lights and failing power, while the city above her tried to remember how to breathe through managed collapse. The Ledger's building was colder than it had been the day before. Not dramatically colder, not enough for anyone to say it at first, just enough that people began rubbing their hands together between sentences and blowing lightly into coffee cups that no longer held real coffee. The HVAC system had become inconsistent overnight. One vent pushed stale warmth, another breathed only weak air that smelled faintly of dust and old insulation. Outside the records room, somewhere higher in the building, the old machinery of a modern office tower had begun to sound uncertain, as if pumps and blowers and emergency circuits were all negotiating separately now. Claire sat at the terminal with Martin Aguirre's notes on one side, her own legal pad on the other, and the page containing Lena Voss's name open on the screen. L. Voss, Interagency Coordination/Field Stabilization. The title had continued to grow more sinister in her mind the longer she stared at it. Not because it was dramatic, because it was administrative, because men and women who intended to survive history by shaping it loved nouns like stabilization. The word allowed them to bury any number of brutal acts beneath an implied public good. Samir stood at her shoulder reading from a second printout and chewing half-heartedly on a protein bar that had likely expired in a calmer political season. "I've been thinking about your corridor theory," he said. "That sounds unhealthy. I work in journalism. Health was never an option." He tapped one paragraph in the draft appendix they had printed before the network dropped again. If continuity corridors were prioritized, before public acknowledgement, and if Voss had field stabilization authority inside those corridors, then whatever she was doing in Florida was not random federal curiosity. "No," Claire said, "it wasn't. She was checking access points, or transit nodes, or alternate supply ingress, or maritime handoff viability. Samir looked down at her notes. You think the smuggling route and continuity planning overlap operationally? Claire leaned back slowly in the chair, feeling the ache in her spine. I think men like Rafael Soto do not accidentally brush against language like hardened components and survive the first blast unless somebody with foresight is using criminal channels to move things official systems don't want officially seen. Samir's mouth tightened. That's not just preparedness. That's parallel logistics. Yes. And if parallel logistics existed before the launches were public, then at least part of government or quasi-government knew ordinary infrastructure was either insufficient or too visible for what they were positioning. Claire finally looked up at him. Exactly. It felt important just to say it plainly. Not because plainness solved anything, because all morning the crisis language on radios and advisories had worked in the opposite direction. Sanding edges, lowering flame, replacing blood with nouns, particulate exposure, resource strain, corridor stabilization, continuity dependencies. Plain language was becoming the only moral tool she trusted. Across the records room, Miriam from legal was trying to coax a wired call through to someone at a partner newsroom in Philadelphia. She had developed the brittle grace of a person who had accepted that both lawsuits and nuclear fallout could now exist inside the same workday, and therefore neither deserved full facial expression anymore. A younger reporter named Elias, not Claire's father, just a new politics hire, unfortunate, enough to share the name, sat on the floor against a shelf and tried for the third time to send a text to his sister in Maryland. The message failed again. He looked down at the dead screen and laughed once, quietly as if at a private insult. The emergency radio hissed alive, a different voice this time, female, tighter, less polished. Federal and regional authorities continue to coordinate protected transport of essential personnel and assets through designated stabilization corridors. Citizens are reminded not to approach government transport convoys or restricted sites. The room went completely still. Samir and Claire looked at each other. Protected transport, essential personnel and assets, stabilization corridors, not rumors anymore, not inference layered over documents, spoken aloud. Miriam abandoned the handset and crossed the room. Did that just confirm convoy movement? It confirmed enough, Samir said. Claire grabbed her notebook and underlined the phrase twice. Assets, she said quietly. Samir nodded. They said assets. No one in the room needed that word translated, not fully. It meant generators, medicine, data cores, senior personnel, command elements, maybe protected families, maybe hardened communication systems, maybe stores the public would never be told existed. It meant there was movement through the country that was not for everyone and had never been intended to be. Claire looked down again at Voss's title and felt a cold, almost clarifying anger gather under her ribs. These weren't merely the people reacting best. They were the people who had planned to stand where the reaction would break. And if that was true, then the story was no longer just that the public had been misled about timing. It was that someone had been arranging who inherited functioning pieces of the state after the fire. She turned back to the terminal and began searching every remaining file for two words: stabilization corridor. At St. Bridget's, Maravale spent the morning learning exactly how quickly a hospital could stop behaving like a hospital and become a holding line against civic unraveling. The shift began badly and got organized in the way only desperate institutions did. Security had closed another entrance. 2 elective wards were being consolidated into one functional floor to preserve generator coverage and staffing. Non-critical discharges were being accelerated so fast that social work could barely keep pace with the paperwork. The cafeteria had switched to ration trays. Facilities had posted handwritten notices over 3 sinks on the east wing. Conserve water / use only if necessary. The notices frightened people more than any official briefing. Mara saw it in the eyes of patients' families and staff alike. Hospitals were supposed to be full of shortages you couldn't see. Medication substitutions, overtime, bed crunches, controlled chaos. A paper sign over a sink dragged scarcity into the visible world where even the least medically literate person could understand it. In Bay 6, the sanitation worker from the day before had become the center of a new category of worry. Not because he was dying. He wasn't. But the lab handling on his clothing, the public health consult, the caution around exterior exposure, it all carried implications that spread faster than any memo. By 10:30, half the emergency department had heard some version of the story. By 11, that story had turned, through repetition and fear, into 6 different stories. Radiation patient in decon. Ash from the coast tested positive for contaminants. Outdoor work suspended citywide. National Guard preparing a perimeter. The hospital basement will become permanent shelter. No one is leaving after dark. Only one of those was partly true, but that hardly mattered. Tasha found Mara just after noon wiping down a treatment station with the concentrated, unnecessary force of someone who needed motion more than cleanliness. "You need 5 minutes," Tasha said. "I need 6 more nurses and a supply convoy." "That too." She handed Mara a folded surgical mask and one of the new county-issued particulate masks, flat-packed and ugly. "Admin wants staff using these if they're outside longer than 10 minutes. Mara stared at the mask. "There it is." "There what is?" "The part where institutional caution becomes visible enough that everyone understands the real version." Tasha looked down the corridor where 2 orderlies were wheeling bottled water, past a group of patients pretending not to watch. "People already understand more than admin wants." "Yes," Mara said, "but now they understand that we understand." That was worse. Professional reassurance only worked if the professionals still appeared to occupy a category above ambient fear. The second hospital started masking staff for exterior air. Some invisible membrane tore. Tasha sat on the edge of the counter for a moment, breaking 3 policies in one tired motion. Facilities wants a count of all non-patient dependents in the basement suite. Mara looked up immediately. "Why?" "They say it's just planning." "Meaning?" "Meaning if this place tips any farther towards surge shelter, they need to know who isn't technically part of medical throughput." Mara stared at her. There it was. The new line. Not patient, not staff, not throughput. People like Noah existed on the wrong side of emerging geometry. "Have they said they're moving them?" Mara asked. "Not yet." "Not yet." Mara hated the phrase with physical force now. Tasha saw it on her face. "I know." "No," Mara said, quieter than before. "You know professionally. I know maternally. Different category." Tasha accepted that. Downstairs in the basement education suite, Noah was discovering that waiting could become labor. He and Ava had taken over the room's supply organization because doing so gave shape to hours that otherwise would have dissolved into listening. They stacked water by bottle size, sorted crackers and granola bars by expiration date, grouped flashlights by whether they actually worked, and made a handwritten list of everyone in the room and what medicine they needed if the day stretched into another night. Ava took inventory with total seriousness. Noah drew routes and contingency ideas on the back of outdated hospital education posters. The old man with oxygen, Mr. Halpern, had begun calling them quartermasters in a gravelly tone that made it sound like a joke and a title. When Mara came down and saw the list taped neatly to the inside cabinet door, she stood in silence long enough that Noah noticed. "What?" he asked. She looked at the names. Ava, peanut allergy, Mr. Halpern, oxygen/heart meds, Mrs. Halpern's daughter, Lisa, no needs listed Theo, asthma inhaler, Marcus, no meds Noah, no meds, but mom probably needs coffee. Mara actually laughed just once, and the sound startled her. "You think you're funny," she said. "I'm preserving morale." She stepped into the room and hugged him before she could decide whether that would embarrass him in front of the others. He stiffened for half a second, then returned it, quick and fierce. When she let go, he said quietly, "Are we getting kicked out?" The question hit so directly she couldn't even pretend surprise. "Who told you that?" "Nobody. People are saying planning words." Ava from the table said without looking up, "Adults use different voice when they plan to rearrange children." Mara looked at the girl. "That is an upsettingly accurate sentence." Ava shrugged and kept writing. Mara crouched to Noah's eye level. "I don't know what admin will decide. I know I'm not letting you get separated from me without a better option." That was as close to a promise as she could ethically come. Noah read the limit in it, then nodded. Again, that frightening acceptance. Again, the speed of adaptation. The basement door opened and a volunteer came in with another crate of bottled water and 2 boxes of masks. She looked around the room at the children, the elderly, the folded blankets, the lists taped to cabinets, and said to nobody in particular, "They're setting up cots in physical therapy." Silence followed. Then Mr. Halpern said dryly, "Well, that sounds temporary and encouraging." No one laughed. In the Keys, Drift House had entered the phase Ethan dreaded most, becoming known enough to attract not only the desperate, but the interested. Around midday, a white box truck rolled slowly past the road entrance, kept going, then returned 20 minutes later and parked on the shoulder just far enough north to pretend it had not chosen the marina specifically. 2 men got out, stood near. The cab smoked, and looked at the property with the maddening stillness of people conducting assessment rather than seeking help. Daniel saw them first through the office blinds and said only, "No." Ethan crossed to the window beside him. The truck had no clear business markings. Mud on the wheel wells, rear lock intact, cab too clean for local seafood, too plain for county use. One of the men wore a ball cap and mirrored sunglasses. The other had his hands in his pockets and the posture of somebody who believed time worked for him. "Recognize them?" Ethan asked. Daniel shook his head. "No, which is part of the issue." Lewis came up behind them holding the hand-crank radio under one arm, like a strange child. "Those the same type from yesterday?" "Maybe," Daniel said. Mrs. Bell, seated behind the counter, shelling patience out of thin air, said, "If you keep using that tone, I'm going to need a sharper category than maybe." The man in mirrored sunglasses pointed once toward the property. The other nodded. Neither moved closer. That made it worse. Ethan said, "If they wanted shelter, they'd come ask." Daniel nodded. "If they wanted fuel, they'd test us quicker." "So what do they want?" Daniel didn't answer immediately. Finally, "To be seen seeing us." That sat hard in the room. Visible assessment, rumor confirmation, pressure without contact. Ethan looked at the truck, then at the guests moving quietly between buildings, at the children being kept farther inside now, at the fuel cage hidden badly enough that only politeness still made it secret. "What do we do?" Daniel's eyes stayed on the road. "We show them this is not an easy pickup." Mrs. Bell rose without a word, disappeared into the back office, and returned with the shotgun. Luis muttered, "God bless America." Colin Barrett stepped out from the hallway behind them. "I can take a post by the sheds." Ethan looked at him. "You ever done anything like that?" "No." "Then don't pretend to start now." Colin took that, jaw tightening. The white truck remained on the shoulder, watching. Daniel finally said, "Open the front doors. Let them see movement. Controlled movement. People working, not panicking." Ethan frowned. "That seems backward." "It tells them we're organized enough not to flinch." Luis caught on first. "And armed?" Daniel glanced toward Mrs. Bell. "God willing." So they did it. Luis moved crates with deliberate purpose. Ethan walked the lot with keys visible and posture hard. Daniel stood near the office steps where the badge showed if the light hit it right. Mrs. Bell took the chair in the doorway, with the shotgun across her lap and the expression of a widow who had already outlived enough male foolishness to find a fresh sample uninteresting. It was theater. Necessary theater. After nearly 10 more minutes, the 2 men from the truck got back in, idled another half-minute, and drove north. No one in the office exhaled until they were gone. Colin said, "They'll be back." Daniel looked through the blinds at the empty road. "Or others will." Mrs. Bell settled deeper into the chair. "Then I suppose we'd better become memorable." Claire's first real breakthrough came not from the continuity drafts themselves, but from the margins. Martin Aguirre had been the kind of bureaucrat who annotated for survival. His handwritten notes were sparse, but where they existed, they mattered. On the back of one photocopied transportation summary, Claire noticed a line in Martin's cramped hand that she had previously mistaken for a partial phone number. It wasn't. It was an address code, or part of one. B17/Raven Rock Annex? "Ask EM if alive." Claire stared at it. Samir, who had developed a reflex for the shape of her concentration, came over. "What did you find?" She pointed. He read it and read, frowned. Raven Rock, continuity site, or a reference to one, could be secondary annex language. An EM? Claire thought for a second, then felt the answer arrive not from certainty but memory. My father. Samir blinked. Your father? Elias Mercer, missile defense analyst, retired. He used to mention continuity exercises when I was a teenager, always like they were boring and hypothetical, and definitely not things families should ask follow-up questions about. You think Martin knew your father? I think Martin knew my father knew the language. Samir studied her face. You haven't spoken to him in how long? Meaningfully? Yeah. Claire looked back down at the note. Years. There it was. The private tax embedded in public crisis. Not merely fear of the state or the falling sky, but the sudden return of family members you had filed into manageable emotional boxes until history pried the lid off. Miriam approached them carrying 2 pages torn from a reporter's notebook. Wired line to Virginia came back for 7 minutes. We used 3 of them arguing with a distributor. 2 left. If you have a number worth gambling on, now is the time. Claire took the paper without speaking. Samir said quietly, Go. The number for Elias Mercer still lived in her memory, despite every effort she'd made in adult life not to need it. She went to the wired handset, shut herself in a side records alcove, and dialed. Once, twice, static, then ringing. She felt suddenly, irrationally, like a teenager again, already preparing annoyance into armor, before a parent could use disappointment first. On the 5th ring, a man answered. Not her father, a young male voice, controlled, alert. Mercer residence. Claire froze. Who is this? A beat. Then the voice said, Who is asking? Cold moved through her. This is Claire Mercer. I'm calling for Elias Mercer. The silence on the line changed texture. Then a new voice came on. Older, familiar, dry with age and intellect and all the old distance she had once mistaken for invulnerability. Claire. She gripped the handset harder. Dad. I wondered how long it would take. Not I'm glad you're alive. Not are you safe. Not even Claire. Just that. She almost hung up on instinct alone. Instead, she said, I found a note in a government document with your initials next to a continuity reference, so forgive me if I skip the reunion speech and ask the useful question first. On the other end, she heard him exhale slowly. Are you in Washington? He asked. Yes. That is no longer a useful place to be. Spare me the paternal timing. Did Martin Aguirre know you? A pause. Yes. Claire shut her eyes briefly. What did he think you knew? That the people currently calling this a crisis are lying by omission about its architecture. Her eyes opened again. Not because the sentence surprised her, because hearing it in her father's voice, flat, precise, already shaped for no emotion, made it more real than any memo yet had. Architecture, she repeated. Yes. Then tell me the architecture. On the other end, distant voices murmured. Men, by the sound of them. Movement in the background, not a house at peace. When Elias Mercer spoke again, his voice had lowered. The short version is this. Some people planned not only to survive strategic exchange, but to govern what remained immediately after it. They built layers, official continuity, semi-official continuity, and deniable parallel channels for assets they did not trust regular systems to carry in time. Claire felt her pulse hammer once, hard. Parallel channels, she said. Through criminal routes? Another pause, slightly longer. Yes. There it was, not proved in court, not sourced for publication, but spoken by a man who had spent a career inside the grammar of systems that expected to outlive the public. Dad, she said, voice tight now, who are the men who planned for this? His answer came back colder than she was ready for. Not men, Claire. Men are only easier for the press to imagine. This was committees, contractors, interagency planners, continuity hawks, private security consultants, logistics specialists, elected cowards, unelected opportunists, and bureaucrats who convinced themselves that preserving functional command justified preserving it unevenly. The words left her no room for melodrama, only comprehension. Did they provoke it? She asked. I don't know that. Did they prepare for it before the public was told to? Yes. No hesitation. No protective fog. Yes. Claire leaned against the metal shelving and felt the full moral weight of sequence settle onto her shoulders. Outside the alcove, somebody in the records room was asking for batteries. The cat meowed once. The building breathed its failing machinery, and inside the handset came the voice of her father, who had spent years not being useful to her and now had become necessary because history preferred bad timing. Where are you? She asked. Virginia. Not alone. With who? People who understood earlier than most that government installations would become magnets and that some of the continuity network is not under stable control. That phrase froze her. Not under stable control? Claire, listen carefully to me. There are official corridors and unofficial ones. There are legitimate relocation efforts and armed opportunists piggybacking on them. There are convoys moving assets, and there are men using that movement to position themselves beside the surviving bones of the state. Do not assume every uniform or badge now points to one chain of command. Lena Voss, Field Stabilization, Florida Marinas, Parallel Logistics. Our white truck watching Drift House, everything tightened. Can I get to you? She asked. On the line, her father did not answer immediately. When he did, the words came out with what might once have passed for tenderness if she had not known how costly tenderness always seemed to him. Probably not, he said, but I may be able to get to you. Then the wired line went dead. Claire stood with the silent handset pressed to her ear for a second longer than necessary. When she came back into the records room, Samir took one look at her face and said, That good or bad? Claire set the handset down carefully. Both, she said, which means it's real. At St. Bridget's, the line between hospital and shelter finally tore just after dusk, not loudly, not with riot, with paperwork. A man from administration arrived in the basement education suite carrying a clipboard, a facilities supervisor, and the thin, strained look of someone assigned to convert necessity into explanation for people likely to hate him. Mara happened to be there, having come down to check on Noah between cases, when the man cleared his throat and addressed the room. We need to begin consolidating non-patient occupancy off primary medical campus zones, he said. The words were dead on arrival. Mr. Halpern's daughter said, in English. The administrator swallowed. The hospital can no longer function as an open shelter site for non-clinical dependents beyond immediate operational necessity. We're coordinating transfer recommendations to affiliated community locations and... Mara stepped between him and the room before she had fully decided to. No. The word came out sharper than policy allowed. He blinked at her. I'm sorry? You're not moving children and elderly relatives into community overflow sites at night, with roads unstable and air guidance changing by the hour. Ms. Nurse Vale. Nurse Vale, this decision is not mine individually. No, Mara said. It's just your mouth saying it. The facilities supervisor looked at the floor. Wise man. The administrator lowered his tone, perhaps mistaking this for de-escalation. We have critical care expansion needs and non-clinical bodies occupying interior zones that may become necessary for... Then say that, Mara snapped. Say you need the safe rooms for patients, and you're about to make the less treatable people somebody else's problem. The room had gone very still. Noah was on his feet now. Ava, too. Mr. Halpern still seated but no longer appearing sleepy. The administrator said, We are arranging affiliated placements. With transportation, Mara cut in. He hesitated. That was answer enough. With security, she pressed. Another hesitation. With potable water, backup power, and staff? Silence. Mara took one step closer. Then you are not arranging placements. You are exporting liability. The man's face hardened with the brittle righteousness of someone cornered while still convinced process deserved respect. This hospital is under extraordinary pressure. I work here, Mara said. I'm aware. His eyes flicked to Noah, then back to her. If staff choose to leave with dependents, that is their decision. There it was, the concealed blade inside administrative language. Not just relocation, pressure, an invitation to self-select out of service. Mara understood the equation instantly. Enough staff with children or vulnerable relatives would leave voluntarily rather than surrender them to bad overflow sites. The hospital would lose labor. The administration would call it unavoidable. Everyone would pretend the choice had belonged equally to everyone involved. Noah said quietly, "Mom." She didn't look at him because if she did, the answer might become simple, and she had not yet allowed. Simplicity. The administrator clipped a fresh page onto the board. "We need names within the hour." Then he left. The room remained silent for several seconds after the door closed. Finally, Mr. Halpern said, "That young man has the soul of a parking citation." A few brittle laughs escaped around the room. Mara turned to Noah then. He was frightened, trying not to show it, old enough to understand that he was now a variable in his mother's professional survival. She hated the system for giving him that knowledge. "We're not going to one of their overflow sites," he said. Not a question. Mara looked at the cinder block walls, the bottled water, the mass, the tired children, the old man with oxygen, the lists on cabinet doors, and felt the full approach of decision. The hospital was no longer enough by itself. Not shelter enough, not mother enough, not system enough. For the first time since she'd walked through the doors, leaving began to feel less reckless than staying under someone else's arithmetic. She knelt in front of Noah. "I need 1 hour," she said. He searched her face. "For what?" "To decide whether I'm still a nurse first," she said, "or your mother first." He looked at her for a long moment, then said the worst possible thing in the smallest possible voice. "You don't have to say it like there's a right answer." It nearly broke her. Night settled heavier over Drift House than any night since the launches. The haze ate distance. Sounds carried strangely. The road north shone intermittently with stalled headlights and dim moving beams, but fewer than the night before. That was worse in its own way. Less traffic did not mean safety. It meant exhaustion, fuel depletion, roadblocks, or people learning better than to move visibly. After dinner, rice thinned with canned vegetables, eaten mostly in silence, Daniel took first perimeter walk while Ethan checked locks and room. Assignments. When he came back to the office, Mrs. Bell looked up from cleaning the shotgun with total unconcern for the moral symbolism of the act and said, "You've got the face." Ethan paused. "What face?" "The one men get when they realize they've become mayor of some place they never intended to govern." He almost smiled. Almost. Before he could answer, Lewis came in from outside too fast. "Road." That was enough. Everyone in the office stiffened. Ethan and Daniel reached the window together. No headlights this time. A convoy. 3 dark vehicles moving without unnecessary illumination, slow and deliberate along the road beyond the lot. Not civilian panic, not county sloppiness. Too disciplined. The lead vehicle paused opposite the marina entrance, then rolled forward again. The second did the same. The third slowed, longest of all. Ethan could not make out markings. Maybe there were none. Maybe they were meant only for people with better optics. Daniel whispered, "Those are not locals." "No," Ethan said. "They aren't." The convoy continued north and disappeared into the haze. No stop, no contact, just confirmation. Mrs. Bell, still seated, said, "You see? Men who know where they're going." Daniel looked at her, then back through the blinds. "Yeah." Ethan thought of Claire, though he had never met her, of Washington records rooms and continuity corridors he did not know existed by name, of Rafael Soto bleeding in an interview chair, of Agent Lena Voss asking questions before dawn, as if this marina had always belonged inside some larger map. Then he thought of what Dana Kessler had said. Standing attracts people. Not only the desperate, apparently, the prepared as well. He turned from the window and looked at the office. Children asleep again under blankets. Colin and Jenna whispering in one corner. Louis trying not to look scared. Daniel already calculating angles and lines of approach. Inchamasime, Belle cleaning the shotgun like she'd been born old enough to distrust men in convoys. Drift House was no longer just shelter. It was now a visible piece on someone else's board. Ethan felt the truth settle all the way through him. By tomorrow, he would have to decide what the place was becoming: refuge, fortress, waypoint, or bait. Outside, the convoy's engine noise faded completely. Inside, nobody moved for several seconds. Then Daniel said very quietly, "The men who planned for this are moving now." And no one in the room had the luxury of pretending otherwise. Chapter 8, Hunger Law. By the fifth day, morality had begun to lose weight. Not disappear, not entirely. People still offered each other water in some places. They still carried strangers' bags up stairwells when elevators failed. They still shared batteries, moved the elderly into interior rooms, and made children laugh on purpose even when no adult in the room could remember what safety felt like. But morality had started competing with arithmetic, and arithmetic was winning more often. How many mouths, how much food, how many hours on backup power, how many gallons hidden, how many outsiders admitted before the shelter stopped being shelter and became prey. That was the law now. Hunger law, water law, distance law. The ugly practical constitution written faster than any government proclamation. At Drift House, Ethan Rowe felt it settle over the property before sunrise like a second weather system. The haze had thickened overnight and turned dawn into a weak metal-colored smear over the channel. The air smelled flat and faintly bitter. Every exterior surface wore a fine film that could have been dust, salt, ash, or fear translated by touch. Ethan had stopped pretending the distinction always mattered. If something made people wipe down windows in silence and keep children away from outdoor railings, it had already become part of the environment, whether a lab named it yet or not. He stood in the office with Daniel, Luis, Colin Barrett, and Mrs. Bell while the others slept or pretended to. The hand-crank radio sat on the counter between them like a relic from a country that had already become historical. Ethan laid a legal pad on the desk and drew a line down the center. "Food," he said. Mrs. Bell looked at him over the rims of her reading glasses. "Well, let's all sit upright. He's reached government." "Food," Ethan repeated because humor only worked now if it didn't interrupt inventory. "Luis?" Luis checked his own pad. "At present count, if everybody eats at the current level, 2 more full days maybe. 3 if we cut breakfast in half and stop pretending anybody needs seconds." Jenna Barrett, who had come in quietly a moment earlier and now stood in the doorway, with her arms folded against the morning chill, said, "The kids need full meals." Mrs. Bell answered before Ethan could. "Children need predictability more than fullness. None of us is getting fullness." Jenna stiffened, not offended so much as exhausted enough to resent truth. Ethan said, "We cut adult portions first." No one argued. That was bad in its own way. He drew another line. "Water," Daniel answered this time. "Pressure's worse than yesterday. Still running. Unreliable. If county supply fully dips and we're on stored only, then we get mean fast." Colin said quietly, "How mean?" Daniel looked at him. "The kind where washing becomes memory." No one spoke after that. Ethan drew the third line. People. That one stayed on the page longer than the others because no amount of notation made it manageable. Drift House had 19 on the property now. The original group plus 2 more who had been admitted late the night before. A woman from Marathon with a diabetic husband and a local charter mechanic whose boat had taken damage and whose home sat too exposed near the road. Ethan had let them in because they had supplies, because the husband needed refrigeration for insulin while the generator still held, and because saying no had begun to feel less like firmness and more like choosing who got converted into tomorrow's roadside bodies. But 19 was already different from 17. 19 changed food, changed noise, changed watch, changed how visible they were, changed how rumor grew. Daniel rested both palms on the desk. "We need a hard number." Ethan looked up. "For what?" "For capacity." Mrs. Bell said, "At last, some spine." Ethan ignored that and kept his eyes on Daniel. "You want me to put a number on people. I want you to put a number on collapse." There it was, not cruelty. Translation. Louise shifted uncomfortably. Jenna looked at the floor. Colin stared out the window at the channel as if water might offer moral exemption. Ethan rubbed a hand over his mouth. 22. Daniel nodded once. "Then 22. Jenna looked up sharply. "That's it?" "That's it," Ethan said. She looked like she wanted to protest on behalf of strangers not yet visible. Then she looked at the legal pad, at the half-empty shelves, at the weakening morning, at the children asleep under two blankets in the office corner, and she said nothing. Mrs. Bell, who understood communities and church suppers and ration arithmetic in a way all men eventually ended up borrowing from women like her, nodded once in approval. Good. A place without a number is just a lie with walls. Daniel reached for the radio then, turning the crank with measured strokes until the weak emergency channel hissed back to life. Static, a clipped tone, then a voice scratchy and tired. Regional advisory update. Particulate concentrations elevated in some coastal zones. Indoor shelter remains recommended. Local distribution interruptions expected to continue. Citizens should not rely on immediate resupply. Daniel shut it off before the message looped. Luis said, "They keep saying citizens like the word still pays for anything." Mrs. Bell muttered, "Citizenship is what governments call people when they want patience without groceries." For one brief second, even Daniel almost smiled. Then tires sounded on the road outside. All 5 heads turned at once. Not one vehicle, several, slow, heavy, stopping. Daniel went to the window first. Ethan was already behind him. 3 civilian vehicles had pulled in at the lot entrance. A minivan with a cracked windshield, an older SUV towing a half-loaded utility trailer, and a pickup with 2 fuel cans lashed in the bed. No convoy, no dark government rhythm. Just ordinary collapse migration, the kind Dana Kessler had warned would begin in earnest. People began getting out. Too many of them. Ethan counted automatically. 4 adults from the minivan, 3 from the SUV, including 1 older woman, 2 men from the pickup. 9. 9 more mouths walking toward a place that had just admitted its number. Behind him, Jenna whispered, "Oh no." That was exactly right. The lead woman came forward first. Mid-30s maybe, sunburned, hair tied back badly, 1 child on her hip, another trailing at her leg with the dazed posture of a kid who had slept in a seat too long. She stopped 10 feet from the office steps and held up both empty hands. "We're not here for trouble," she called. No one on the porch answered immediately, because trouble did not usually introduce itself as trouble. Ethan stepped out first. Daniel remained half a pace behind him, visible enough that the badge could do whatever work symbols still did. Mrs. Bell stayed in the doorway, with the shotgun broken open over one arm, in a pose so casual it became menacing. The woman looked at all that and recalculated her next sentence. "We heard there was water here," she said. There it was. Not a demand, not a lie, just the distilled form of what Drift House had become in other people's minds. Ethan kept his voice flat. "There's water everywhere if you know where to dig." The woman looked too tired for parry. "I have 2 children and an asthmatic father in that van. We've been turned away twice already. I'm asking for 1 night." Behind her, one of the men from the pickup spoke too quickly. "We can trade." "For what?" Daniel asked. The man glanced back at the truck. "Tools, some food, fuel." That last word changed the entire lot. Ethan saw it happen. Luis too. Jenna, Colin, even Mrs. Bell in the doorway. Fuel was not barter anymore. Fuel was mobility, heat, power, refrigeration, leverage, escape, defense, and future condensed into sloshing plastic. Ethan looked past them at the pickup bed. 2 cans, maybe 10 gallons each if full, maybe less. Enough to matter. Daniel said quietly, "You said capacity is 22. Ethan didn't answer because he was already doing arithmetic against his own throat. 19 inside, 9 outside, 28 total. Too many. But not all 9 would need to stay if water and a controlled refuel got them onward. Except onward had become its own form of danger. And if he turned them away too bluntly, desperation didn't vanish. It just changed location and posture. The older woman by the SUV leaned against the trailer rail and coughed, a deep, ugly sound that made the child beside the lead woman flinch. The woman holding the younger child said, "Please." Mrs. Bell snapped the shotgun shut behind Ethan with a metallic certainty that silenced everyone for a beat. Then she said, "The man with the fuel comes forward alone. The rest stay where they are." The pickup driver hesitated, then obeyed. Smart enough. That mattered. He came up the steps slowly, and Ethan saw immediately what type he was. Not a predator exactly, but not a soft civilian either. Mid-40s, former construction or oil field maybe, compact shoulders, weather in the skin, eyes moving too efficiently over locks, windows, sightlines, people. Name, Daniel said. Ray Holcomb. Fuel amount? 16 gallons between both cans. Diesel. Lewis inhaled sharply through his teeth. Diesel. Generator life. Insulin life. Radio life. Nightlight for children. Cold storage for medicine. More days before Drift House's small republic slid into full dark. Ethan asked, "And what do you want for it?" Ray looked him straight in the face. "One night inside the perimeter. For all of us. Water film. Hot food if there is any. Then we move at first light," Daniel said. "That's too much." Ray nodded once. "Probably. Then why ask it?" "Because I've got an older woman who can barely stand, 2 kids, a man with bad lungs, and roads north that now look like a lesson from hell." He glanced past Ethan into the office. "And because this place still looks organized, which means you know exactly how much things cost." That irritated Ethan because it was true. He looked back at the legal pad still on the desk inside. 22, a number like law, 19 inside, 9 outside. If he admitted all of them, the number died immediately, and with it the credibility of every future no. If he refused flatly, the diesel drove away with them, if they were even still mobile enough to protect it. Mrs. Bell said, "Split them." Everyone turned to her. She stayed in the doorway, shotgun angled low, expression unreadable. Water and one meal for all. Shelter for the oldest woman, the children, and the sick man. The rest sleep in their vehicles outside the inner lot and leave at first light. Ray's jaw tightened. "That leaves my wife outside." Mrs. Bell did not blink. "That leaves you all alive enough to resent me." The lead woman by the minivan closed her eyes once, opened them, then said, "I stay outside with the vehicles. My kids go in." Ray looked at her. "Sarah," she cut him off. "Don't." The whole lot held still around that word. Ethan felt the shape of the decision settle before he voiced it. "Mrs. Bell's right," he said. Daniel looked at him once, checking not the choice but the firmness inside it. Ray exhaled slowly through his nose, fighting pride, fury, gratitude. All the humiliations collapse made roommates. Then he nodded. "Done." Ethan held his gaze. "One night. No wandering. No one asks about our fuel or food count. No weapons visible. No one pushes past my people and mistakes desperation for permission." Ray's mouth twitched. "Your people?" Ethan did not answer, because the phrase had come out naturally, and because hearing it aloud frightened him almost as much as it steadied him. By the time the vehicles rolled into their designated places, Drift House held 25 souls and 1 dog. The number on the legal pad had already died. Hunger law had just amended itself. In Washington, Claire Mercer found that every answer generated 2 more rooms full of doors. The records room had become less a shelter now than a thinking machine powered by bad lighting, dwindling patience, and the refusal of a handful of journalists to let bureaucratic language have the final draft of catastrophe. She had covered the table with copied pages, notebook sheets, and 1 hand-drawn grid connecting names, initials, corridor references, and phrases recurring too often to be accidental. Martin Aguirre's note about Raven Rock no longer sat alone. The more files she searched, the more the architecture thickened. Official continuity, semi-official continuity, parallel logistics, field stabilization, protected transport, priority corridors, delayed response posture for lower stability value zones. Each was horrible. Together they were design. Miriam came over carrying a printout she had salvaged from an intermittently functioning internal archive server. "Found another Voss reference," she said. Claire took it immediately. This one was from a movement security brief. Partial, ugly, likely never intended for public eyes. Most of the names were redacted, but again the initials remained visible beside a line item. "Field interface clearance confirmed. LV authorized for maritime and southern corridor discretion. Claire read it twice. Maritime and southern corridor discretion. Florida, marinas, transient routes, smuggling lanes, the keys. Samir, reading over her shoulder again, said, "That is not small." "No," Claire said, "it isn't. It also doesn't prove criminal overlap." "No," she said again, "but it proves she had movement authority where the criminal overlap occurred. That mattered enormously. Not courtroom enough, not headline enough, but architecture enough." She added the line to her notebook and circled Voss's initials until the paper nearly tore. From the emergency radio came another clipped advisory about restricted movement, resource strain, and unauthorized convoy interference, being subject to federal enforcement. The phrase drifted through the room and made three separate people look up at once. Unauthorized convoy interference, the language of a state protecting selected movement in the middle of general unraveling. Claire looked toward the radio and thought suddenly, sharply, of her father's voice on the wired handset. "Do not assume every uniform or badge now points to one chain of command." That line had gotten under her skin. There were official corridors and unofficial ones, legitimate relocations and opportunists piggybacking them, convoys and shadow convoys, government and government-adjacent men inheriting command wherever command survived. "Samir," she said. He looked over. "Yeah? If Voss had maritime discretion, then Florida wasn't peripheral. It was infrastructure." He nodded slowly. "A southern ingress, or a backup supply belt, or covert movement route for hardened assets the public couldn't see getting shifted before the launches," Miriam said quietly. "You realize what that means if you ever prove it cleanly." Claire did realize. It meant the state, or factions inside or alongside it, had not merely prepared bunkers and speeches. It had built shadow arteries. She looked down at the papers. "I need a real map." Samir spread his hands. "And I need a helicopter, a publisher with courage, and coffee from this century. No, I mean an actual corridor map, public highways, continuity sites, maritime links, relocation nodes. If I can plot where Voss had authority, I can see what Florida connects to." Miriam thought for a beat, then pointed to a shelf near the back. "Old election logistics atlases, mid-Atlantic through southeast. Paper." Claire was already moving before she finished speaking. She found the atlases beneath binders of campaign field office locations and dragged three of them to the table. Pre-digital print products, overbuilt, precise, useful in a way modern life had nearly forgotten. Together they spread one map of the eastern seaboard, one of inland Virginia and federal installations, and one broader transport atlas from D.C. through Florida. Claire began marking. Raven Rock, known federal continuity sites, major interstates, ports, possible protected corridors. Florida maritime choke points, the keys. By the time she stepped back, the map no longer looked like a region. It looked like a circulatory system, and some of the blood had been reserved before the body knew it was wounded. Mara's decision came an hour after sunset, in a service corridor behind pediatric imaging, with a mop bucket parked against one wall and a vending machine humming weakly on backup power. It did not arrive with revelation, it arrived with subtraction. One of the elderly dependents from the basement suite had just been told she would be transferred as soon as external placement transportation became available, which in practice meant nobody knew when or with whom. A mother of two who worked dietary services had broken down in the hallway because administration wanted names for dependent relocation by 9 p.m. Security had quietly admitted they could no longer guarantee the hospital grounds would remain low conflict if surrounding neighborhoods lost water pressure entirely, and Noah was still in the basement learning how to sort scarcity like a task. Mara stood, with Tasha in the service corridor, both of them too tired for preamble. "I'm leaving," Mara said. Tasha closed her eyes for 1 second. Not surprise, just confirmation of something she had already been preparing herself to hear. "With him?" "Yes." "When?" "Tonight if I can, before they formalize transfers and make me choose under paperwork." Tasha nodded slowly. "Where?" Mara laughed once, ragged. "That is an excellent question." "Kevin?" "No." The answer came so fast Tasha didn't even bother suggesting it twice. Then where? Mara thought of the apartment and rejected it instantly. Too exposed, too static, too many neighbors, too little water, no real structure left if the district worsened. She thought of co-workers east of the city, acquaintances, old friends, maybe motels, maybe roads, maybe every bad variable all at once. Then she thought of something she had been avoiding because it felt too drastic and too honest. Aunt, she said, near Sonora, foothill property, small orchard, well water, if the roads are passable enough. Tasha looked at her. That's not crazy. It feels crazy. Everything that isn't administrative right now sounds crazy by comparison. Mara leaned back against the cinder block wall. If I stay, I become labor first and mother second. If I go, I'm abandoning a hospital and surge collapse. Tasha's face changed, softer now under the fluorescent fatigue. No. If you go, you're refusing to let a failing institution convert your child into acceptable collateral for your professionalism. Mara looked away because sudden kindness had become harder to absorb than bad news. After a moment, Tasha said, I won't tell you you're doing the right thing. Good. I will tell you I'd do the same if my kid were downstairs and the hospital started talking like a shelter manager. Mara nodded once. How do I get out? She asked. They're already watching staffing exits. Tasha thought for a second. Shift turnover chaos in 90 minutes. Security always thins at loading dock B, then because dietary and linen share the corridor. Take masks, take water. Don't use the main lot. Mara let out a breath slowly. You thought about this fast? Tasha looked at her. Mara, we all started planning our own betrayals yesterday. That line stayed between them. Then Tasha reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded keycard. Sub-basement storage. There's an emergency cache from the wildfire years. Blankets, bottled water, basic mass, some med kits. Not enough for a convoy, enough for a car. Mara stared at the card. Tasha, take it. What about you? Tasha shrugged, tired and sharp and already half elsewhere. I'm still stupid enough to think I can help here another day. Mara took the card. The plastic felt like a confession. At Drift House, the split arrangement with the newcomers worked for exactly 2 hours before human strain began looking for a crack to crawl through. The children and the older woman slept inside. The sick man too, though his coughing kept restarting and made everyone else more aware of the walls. Sarah remained outside with the vehicles by choice. Ray and the 2 other men from the road group rotated near the trailer and the pickup, not exactly watchful in Ethan's pattern, but not unprepared either. It was Ray who started the argument, not by shouting, by asking the wrong calm question in the wrong hungry hour. Daniel found him near the maintenance shed just after dark, looking not at the building itself, but at the side wall where the spare drums had been moved the day before. Problem? Daniel asked. Ray turned without surprise. Just noticing you keep your useful stuff centralized. Daniel's face emptied. That an accusation? No. Then it's a mistake. Ray held up both hands slightly. Relax. I prefer not to when a stranger starts measuring my storage geometry at night. Ray's jaw tightened. You think I'm scouting you? Daniel said nothing, which was answer enough. Ray glanced toward the parked vehicles where Sarah sat inside the minivan with the children asleep in back. I'm thinking like a man who has to decide whether this place is safer than the road tomorrow. Daniel stepped closer. This place is safer tonight because we allowed it to be. The air between them hardened immediately. Ray's voice stayed low. Allowed. That word comes easy to you. Maybe because I mean it. Louis saw the posture first and called for Ethan. By the time Ethan arrived, the scene had already become public enough to be dangerous. Not violent yet. Worse, watched. Colin by the office steps, Jenna in the doorway, Mrs. Bell somewhere behind the curtain line, Sarah getting out of the minivan with the expression of a woman who had spent too many years managing the men around her and was furious to be doing it in a collapsing country. What's happening? Ethan asked. Ray answered before Daniel could. Your brother thinks looking at a shed is a felony. Daniel didn't take his eyes off him. My brother's shed during a fuel famine? Pretty close. Sarah closed her eyes briefly. Ray, he ignored her. You want honest? Fine. Honest is this place doesn't stay noble once the food gets thinner. Honest is I can see the math on everybody's faces. Honest is you people already know who you'd turn away tomorrow, and you're pretending that makes you better because you delayed the sentence tonight. Silence followed, because that too was true. Not wholly, not cleanly, but enough to sting. Ethan felt the lot holding its breath. This was the moment, not the first blast, not the convoy on the road, not the first thief. This, the point where a shelter either became a community with rules or a storage site with sentiment. He looked at Ray, then at Sarah, then at the office window where the children's shapes were dim behind blankets. Then he said, "Everybody listens now." No one moved. "No one here gets to pretend the math isn't real," Ethan went on, voice flat and caring. "Food is finite. Water is finite. Fuel is finite. Space is finite. That means every yes now contains future no. I understand that. You understand that. We do not fix it by circling one another like dogs around the same bowl." Ray's expression shifted, but only slightly. Ethan continued, "This property runs by my rules while you are on it. You ask before you inspect. You ask before you move. You ask before you take. Not because I enjoy hearing myself govern, because confusion becomes violence faster than hunger does." Mrs. Bell's voice came from the office doorway, calm as scripture. Sometimes simultaneously. That almost broke the tension. Not quite. Ray looked at Ethan a long second. Then he nodded once. Fair. Daniel still looked like he wanted to hit him. Sarah stepped between them anyway, one hand on Ray's arm, not affectionate so much as practical. "He hears you." Ethan held Ray's gaze another beat, then said, "Good, because tomorrow morning I decide who leaves and what leaves with them, and that decision gets harder every hour." Ray gave a thin, humorless smile. "That's the first thing you've said all day that sounds like leadership." He went back toward the vehicles. After he was gone, Colin let out a breath. Luis muttered something in Spanish too fast for Ethan to catch. Jenna disappeared inside with one hand over her mouth. Daniel looked at Ethan. "You should have thrown him out. Maybe. Instead, you gave a speech. I gave a border." Daniel stared at him, then after a second nodded, because he understood exactly what had just happened. This place had laws, now bad laws, necessary laws. Hunger law made verbal. And once spoken aloud, they would either hold the group together or become the first thing somebody killed over. Claire's map was nearly complete when the first real inference became unavoidable. Not proven, not publishable, but unavoidable. The protected corridors weren't just oriented toward continuity sites and command centers. They also intersected with food distribution nodes, medical reserve depots, private contractor compounds, and at least 2 logistics parks that did not appear on ordinary public emergency planning summaries. That mattered, because official state continuity preserved command. This wider lattice preserved governability, not democracy, not fairness, governability. Enough transport, enough fuel, enough medicine, enough communications, enough armed men, enough selective order to let someone stand up afterward and call what remained a country. Samir stood over the map with both hands on the table and said, "This isn't survival planning." "No," Claire said, "it's inheritance planning." The words sat there between them. Miriam, hearing them from across the room, came over more quickly than Claire expected. "Explain." Claire pointed with her pencil. "Official continuity protects command. But this," she circled a line running from inland Virginia down through logistical spines toward coastal discretion points, "protects the practical skeleton of post-crisis administration, food movement, fuel reserve access, hardened transport, medical stock, regional stabilization teams. Not enough to save everyone. Enough to rule what survives." Miriam read the map in silence. Then she said, "You're telling me someone planned the afterstate." "Not someone," Claire said, hearing her father's correction in her head. "Structures, committees, contractors, agencies, opportunists inside legitimate planning. Maybe all of them." Samir rubbed at his face. "And Voss?" Claire tapped Florida, tapped maritime discretion, tapped Southern Corridor authority. Voss is field-level connective tissue, she said, the kind of person who makes ugly plans physically possible. Nobody in the room spoke for several seconds. Then the younger reporter on the floor, Elias, said quietly, "If this is true, then the question isn't whether the government lied." Claire looked at him. "No," he swallowed. "It's whether they ever intended to tell the same story to everyone." No one corrected him, because by then, in that room of dust and stale air and dead phones and wired truth, everyone knew the answer. Mara left St. Bridget's at 9:14 p.m. through loading dock B with Noah, 2 water cases, 1 emergency med kit, 3 masks, a blanket bundle, a bag of hospital food nobody had officially authorized her to take, and a guilt so heavy it felt almost physical in the chest. Tasha walked them as far as the service corridor and stopped there. No speeches, no false blessings. Just one hand on Mara's shoulder and the words, "Drive until the roads stop making sense, then stop before you panic." Mara nodded because anything more would have become emotion, and emotion at that threshold was dangerous. Noah carried the smaller bag and did not complain once. That made it worse. The loading dock opened onto a side lot half full of service vans and 2 ambulances with their lights off. The city beyond looked dimmer than a city had any right to look. Parts of Oakland still glowed. Parts did not. Sirens moved in the distance like loose weather. Somewhere farther west, a transformer or substation failed with a blue-white pop that lit one edge of the sky. Mara unlocked the car. For 1 second, she simply stood there with the keys in hand in the hospital behind her. She had spent years learning how to stay. Now survival was asking whether she knew how to leave. Noah put the bag in the back seat and looked at her. She got in, started the engine, and drove. Not toward downtown, not toward Kevin, not back to the apartment, east, toward foothills, toward Wells and Orchard Rose, and the thin possibility that some places had been born small enough to outlast bureaucratic collapse. As they pulled away from St. Brigid's, Mara saw figures in mass moving along the outer sidewalk with shopping carts and duffels, heading in no visible coordinated direction except away from where they had been. Drift migration, Dana Kessler's phrase in another state, living now in California too. Noah watched through the window. "You okay?" Mara kept both hands on the wheel. "No." He nodded like that was acceptable. Then after a minute, "Me neither." They drove east through a city entering selective darkness, and for the first time since the launches, Mara stopped thinking like hospital staff managing a crisis and started thinking like a mother choosing terrain. It was a harsher intelligence. She trusted it more. At Drift House, the night ended without attack, which did not make it peaceful. It only made morning more complicated, and when Ethan finally sat alone for 10 minutes before dawn, with the legal pad in front of him and Daniel asleep in a chair with the county radio in his lap, he drew a new line beneath the old failed capacity number. Then he wrote, "No one admitted without trade, skill, or medical need. Children count double for mercy, not for food math. Fuel stays hidden. Water stays controlled. No one sleeps inside the perimeter unvouched if armed. Night decisions wait for morning unless danger is immediate." He stared at the list for a long time. It looked cruel. It looked sane. It looked like something a mayor of hell might draft on motel stationery. It also looked like survival. Outside, under the deadened sky, the channel moved in dull gray bands, and the road beyond the lot waited for the next arrivals. Inside, people breathed, slept, coughed, turned over, whispered, dreamed bad dreams, and trusted a property owner who had not applied for any office except to keep roofs patched and bait stocked. Hunger law had become written law now. The question was not whether he liked it. The question was whether it would keep enough people alive long enough to matter. And far to the north, in records rooms and convoys and hidden installations, other laws were being written too by people with better maps and worse consciences. The world after the fire was taking shape. Not evenly, not fairly, but fast. Chapter 9, Fire Under the Ash. By the 6th day, the country had begun to harden in layers. The first layer was panic, and panic burned fast. It clogged roads, emptied shelves, broke windows, started fights at fuel pumps, and sent people running in directions that felt like choices only because they were immediate. That layer had dominated the first 48 hours, when motion still masqueraded as strategy and every rumor felt urgent enough to deserve gasoline. The second layer was exhaustion. Bodies slowed, arguments shortened. People stopped shouting because shouting cost glucose, and nothing had arrived to replace it. The nation's great emotional theatrics began to compress into quieter postures, crouched conversations, rationed movement, glances toward the sky that no longer needed commentary. Exhaustion made collapse more organized. And beneath those two layers, deeper, older, colder, was design. Claire Mercer thought of that third layer while leaning over a spread of paper maps in the ledger's records room and tracing a route with the eraser end of a pencil. Design did not announce itself with speeches. It lived in recurrence. In which counties were named first, which convoys were protected, which roads were called restricted instead of closed, which airfields still received guarded transport, which installations had fuel when hospitals did not, which ports had stayed under federal discretion even while commercial traffic died. Design revealed itself not through any one memo, but through the stubborn fact that some systems had been prepared to fail gracefully, while the public was still being told not to overreact. Around her, the room had settled into the new etiquette of prolonged shelter. People spoke less loudly now. They conserved not only batteries, food, and body heat, but also reaction. Fear remained, but it had become less theatrical and more infrastructural. It was simply built into every decision. The cat in the travel carrier no longer protested much. The younger reporter named Elias had stopped trying to text every 20 minutes and instead kept a written list of people he would contact if the lines ever came back. Miriam from legal had tied her hair up with a rubber band, scavenged from bundled archives, and moved through the room with the severe calm of someone whose profession had become absurdly inadequate and who had decided, on balance, to continue anyway. Samir stood beside Claire with two typed pages in one hand and a pen in the other. "You've been circling the same corridor for 10 minutes, he said. Claire did not look up, because it keeps reappearing under different names. Meaning? She tapped the paper map. Officially, it's one thing in the continuity drafts, something else in movement security briefs, and something almost civilian in the emergency messaging templates. But it's the same spine, same access chain, same protected movement logic. They're nesting public. Language around a private route. Samir leaned in. And where does it run? She slid the pencil downward from inland Virginia through stage transport references, contractor lots, intermodal yards, and further south toward protected maritime discretion points. Toward Florida, she said. He stared at the route in silence for a second. Still. Not just a coincidence in documentation. No. Then why Florida? He asked. Really, not broad answers. Not coastline, not weather, not generic maritime utility. Why that lane? Claire let the pencil rest near the southern terminus and thought of the other pieces now lodged in her mind like shrapnel. Lena Voss on the marina before dawn. Maritime and southern corridor discretion. Parallel logistics. Hardened components moved through civilian routes. Rafael Soto talking about devices meant to survive the first blast. Her father describing official continuity, semi-official continuity, and deniable channels for assets normal systems could not move in time. Because, she said slowly, if you wanted to reposition critical hardened materials, selected communication systems, medical reserves, protected personnel, or shadow logistics stock before the public understood why, you'd need routes that looked deniable until they didn't. Samir's eyes stayed on the map. Ports. Not just ports. Little places too. Civilian clutter, marinas, private docks, local channels. Places that can move important things under the cover of ordinary commerce, right up until ordinary commerce dies. Samir exhaled through his nose. And once the wider system breaks, those same routes become even more valuable. Claire nodded once. Not to the public, to the inheritors. The word hung there. Inheritors, not survivors, not patriots, not even officials necessarily. The people positioned to stand near the surviving bones of the state and say they were continuity. because they had arrived beside continuity when it mattered. Miriam came over from the other side of the room holding another printed fragment. You may want this before I hate all institutions equally. Claire took the page. It was a security summary, likely clipped from a larger packet and partially corrupted by bad print transfer, but enough remained legible to matter. Under a section header referencing post-event regional administration stood one line that made Claire's stomach go cold. Priority objective: retain governable corridors linking protected command, fuel, comms, and medically viable zones. She read it twice, then handed it to Samir. He went silent. Not because the sentence was surprising, because it was too plain. Governable corridors. Not rescue corridors, not relief corridors. Not humanitarian corridors. Governable. There it is, Claire said. Samir looked at her. Yeah. They were never trying to save the whole thing. He glanced down at the maps, then around the records room with its shelves and tired people and thinning supplies. Maybe nobody could. That's not the same as planning who gets counted. No one disputed that. The emergency radio hissed and then clicked alive again, forcing the room into another hush. The voice that emerged sounded more worn than official now, as if repeated authority had begun corroding from the inside. Citizens in areas outside active impact zones should avoid interfering with federal or regional transport corridors. Resource stabilization efforts remain ongoing. Unverified movement toward protected distribution sites may result in denial of access. Miriam laughed once, without humor. Denial of access. Nice. Very pastoral. Claire looked up from the map. Protected distribution sites. Samir said. That phrase shouldn't make me angry, yet it does. Because it means distribution exists, Claire said. Just not where public need is highest, or not first anyway. She thought of hospitals running on ration trays, of water notices over sinks, of county officials handing out masks and honesty in parking lots while convoys moved under better fuel and stronger purpose somewhere else. And suddenly another thought arrived, sharp enough to straighten her spine. If those sites are protected, she said, somebody expects crowds to find them. Samir followed instantly. Or expects information leakage. Or wants it control, Claire said. Enough visibility to draw the desperate where you can manage them. Enough secrecy to keep the valuable tiers separate. Miriam stared at the line on the page again. That is either the bleakest interpretation of bureaucratic wording I've heard this week, or the correct one. Claire did not answer, because by now those two options lived so close together, they were almost the same. Mara drove east through a California that seemed to be forgetting its own scale. In the old world, distance across the state had been measured in traffic patterns, gas receipts, rest stops, weather, and playlist length. Now it was measured in choke points, line of sight, fuel consumption, and whether any given stretch of road still belonged to infrastructure or had reverted to whatever frightened people made of it on that particular day. She and Noah had left Oakland the night before and driven until the city lights had thinned into scattered clusters, then into darkness punctuated by farm equipment yards, halted trucks, and occasional roadside fires. Twice they had detoured around overpasses where traffic had seized into unmoving knots. Once they passed a gas station with every pump dark and a line of abandoned cars stretching into the feeder road like a failed ritual. They had slept, if it counted as sleep, for just over 2 hours in the locked car behind an agricultural supply warehouse whose yard still had chain link and no visible movement. Mar had slept in 10-minute fractures. Noah had pretended better. At dawn, they moved again. By mid-morning, the foothills no longer felt like a destination. They felt like the beginning of another test. The sky looked different inland, too. Not blue, not exactly gray. A hard, pale color with suspended brightness inside it, as if sunlight itself had become less trustworthy. Haze clung in the distance where it should not have. The radio worked only in short bursts, but each burst carried the same architecture of language. Conserve, restrict, remain indoors, avoid unofficial movement, follow local directives where available. Mar had come to hate those words. They made governance sound like weather drifting unevenly across a continent. Noah watched the road ahead with the stillness of someone trying not to be one more burden on the driver. He had stopped asking every fear aloud, which was in some ways a relief and in other ways a wound. How much fuel? He asked. Finally, Mara checked the gauge and did the math again, though she'd already done it 6 times in the last hour. Enough if nothing stupid happens. That's not a number. It's the only useful one. He nodded and looked back out the window. The road was thinner here. Fewer lanes, less institutional muscle behind the asphalt, more exposure to whatever private intentions waited beyond the guardrails and tree lines. They passed a church parking lot turned into an impromptu camp of 4 RVs and 2 sedans, all clustered close around a single propane burner. A hand-painted sign near the lot entrance read, "Water trade only." A mile later, they saw a produce stand stripped almost bare, except for bruised squash, and one old man with a folding chair and a rifle across his lap, not pointing it at anyone, simply making its existence part of the pricing structure. At a narrow bridge over a dry-cut channel, traffic slowed to a crawl. Not a jam, something more focused. 3 vehicles ahead, 2 pickups, were stopped nose to nose across the lanes while men argued in the space between them. One wore a county road vest over civilian clothes. The other held a pry bar loosely at his side, as if he had not yet decided whether it was a tool or a message. Mara's hands tightened on the wheel. Noah saw it too. "Can we turn around?" Not cleanly. Cars had stacked behind them already. Not many. Enough. She looked at the shoulder. Too narrow. Too steep. Not for the sedan with the weight they carried. The bridge rail on one side. Drainage slope on the other. Bad terrain. Worse timing. The man in the county vest shoved the other one hard. Pry bar man shoved back. One of the passengers behind them started leaning on a horn, which was the sort of thing civilization did before it forgot it had already lost the right. Mara looked at Noah. "If I tell you duck, you duck. No questions?" He went pale but nodded. Ahead, an older woman got out of the passenger side of the farther pickup and screamed at both men to stop acting like idiots on a bridge with children in the cars. The sentence had more authority than either man's anger. The county-vested man stepped back first. Pry bar man spat over the rail, said something lost in wind and engines, then climbed back into his truck. Traffic started moving again. Barely. Mara drove forward in first gear, eyes fixed, pulse pounding hard enough to make the bridge seem to hum under the tires. As they passed, she saw county vest man's vest wasn't county issue at all. Wrong reflective striping, hand-painted patch. Self-appointed authority. Another emerging species. Noah let out the breath he had been holding only after they were off the bridge. "People are making uniforms now," he said. "Yes. That seems bad." "Yes." That was the rhythm now. Observation, confirmation, no room for false reassurance. An hour later, they stopped at an Orchard service road to check a paper map against memory and fuel against hope. Mara had known the way to her aunt's property in the old sense. Holiday visits, childhood summers, a few later drives when Noah was younger, but roads changed in memory when the state itself shifted under them. Every turn now had consequence attached. She stood outside the car for less than a minute, mask on, map spread across the hood, tasting the air through filtered cloth. The orchard rows nearby were still. No workers, no machinery, no voices. Just the wind moving lightly through leaves and the unsettling absence of the everyday human scale that should have been here. Noah came around to her side. "You said stay inside." "I said minimize outside." "Difference?" "About 40 seconds, she said. He leaned over the map. "We're close." "Maybe." "You always say maybe when you mean yes, but are afraid of jinxing it." She looked at him. He shrugged. "I pay attention." Yes, she thought. Too much now. She traced the route one last time. County road, smaller lane, gate, orchard house. Well, storage barn. Maybe cousins if they had come up from Fresno. Maybe nobody. Maybe looters. Maybe a locked property with enough trees to slow a line of sight and enough old infrastructure to survive a grid failure for a while. A car engine sounded behind them. Mara's body reacted before reason did. Back in the car. Doors shut. Ignition. A dusty sedan rolled slowly past on the main road and did not stop. but the driver looked too long. Not at them specifically, perhaps. At the arrangement. Mother, teen son, water cases, eastern direction. All of it now entered everybody else's arithmetic. When the sedan disappeared around the bend, Noah said, "We can't keep being visible like this." Mara started the car and pulled back onto the road. "I know." And for the first time since leaving the hospital, she understood that reaching the orchard would not end the journey. It would merely exchange transit risk for perimeter risk. The world did not have destinations anymore, only better-shaped vulnerabilities. At Drift House, the day had started with capacity failure and moved by afternoon into authority test. The split deal Ethan had made with Ray Holcomb's group had held through the night, but every compromise became precedent, and precedent was catnip to frighten people. By noon, 2 more vehicles arrived and were turned away. One family left quietly after water fill and a road update. The second did not. The man at the head of that second group, balding, sun-reddened, thick around the middle with the lingering shape of someone who had once mistaken loudness for competence, argued from the lot entrance for nearly 10 minutes about fairness, Christian duty, taxation, and the fact that he had always paid into systems like this. Ethan listened to all of it with a face like wood. Finally, he said, "This isn't a system. It's my property." The man looked almost personally insulted by the distinction. "You can't just choose," he said. Ethan's answer came back before he fully thought it through. "Yes," he said, "that's exactly what this is now." The words silenced not only the outsider, but several people inside the lot who had drifted close enough to hear. Daniel, standing one step behind Ethan with the county radio clipped dead to his belt, said nothing, which was its own support. The outsider's wife pulled him by the elbow before the scene could get more expensive. They took 2 gallons of water, no shelter, and left in a silence that promised future resentment if opportunity ever returned in their favor. After they were gone, Colin said quietly, "You made enemies." Ethan stared at the road where the vehicle had disappeared. "No, I acknowledge them." That was the difference now. Enemies weren't always made. Often they were simply revealed by subtraction. The afternoon brought a different problem. Not desperate arrivals, not loud entitlement, observation again. Luis spotted the boat first. Same hull class as before, maybe not the same vessel, hard to tell at a distance, idling just beyond the no-wake line, with one man visible at the helm and another under the shade canopy, too still to be casual. Daniel took the binoculars and studied them for a long moment. "Armed?" Ethan asked. "Can't tell." "Locals?" "No." Ethan took the binoculars from him and looked. The men on the boat were not waving, not fishing, not drifting with the lazy body language of people killing time on water. They were holding position, measuring angles. The boat's trim told Ethan it had fuel weight but not much gear weight. That meant mobility over provisioning. "Scouts were," he said. Daniel nodded, for whom remained the more dangerous question. Mrs. Bell came out onto the dock beside them, carrying the shotgun again. She peered down the calm channel with narrowed eyes and then said, "They've got hungry posture." Ethan glanced at her. "That's not a technical category." "It should be." The boat finally moved, not away, closer by perhaps 20 yards, enough to test whether Drift House would flinch. Ethan did not. He stepped to the dock edge, lifted one arm and pointed not at them but to the shoreline north, where submerged rocks and bad shoal language made approach riskier if you didn't know the water. A warning offered as if to a fool boater. The man at the helm looked at him, looked at the indicated patch, then back toward the marina. Daniel said under his breath, "What are you doing?" "Giving them one chance to choose ignorance." "And if they don't?" Ethan lowered his hand. "Then they're not boaters." For 10 long seconds the vessel idled. Then it peeled away, circled wider in the channel, and ran south. Mrs. Bell let out a low sound through her nose. "Well, that was almost civil." Daniel kept watching until the hull vanished into haze. "They're ranging us." "I know. We need to assume a real approach before dark or before tomorrow." "I know." Saying it didn't help, but saying it aloud mattered because once a possibility crossed the threshold into spoken planning, it became part of the property's reality. By late afternoon, Ethan had Colin and Ray both moving vehicles deliberately to tighten the inner lot, which felt risky for reasons beyond mechanics. Ray followed instructions without sarcasm this time. Hunger law had made them allies for the moment, but Ethan still watched the man the way one watched a temporary bridge. Useful, load-bearing, not to be trusted beyond what it could hold. Jenna and Sarah sorted blankets and interior room space together with the speed of women who understood that male perimeter concerns always eventually depended on laundry, children, and not letting fear become mess. Lewis rigged extra tarp screens to cut exterior visibility into the office. Daniel drafted a rough perimeter rotation and, without asking Ethan first, assigned himself the worst shift. When Ethan called him on it, Daniel said, "I trust my own insomnia." That was that. Toward dusk, the wind shifted again, and the air dropped strangely fast. Not freezing, not even cold by continental standards, but wrong for the hour, wrong for the keys, wrong in the way everything now arrived. Not impossible by itself, only impossible in context. Children got moved farther from the window line. Masks went on for outside chores. No one argued anymore about whether the haze meant something. Nobody needed proof as badly now. They needed procedure. Fire under the ash, Ethan thought, without knowing where the phrase came from. Not only literal fire, the slow, hot currents moving under everything visible. Prepared men, shadow routes, watching boats, county honesty, federal silence, hungry families, drafted laws on legal pads. All of it smoldering beneath the gray film settling on rails and roofs and human decisions. The ash was what fell. The fire was what organized beneath it. Claire's next leap came because she stopped thinking like a reporter chasing a scandal and started thinking like an operations planner reading against the grain. Every continuity document emphasized preservation of governable corridors. Every movement brief protected specific spines. Every security summary referenced interference as if somebody expected civilians to stumble too close to the hidden machinery. That all mattered. But what mattered more was what the documents did not emphasize. They did not describe broad civilian stabilization first. They did not prioritize equitable distribution. They did not model national psychological management as part of mass rescue. They modeled order retention around preserved nodes. Nodes. The word came to her from a logistics annex and then refused to leave. She spread the map wider across the table and marked them in darker ink. Fuel depots, protected comms, medical reserves, staging yards, corridor junctions, maritime discretion points. When she stepped back, the pattern looked less like emergency response and more like a post-disaster skeleton meant to be clothed later in whatever governing flesh survived. Samir saw it at the same moment she did. "Oh," he said softly. Claire nodded. "Yeah, this isn't just a fallback grid. No, it's a replacement state." The room felt colder after he said it. Miriam came over and stared at the map. "You're sure?" Claire shook her head once. "No, I'm beyond sure and not yet able to print it." That got no laugh. She pointed at the cluster of preserved nodes and the linkages between them. "You don't build this many protected redundancies if your goal is merely to keep command alive in bunkers. You build them if you intend to project governability afterward, through selected corridors while everyone else is still trapped in generalized failure." Samir's jaw tightened. "So the end game is not restoration, it's selective reassembly." Claire thought of her father's voice on the phone, of committees, contractors, interagency planners, elected cowards, unelected opportunists. "Yes," she said, "that's the end game." And then, because the implication arrived whole, she added, "which means any independent shelter with fuel, water, local trust, or geographic value near those corridors is not just at risk from panic, it's at risk from acquisition." Samir looked up sharply. "You mean places like the marina in Florida?" "Exactly. Not because Drift House mattered by name to the men designing corridors, because places like it mattered by function. Freshwater, boat access, fuel concealment, civilian traffic camouflage, local control gaps. The very sort of node shadow planners might want left intact, absorbed, quietly or denied to others." She looked again at Florida on the map and thought of Lena Voss. Field stabilization, maritime discretion, southern corridor authority. The pattern no longer felt speculative. It felt hungry. Mara reached the Orchard Road just before full dark and knew immediately that arrival was not the same thing as safety. The gate stood half open. That was wrong. Her aunt left gates shut even in easy years. Especially in easy years. Mara slowed the car to a crawl, headlights dimmed, every muscle in her body already moving into the shallow, hard readiness that came before bad news. The orchard spread on either side in neat rows turned ghostly by dusk and haze. No house lights visible through the trees, no machinery noise, no dogs barking, no normal. Noah leaned forward. Maybe they're out of power. Maybe. But he heard the same thing she did in her own voice. The word had thinned. She drove another 100 yards and saw tire tracks newer than her own memories should have been. Multiple sets, one deep tread pattern near the shed, one lighter vehicle turned near the water tank. The ground had kept better notes than any human now. At the house, the front door stood closed. Porch empty. Two plastic crates overturned near the steps. Wind chimes silent. Mara parked facing back out toward the road, engine running. "Stay in the car," she said. Noah's face tightened. "Mom, stay in the car." This time he obeyed immediately. She got out with one of the hospital masks still around her neck, the med kit in the back seat, and a tire iron in her hand because that was what she had, and this was no longer a world where symbolism outranked reach. She crossed the yard slowly, boots crunching old gravel and fallen leaves. The air smelled of dry earth, faint smoke, and something inside the house gone stale. "Aunt June," she called. Nothing. She climbed the steps and tried the knob. Unlocked. Inside the house was dark but not ransacked. That was somehow worse. A place hurriedly vacated retained panic in subtler ways. One mug in the sink, one chair askew at the table, pantry door half open, a flashlight left on the counter, dead. Backroom drawers not emptied but searched, a refrigerator warm and beginning to smell. "Aunt June!" Still nothing. Mara moved room to room quickly, heart hammering so hard she could hear it in the quiet. No bodies, no voices, no one hiding and ready to announce relief. Just absence. She reached the kitchen table and saw the note under the salt shaker. 2 lines in her aunt's sharp slanted handwriting. Water pump failed after pressure surge. Went to the Mitchell place with Tom before dark yesterday. If you come, do not stay alone. Mara closed her eyes for half a second. Alive, maybe. Gone. Definitely. House usable, but not secure. From outside came the sound of Noah opening the car door, despite her instructions. She turned and was already moving. Back when she heard it, another engine. Not theirs. On the road. Close. Mara ran for the porch. A pickup was turning past the half-open gate. Slow, lights low, 3 men visible in the cab. Noah stood by the car, frozen for one terrible second by surprise. "Get in!" Mara shouted. He moved, so did the truck. Not accelerating hard. Worse, confidently. Mara vaulted the porch steps, yanked her own car door open, and slammed into the driver's seat just as the pickup rolled farther into the yard. The 3 men inside were not county, not neighbors she recognized, not desperate in the way frightened families were desperate. They looked like men who had already learned that abandoned properties, weak perimeters, and thinning law made a profitable triangle. Noah said, "Go!" Mara had already thrown the car into reverse. The sedan spun gravel, backed hard toward the gate, and for one instant she thought they might be too late. Truck angled wrong, trees too close, yard too narrow. Then one of the men in the pickup opened his door, maybe to jump out and close distance faster, and the movement made the other 2 hesitate just enough. Mara cut the wheel, missed the gatepost by inches, and shot back onto the Orchard Road with the sedan fishtailing under them. The pickup came after them, not immediately full speed. Again that confidence. Predatory, not panicked. Noah clutched the door handle with both hands. "They're following." "I know." She hit the main road and turned not deeper into the hills, not back the way they'd come exactly, but downslope toward a cluster of dark farm buildings she'd passed 15 minutes earlier. Not because she knew them, because visibility there had been wider, with more equipment, more open yard, more chance of other eyes if any still existed. The pickup stayed behind them through the first bend, then the second. At the third curve, a pair of headlights appeared ahead, cresting the low rise toward them. For 1 second, every piece of the road geometry became decision. Oncoming vehicle, pursuit vehicle, narrow lane, no shoulder worth trusting. Mara held course. The pickup behind her hesitated first. Maybe the men inside decided a head-on convergence with unknown witnesses was not worth the possible fuel, bullets, or questions. Maybe they simply preferred easier yards and lonelier mothers. The truck slowed, then dropped back, then turned abruptly down a side-access road and vanished behind the trees. Noah twisted in his seat until it disappeared completely. Neither of them spoke for nearly a minute. Finally, he said, voice too flat for his age, "We can't stay anywhere alone." Mara kept both hands welded to the wheel. "No." He looked forward again. "What now?" The answer came before comfort. "We find your aunt if she's at the Mitchell place." "And if she's not?" Mara stared at the road, at the pale, damaged sky above it, at the dark shapes of farms and trees and structures that no longer meant what they used to. "Then," she said, "we keep moving until we find people worth staying near." That was the closest thing to prayer she had left. At Drift House, night deepened without attack again, which by now had become its own form of pressure. Waiting stretched people. It made them sloppy, suspicious, and mean in tiny ways before it made them brave in useful ones. Ray Holcomb took second perimeter with Colin, an arrangement Ethan disliked and Daniel hated, but manpower had become a morality of its own. Ray followed the route without comment, checked the north lot angle, the road visibility, the trailer line, the dock approach. When he came back in, he said only, "If they come from water and road at once, this place gets complicated." Daniel, cleaning the pistol at the desk, didn't look up. "Thank you for the encouraging bedtime analysis." Ray shrugged. "You want flattery? Hire a mayor." Mrs. Bell, from her chair, said, "We have one. He just won't admit it." Ethan ignored them all and went to the office window where the dark over the channel now looked almost solid. He thought of the boat scouts, of the convoy, of families turned away, of law drafted on legal pads, of fuel that glowed in men's imaginations brighter than lantern light. And somewhere to the north and west, in map rooms and hidden corridors, fire moved under the ash with better coordination than anything ordinary people were being offered. He could feel the pressure of it approaching, not as one event, as convergence. Drift House was no longer invisible enough to be lucky, nor strong enough to be left alone once it fully entered the wrong ledger. Daniel came to stand beside him. "You're thinking too loud," his brother said. Ethan kept watching the dark water. "You ever get the feeling we're not waiting for collapse anymore?" Daniel rested one hand on the window frame. "Yeah. What are we waiting for?" Daniel was quiet for long enough that the answer mattered when it came. "For whoever understands what this place is worth." The water moved black against the pilings. The office generator hummed. A child coughed in sleep. Mrs. Bell turned one page in her Bible with the patience of geological time. Outside, under the ash-dulled sky, the night kept its distance. For now. And in Washington, on maps and in phrases, and through the silence between official statements, Claire Mercer was finally beginning to see the shape of the hand reaching for what survived. Chapter 10. Ashes Before Dawn. By the seventh day, the old country had not ended everywhere equally. That was the last insult. Not the blasts, not the smoke, not the rationing, not the roads turned into arguments, not the hospitals learning to sort human life by throughput. The insult was asymmetry. Some places still had light for 3 hours at night. Some had none. Some counties still heard an official voice once or twice a day and mistook it for governance. Some had only rumor and church bells and men with rifles on overpasses. Some households still had enough canned food to preserve manners. Others were already translating morality into calorie arithmetic. Some corridors moved under armed protection while other roads belonged to whoever had fuel and nerve. The country remained physically continuous on maps. Practically, it had become an archipelago of unequal aftermaths. Claire Mercer understood that more clearly than ever while sitting on a records room floor in Washington, With a paper map spread across her knees, one flashlight aimed at the Atlantic seaboard, and a stack of continuity documents fanned beside her like evidence from a trial nobody would ever be allowed to convene properly. The building had lost steady power shortly after midnight. Emergency circuits still flickered through parts of the lower floors, enough for a single lamp in the hall and one functioning outlet in a conference annex. But the records room now belonged mostly to battery lanterns, flashlight beams, and the pale, uncertain light that leaked through the stairwell every time someone opened the door above. The emergency radio still worked in bursts when cranked. The wired lines came alive unpredictably, as if the city itself were gasping in fits. Most of the others slept in fragments or pretended to. Miriam dozed, sitting upright against a shelving unit with a legal pad folded over her chest. The young reporter Elias lay on the floor under two coats, one arm over his face, shoes still on. Samir had fallen asleep at the table with one hand on a stack of printouts and the other wrapped around a dead pen. Claire could not sleep, not because she was brave, because once the pattern had resolved itself, rest became a kind of dishonesty. She had drawn the routes 3 times now. Virginia continuity sites, protected road corridors, fuel depots, medical reserve nodes, contractor compounds, maritime discretion points, southern ingress routes, the keys. The pattern did not merely suggest post-crisis administration, it suggested appetite, governable corridors, protected distribution, field stabilization, maritime and southern corridor discretion. It all described not a state trying to save everyone, but a framework for selecting where order would be allowed to reappear first and under whose supervision. She looked again at the Florida chain, at Drift House in particular, not by name in any document, never that convenient, but by function, a marina on a fragile chain, fuel adjacent, road connected, water accessible, situated inside a region where county support was thinning and federal maritime attention had appeared far too early to be random. Her father's voice returned in memory with brutal clarity. Any independent shelter with fuel, water, local trust, or geographic value near those corridors is not just at risk from panic, it's at risk from acquisition. She had not wanted to hear that part as prophecy. Now it felt like schedule. The emergency radio crackled softly on the shelf. Claire reached for it at once, turning the hand crank enough to wake the signal. Static washed in first, then a clipped tone, then a male voice, fatigued and far less polished than the early advisories had been. Regional Transport Advisory. Unauthorized occupation of protected maritime and corridor assets may be subject to stabilization action under federal emergency authority. Repeat, unauthorized occupation. Claire sat up. Straighter. The message was partially swallowed by interference, but the key phrase landed whole. Unauthorized occupation of protected maritime and corridor assets. She stared at the radio. Maritime assets. Protected assets. Stabilization action. Not after the fact, not abstractly. Operational language. Samir woke with a jerk at the table. What? Claire turned the volume up just in time to catch the repeated fragment. Local residents in coastal support zones should cooperate with field personnel and avoid interference with emergency continuity operations. Then static again. Samir was fully awake now. Coastal support zones? Claire set the radio down very carefully. They're naming it without naming it. Miriam opened one eye from the floor. Naming what? Claire looked around the records room, at the sleeping or waking people who had become witnesses simply by sharing air and paper through the collapse. The first wave of acquisition, she said. No one spoke for a second. Then Samir stood. Can they legally do that? Claire almost laughed. Legally, she said. By the time legality catches up to corridor control, the roads will already belong to whoever writes the after-action reports. Miriam sat up slowly. We need that wording preserved. Claire held up the notebook, already writing. It is. Samir stepped over sleeping legs and came to the map. If they're calling them coastal support zones now, then the South Corridor has moved from staging to activation. Exactly. And if activation's happening, Voss is likely already in the field. Claire nodded. Or near enough. A thought hit her then with enough force that she went still. What? Samir asked. She looked down at Florida on the map. If the corridor's active and they're using federal emergency language around maritime assets, then places like that, Marina, won't just be watched anymore. Samir followed her gaze. They'll be approached. Or absorbed, Claire said. Quietly, if possible. Miriam rose fully now, no longer groggy. Can you warn them? Claire almost said no, then remembered the wired lines. Intermittent. Fragile. Maybe dead again already. But maybe not. She grabbed the notebook page with the Marina notes, Rafael Soto, Lena Voss, maritime discretion, field stabilization, and headed for the side alcove where the old line had reached Virginia once before. Samir caught her arm lightly. You don't have a number for them. No. Then who are you calling? Claire looked at him. My father. Because if anyone in Virginia still had the sort of analog reach capable of finding federal movement before it arrived, it was Elias Mercer. Because if anyone might understand what stabilization action meant in practice, it was the man who had spent a career translating systems into cold language. Because if she did nothing, now, the map stopped being journalism and became obituary. She dialed from memory. The line rang once, twice, 3 times. Then Elias Mercer answered immediately, as if he had been standing beside the phone. Claire. No greeting, no surprise. You heard the maritime advisory? She asked. Yes. The speed of the answer chilled her. What does activation mean? On the other end, she heard movement. Not domestic movement, but organized movement. Boots, low voices, a door opening and closing somewhere deeper in the house. It means, Elias said, that selected field teams now have authority to secure, redirect, or deny access to privately held infrastructure deemed operationally relevant. Claire gripped the handset so hard it hurt. In English. In English, he said, it means if your Florida Marina sits where I think it sits in the corridor logic, someone is going to attempt to control it. Control or take. Both begin with the same vehicles. She closed her eyes for 1 second. Can you find out when? No. A beat. Can you estimate? Another pause, smaller this time. Yes. Claire waited. If the corridor has publicly shifted to emergency maritime protection language, he said, then any site flagged during pre-activation assessment becomes vulnerable within 12 to 24 hours. Sooner if its local situation has already degraded. Lena Voss at the drift house before dawn. The convoy. The boat scouts. The watching truck. Claire felt the entire chain lock into place. They've already selected it, she said. Yes. Her voice sharpened. Then help me warn them. Silence. Then her father said, I don't have their number, but I may have another route. There are still county relay nets in parts of Florida, and some ham channels federal people are not controlling cleanly yet. Can you push a message through? I can try. Try. Everything now lived inside that small, miserable word. Make it plain, Claire said. No code, no euphemism. Tell them anyone arriving under continuity, stabilization, or corridor authority is not there to help them keep what's theirs. Her father was quiet for a second. Then, you sound angry. I am angry. Good, he said. It will help if used correctly. Then he hung up. Claire stood in the alcove with the dead handset in her hand and stared at nothing for one breath too long. When she came back to the records room, Samir was already reading her face. Well, she set the radio transcript and notebook on the table. It's moving. Toward Florida? Toward any privately held site on the corridor map with operational value. Florida first, likely, Miriam said. And the marina? Claire looked down at the map, at the southern spine, at the little cluster of pen marks where civilian waters and shadow planning had intersected. The marina, she said, is no longer incidental. Mara found the Mitchell place just before dawn by following what remained a practical memory rather than maps. The road narrowed, then narrowed again, then lost confidence entirely and became a gravel lane lined by fencing that had once been decorative and now looked defensive by accident. The orchard rows gave way to mixed pasture and outbuildings. The haze lay low in the hollows, turning the land into layers of dim gray and darker gray. She had not driven with the headlights fully on for most of the last hour. Not out of movie logic, because every visible thing now carried cost. Noah had stayed awake beside her with the rigid stillness of someone too tired to speak and too frightened to sleep. He had not asked whether the men from the pickup might return. He had understood without discussion that some questions degraded useful attention. When the first shape of the Mitchell property emerged through the trees, Mara almost missed it. A fence line, a barn roof, a house set farther back than she remembered. One lamp, low and shielded, burning near the porch but not in any window. That lamp mattered more than architecture. It meant intention, not abandonment. "Someone's there," Noah whispered. "I see it." She slowed well before the gate and stopped the sedan, where the road widened just enough to allow a turn if needed. No dogs barked. Instead, a voice called from the dark near the fence line. "Kill your lights and step out slow." Male, older, armed if the tone meant anything, which it always did now. Mara killed the lights and engine, but kept her hands on the wheel for a second. Then she said loudly enough to carry, "I'm Mara Vale. June Holloway is my aunt. If she's here, tell her I'm done playing games in the dark." Silence answered first, then footsteps. A man emerged from the dim edge of the pasture, carrying a flashlight pointed downward, and a rifle carried not sloppily, not theatrically, but like an extension of an argument he had already won with himself. Late 60s, perhaps. Lean, sun-creased face. The flashlight rose just enough to find Mara's face through the windshield. Then another shape came from the porch behind him. Aunt June, alive, wrapped in a coat too big for her shoulders, hair tied back, posture still all iron in orchard rows, and no patience for sentiment arriving before credentials. Mara was out of the car before the second thought finished forming. June met her halfway, not running, never running, but fast enough that the lack of embrace in the first second hurt and then disappeared when she pulled Mara close anyway. "Well," June said into her hair, "you picked a rotten week." It was the most loving sentence Mara had heard in days. When they pulled apart, June looked past her at Noah and held out one hand. "You got longer." Noah came around the car and took it. His face did something complicated, then settled into relief so pure Mara had to look away for a moment. The armed man reached the car and peered into the back seat. "You alone?" "For now," Mara said. He nodded once. "Tom Mitchell." "Of course," June said. "Get the car behind the barn. No headlights from the road." No one needed that explained. Within 5 minutes, the sedan sat hidden behind agricultural equipment under a tarp frame, and Mara and Noah stood in the Mitchell kitchen with a mug of hot water in Mara's hands and real well pressure humming somewhere under the house, like a private miracle. The room held 6 people besides them. June, Tom, Tom's daughter and her husband, one teenage nephew from Modesto, an elderly neighbor who slept in the back room and kept muttering about 1962. The kitchen table already held maps, ration notes, one handheld radio, 3 rifles, and a jar of dried apricots occupying the same moral space as treasure. June waited until Noah had eaten half a biscuit before asking the first hard question. "You bring trouble behind you?" Mara told the truth. "Maybe. 3 men in a pickup at the orchard house. They followed for a while." Tom nodded grimly, like that fit his own notes on the region. "Seen more of that. Men ranging properties, checking pumps, barns, fuel tanks." June asked, "Hospital?" Mara laughed once, thin and tired. "Still standing. Not still enough." That was enough for June. She did not ask for speech-length explanation. Good women never did if they understood collapse properly. Noah sat with both hands around a tin cup and listened, while adults translated the outside world into local consequences. Roadblock near the Lower County turnoff. Bridge incident yesterday. One ranch hit for diesel. Another family taken in down the ridgeline. The volunteer fire station running dry on supplies. Rumor of National Guard 20 miles west. Rumor of fake National Guard 10 miles east. Tom pointed at the map. No one moves alone unless they absolutely must. No one stays lit after full dark. Well, water's holding, but pump load gets rationed if more people show up. There it was again. Law born from arithmetic. Mara listened, drank the hot water, and felt the terrible, unfamiliar sensation of being inside a place that might hold for a while. Not because it was safe, because it already knew itself as a perimeter. That mattered now more than comfort. June leaned one elbow on the table and looked directly at Mara. "You staying?" Mara glanced at Noah. He said nothing. Did not need to. "Yes," Mara said. The word did not feel like surrender. It felt like choosing terrain. June nodded once. "Good. Then you work." That too was love. At Drift House, the approach came just after noon and from the road, not the water. That surprised Ethan only because he had expected the opposite first. The haze had thickened through the morning, turning the upper sky into a hard white sheet and flattening sound over the channel. The hand-crank radio had repeated the coastal support zone language twice more, each time with slightly different bureaucratic wrapping and exactly the same underlying message. Certain routes now belonged to continuity. Certain assets now mattered beyond local ownership. Certain people would arrive already carrying the authority they meant to leave behind. Ethan had not yet told everyone the full shape of his fear. He did not need to. Fear had become ambient. He was in the maintenance shed checking the diesel drum seals when Louis shouted from the office, "Vehicles!" Ethan was moving before the second syllable finished. 3 dark SUVs came down the road in controlled spacing and turned into the lot without hurry, without visible panic, without lights or sirens. Not county, not civilian drift, not desperate families. The lead vehicle stopped 30 feet from the office steps. The second angled slightly toward the fuel side of the property. The third remained closer to the entrance, guarding egress as cleanly as any military drill Ethan had ever seen on television and instinctively distrusted in real life. Doors opened. 4 people visible at first, then 6. No uniforms exactly, but everything about them had uniform logic. Neutral field jackets, practical boots, radios, compact posture, holstered sidearms carried not to show them, but because leaving them behind had never been considered. Lena Voss got out of the lead SUV. Daniel, standing on the office steps when he saw her, said only, "There it is." Ethan came up beside him, every muscle in his body suddenly full of old labor and new violence. Behind them, inside the office, people went very still. Mrs. Bell rose from her chair with the shotgun already in her hands. Ray Holcomb moved without being told toward the trailer side, where the exterior newcomers would be less visible to the arrivals. Sarah pulled the children farther back, from the window line. Collins swore once under his breath and then stopped because profanity did not improve geometry. Voss walked forward alone for the last 10 feet. That mattered too. Calculated civility. "Detective Rowe." "Mr. Rowe," she said. Daniel answered first. "Agent Voss, you travel heavy now. Conditions changed." "No kidding." Her gaze shifted briefly over the property, not staring, not cataloging in an obvious way, but Ethan felt the inventory happen anyway. Vehicles, water points, people count estimate, ingress lines, improvised barriers, generator noise, masked exterior protocol, who deferred to whom. Field stabilization, Claire had called it from a world away he did not know existed yet. "What do you want?" Ethan asked. Voss met his eyes. "To prevent an avoidable deterioration." Mrs. Bell laughed once from behind the office door. "That sounds expensive." Voss did not look away from Ethan. "This property sits within an activated coastal support zone. Under current federal emergency authority, specific maritime adjacent sites are being brought into coordinated continuity operations for the purposes of protected distribution, movement security, and local stabilization." Daniel said, "In English." "In English," Voss replied. "You will temporarily transfer functional control of this site to our field team. In return, all sheltered civilians here will be processed for continued protected support access, and your property will be integrated into an authorized corridor rather than treated as an unsecured independent node." There it was. Not rescue, not assistance, transfer of control. The words settled over the lot with the silence they deserved. Ethan looked at her for a long second, then said, "No." One of the agents behind her shifted his weight. Voss did not. "Mr. Rowe, I strongly recommend you understand the difference between ownership under normal conditions and custodial relevance under continuity conditions. Those sound like a lot of words for theft. Her face remained composed. Your fuel, dock access, freshwater potential, and location make this site materially relevant to regional operations. Daniel's voice cooled several degrees. That's the first honest sentence you've spoken. Voss looked at him. I was honest the first day too. You simply lacked context. Funny, I still don't find you clearer with more of it. From inside the office came the unmistakable sound of Mrs. Bell racking the shotgun. Every head in the lot heard it. The agents behind Voss changed posture again. Subtle, trained, not yet escalation, but no longer posture-free. Voss said without turning, "Lower whatever weapon was just chambered." Mrs. Bell's voice floated out through the screen door. "You first, sweetheart." For one brief, impossible second, the world almost tipped into absurdity. Then it tipped back into danger. Ethan stepped down from the porch. Just one pace, enough to make it obvious this answer would be his. "You are not taking this property." Voss's tone stayed maddeningly calm. "You misunderstand. I am offering to avoid a forceful designation." Daniel said, "That sounds like a threat wrapped in a briefing binder." "It is a deadline," Voss replied. Behind Ethan, he could feel the entire marina holding itself together through silence. His people. Yes, his people now. Strangers and semi-strangers and old women and children, and one brother and one dockhand, and one temporary ally, and one dog, and all the weak scraps of order they had built against the falling sky. Voss looked past him once more, likely counting faces, calculating compliance potential, weighing fuel against blood, evaluating whether local trust would fold quickly if she made the right promises in the right order. Then she said, "You have civilians here, children, medically vulnerable individuals. If this site remains independent, it becomes a target for unregulated scavengers, corridor opportunists, and maritime predation. Under our authority, it becomes protected." Ethan heard the bait inside the language, not because it was subtle, because it was exactly the kind of argument he would have wanted to believe if he were weaker or more tired. Daniel said, "Protected for who?" Voss answered immediately, "For continued continuity use." There it was again, the afterstate, the inheritor's grammar. Ray Holcomb stepped out from the side of the trailer then, visible enough that all the field agents registered another armed adult at once. He did not raise the weapon he held low. He simply added one more variable to the lot. Voss's gaze flicked to him. "Unhelpful." Ray shrugged. "Been called worse." Daniel glanced at Ethan. A question without words. Not whether to fight, whether to posture, whether to stall, whether to buy time they did not have. Ethan understood instantly. He looked back at Voss and said, "If you want the property, you'll need paperwork." It was a stupid line, a stalling line, an old-world line. Voss almost smiled, which made her more frightening, not less. "Mr. Rowe," she said, "paperwork is what you use when everyone still agrees the old offices exist." The county radio on Daniel's belt crackled at that exact moment so violently that everyone flinched. A voice burst through the static. Sheriff's dispatch, or part of it, ragged, overloaded, almost panicked. All local units, report of armed contact north of Bridge Corridor. Repeat armed contact at County Fuel Point. Possible impersonation of federal continuity personnel. Exercise extreme caution. The message shredded into static. Every face in the lot changed. Impersonation of federal continuity personnel. One beat, two. Then Daniel laughed once, sharp and joyless. "Well, that clears absolutely nothing. Up." It cleared one thing for Ethan. Enough. Not certainty. Never that. But enough. He looked at Voss and saw for the first time something he had not let himself articulate before. Whether her authority was perfectly legitimate, partly legitimate, or parasitic on a broken system, no longer mattered as much as the practical fact that if he surrendered Drift House now, he would never get to ask the distinction later. The people behind him would simply wake up under someone else's rules. He stepped back onto the porch. "No," he said again, louder this time. Whatever authority you think you carry, it does not enter my people's rooms today." The use of the phrase "my people" made something permanent inside him click into place. Voss heard it too. Her face did not harden. That would have been simpler. Instead it thinned. Decision settling. She took one step back toward her team. "You are making a dangerous error." Daniel drew his sidearm then, not pointed, but no longer hidden by courtesy. "Maybe," he said. "Get off the property." Every agent behind Voss became still in the dreadful trained way of people trying not to become motion too early. The air seemed to flatten. The lot widened. Every sound became separate. Generator hum, water slap at the pilings, a child breathing too quickly inside the office, the metallic tick of cooling engine blocks, the faint rattle of haze in the palms. Mrs. Bell opened the office screen door and came out onto the threshold with the shotgun level now. All grandmother pretense burned off. Sarah had one hand over her younger child's mouth inside. Jenna was pulling blankets and bodies farther back. Luis stood by the maintenance shed with a flare gun he had found somewhere, and no idea whether it counted for much. Ray had moved half behind a trailer wheel. Colin looked like a man discovering, in real time, what being counted inside another man's perimeter really meant. Voss saw all of it. Then she made the only sane choice available to her. "Withdraw," she said. Not retreat, not yet. Withdraw. Her team obeyed immediately, which answered at least one question about whether she held real command somewhere. They moved back to the SUVs without rushing. At the doors, Voss turned once more. "This site will not remain outside the corridor indefinitely," she said. Ethan held her gaze. "Then send someone honest next time." A flicker of something crossed her face. Anger, contempt, maybe the smallest scrap of respect. Then she got into the lead vehicle. The SUVs backed out in sequence, turned, and drove north through the haze. No one in Drift House moved for several seconds after they were gone, because departure was not relief, it was countdown. Daniel lowered the pistol first. Mrs. Bell lowered the shotgun second. Only then did the lot breathe again. Ray came out from behind the trailer. That was not a county health inspection. "No," Ethan said. Luis looked up the road where the SUVs had vanished. "They're coming back." "Yes," Daniel said. "Or others are." Inside the office, one of the children began crying. Not loud, just enough. Jenna took them in her arms. Sarah sat down too fast in the chair nearest the wall. Colin put both hands over his face for one ugly second and then dropped them, because men still perform strength even after history stopped rewarding it. Ethan stood on the porch and looked at the road, the channel, the office, the fuel cage, the people who had become his by circumstance and decision, and felt all remaining ambiguity burn away. Drift House was not a rumor anymore, not a shelter incidentally surviving inside collapse, not a local adaptation. It was now a contested node. Fire under the ash had finally found open air. And far to the north in Washington, Claire Mercer was tracing the exact shape of the hand that had just reached for it. The SUVs were gone, but Drift House did not relax. That was the first sign Ethan knew they had crossed a permanent line. In the old world, danger had shape. It arrived, peaked, passed, and left behind debris that could be priced, repaired, insured, or at least named in a police report. Even storms obeyed that courtesy in the end. They announced themselves, broke what they intended to break, and then moved on to menace someone else. This was different. This remained. The lot held its silence long after the sound of Voss's engines had vanished into the haze. No one rushed to speak first. No one laughed in relief. Even the children inside the office, after that first burst of crying, had gone strangely quiet again, as if something in the adult's posture told them more truth than language could. Daniel reholstered the pistol slowly. Mrs. Bell kept the shotgun in her hands. Ray Holcomb stepped out fully from behind the trailer wheel and looked down the road where the convoy had gone. Not with triumph, but with the narrowed expression of a man who had just watched one category of problem reveal a larger category behind it. "Well," he said at last, "that's a hell of a thing." No one answered him, because there were not enough honest words left in the lot to improve that sentence. Ethan turned and looked back toward the office. The screen door stood half open. Behind it, Sarah had both children pulled close beside the wall. Jenna Barrett stood with one arm around her daughter and the other hand pressed against the table, as if she needed to feel something solid under her palm. Colin stared out through the window with the fixed, sick look of a man whose imagination had finally outrun denial. Louis still held the flare gun, though his grip had loosened enough now for the absurdity of the object to show. The dog lay flat against the floorboards with its ears back, reading the room correctly. They were all waiting. Not for the danger to pass, for somebody to define what it meant now. Ethan hated that those eyes turned to him. He hated more that he already understood they were right to. Daniel came up beside him and kept his voice low. We've got maybe an hour before the story of that visit becomes 2 different stories in 10 different heads. I know. If you want the place to hold, you need to say it out loud before rumor decides for you. Ethan looked at the road one last time. No dark SUVs visible. No boats in the channel just yet. No immediate second wave. Only countdown. He nodded once and stepped onto the office porch. Everybody inside, he said. His voice did not need to be loud. It only needed to be the center of the lot. The few people still outside moved at once. Ray came in last, closing the screen door behind him with deliberate care. Mrs. Bell remained near the entrance with the shotgun. Daniel took up the wall beside the dead television. Ethan stood behind the office desk because it offered height, visibility, and the old accidental authority of a counter. For a moment he just looked at them. He looked at every face. Louise, frightened and furious and trying not to show either. The Barretts folded inward around their children. Sarah, whose exhaustion had gone beyond complaint and into calculation. Ray, unreadable in the way competent, hard men often were when they still hadn't chosen which direction loyalty would lean. Mrs. Bell, already expecting the truth, and therefore less fragile than the rest. The charter mechanic from the previous day, the diabetic husband on the cot in the backroom doorway, the old woman from the SUV, awake now and watching through the cracked opening with papery, unblinking attention. 3 children trying not to make sound because sound had started feeling expensive. 19 had become 25. The legal pad had failed. The world outside had continued shrinking. And now federal continuity or something wearing its bones had come to the door and asked politely to own them. Ethan laid both hands flat on the desk. What happened here just now, he said, was not a misunderstanding. Nobody moved. That woman and the people with her may be real federal personnel, half federal, borrowed federal, or something sitting next to the government and calling itself the same thing. At this point, I don't care which. They came for control, not advice, not partnership, control. The word landed hard. He kept going. That means Drift House is no longer just a place people heard had water. It is now something other people think is useful. That makes this property more dangerous than it was yesterday. Colin Barrett swallowed visibly. Will they come back? Yes, Ethan said. The bluntness hurt the room. Good. Maybe them. Maybe others. Maybe men pretending to be them. But from this moment on, nobody here gets to think of this place as a motel with extra problems. It's not. It's a held site, which means if you stay here, you stay under rules. Sarah nodded before anyone else did. That mattered too. Ethan took the legal pad from the desk, tore off the page with the earlier failed numbers, and set a fresh sheet down in front of him. I'm going to say these once. Daniel and Louise will write them up after. If you can't live with them, you need to leave before dark and do it knowing exactly what's waiting out there. He saw the fear in several faces sharpen then, but nobody interrupted. First, he said, water is controlled. Nobody fills anything without permission and nobody wastes any. Washing is not a category unless it serves health or sanitation. Drinking first, cooking second, cleaning only where we need it. He looked at the children when he said none of it, because adults lied most often through eye contact. Second, food gets rationed by need and by work. Children eat first, sick people next, everyone else after. No one steals from stores, private bags, or rooms. If you have personal food you didn't declare, now is the time to grow a conscience. A silence followed that told him somebody probably did. Good, let them stew in it. Third, fuel does not exist for discussion. Nobody asks how much we have. Nobody offers guesses. Nobody mentions it outside these walls if they leave. From now on, fuel talk is security talk. Ray shifted slightly at that, not offended exactly, but attentive. Fourth, no one moves around this property after dark without somebody knowing where they're going. No wandering docks, no checking roads, no curiosity walks. If you hear something outside, you bring it to me, Daniel or Luis. You do not become heroic on your own. Mrs. Bell cleared her throat. Exception for armed Methodist widows? Ethan looked at her. Temporary licensed exception. A weak, brittle laugh moved through the room. That helped. A little. Fifth, Ethan said, voice flattening again. Anyone? Arriving here from now on is not automatically helped. That part is over. We evaluate. We decide. If someone has trade, medical need, skill, or children, we consider it. If not, we do what we can without killing ourselves to feel righteous. This time the silence changed. Some of them were hearing not simply law, but the death of an older moral fantasy. That shelter could remain purely merciful without becoming a grave. He hated being the man to say it. He hated more that no one else in the room could say it without breaking. Sixth, if people claiming authority come back, no one talks too much. No one volunteers inventory. No one answers questions about boats, fuel, water, sleeping count, medicine, or who came from where. That includes uniforms. That includes badges. That includes anybody who sounds official enough to make you want to obey out of habit. At that, Daniel finally spoke. My badge included, he said. The room looked at him. He leaned one shoulder against the wall and met every eye that turned his way. If I'm giving you an order and Ethan says it doesn't hold here, then it doesn't hold here. The sentence changed something in the office. Not dramatically, not emotionally, structurally. A detective had just yielded the last prestige of the old order to the local reality of the new one. Ethan felt it. So did everyone else. Ray gave Daniel a long look of something like respect. Mrs. Bell nodded once, sharp and approving. Ethan set the pad down. Last thing, he said, if you stay, you work. I don't care what your old job was. I don't care what your opinions are about fairness anymore. Everybody useful stays useful. Watches, cooking, water control, childcare, cleaning, inventory, dock work, road watch, sick support, whatever this place needs. This is not a waiting room. It's a hold. He stopped. The room held him in the silence after. Then the old woman from the SUV, voice papery but steady from the backroom doorway, said, and if they come back with more guns? No one breathed. Ethan answered her the only way he could. Then we decide whether this place is worth bleeding for. That was the wrong answer for comfort, the only answer for trust. Nobody cried, nobody protested, nobody asked him what that meant exactly, because they all understood it too well already. After a few beats, Sarah said, what do you need first? And there it was, the real acceptance. Not emotional, procedural. Ethan looked down at the pad. Windows covered better. Water containers moved away from exterior walls. Inside, sleeping consolidated to 2 zones. Exterior vehicles repositioned tighter before full dark. And after that, we need a real watch schedule. Ray spoke next. I can take road watch. Daniel looked at him. Ray met it. Or you cannot trust me and still benefit from me being where trouble hits first. Mrs. Bell said, practicality. I'm growing fond of him despite myself. Colin said, I'll take inside rotation. Jenna straightened. I'll help with food and the kids. Luis lifted the flare gun slightly. I still feel stupid with this. You are, Daniel said, but keep it anyway. That got a better laugh, still thin, but human. The room began to move. Not chaotically, with grim purpose. Blankets got shifted. Children were moved into the back rooms in a cluster rather than spread. Sarah and Jenna began consolidating food on the office side table under Mrs. Bell's supervision, which turned out to be more efficient than any formal supply chain. Colin and Ray hauled a heavy dresser from room 4 to brace a low sight line near the office windows. Lewis and the mechanic stretched tarps and spare netting to break up visibility from the road. Daniel wrote names and time blocks onto the legal pad, while Ethan checked every exterior lock again, with the new knowledge that each latch was now part of a perimeter. Not just hospitality. By the time the first edge of dusk arrived, Drift House no longer looked like a frightened cluster improvising shelter. It looked like a place teaching itself to last another night. That was both victory and indictment. Outside, the sky had gone the color of tarnished steel. The haze flattened the sunset into a smear of dirty copper, and then swallowed even that. The air carried the same faint bitterness as the morning, but colder now. Wrongly cold. Early cold. The kind that still gave no proof of nuclear winter to a scientist with proper instruments, and gave all the proof in the world to a fisherman with damaged hands and memory of seasons. Ethan stood at the porch rail while Daniel checked the road sight line through borrowed binoculars. "You feel that?" Ethan asked. Daniel didn't lower the lenses. "Yeah." "Too early." "Yeah." That was all either of them said about the weather, because saying too much gave fear better furniture to sit in. Behind them, inside the office, the new rules were already becoming routine by repetition. A child asked for water and waited to be told yes. Mrs. Bell had assigned spoon counts to the evening beans with tyrannical accuracy. Ray and Colin had worked out, without warmth but without incident, which vehicles could be pushed into a tighter inner barrier and which had to remain road-ready. Sarah had found a way to make the children sort clean cloth from dirty in exchange for stories, which meant she understood civilization at the smallest scale still worth defending. And still Ethan could not shake the feeling that they had not won anything that afternoon. They had merely declared themselves unwilling to surrender politely. The hand crank radio hissed from inside the office. Luis turned it up. A voice came through, fractured and faint. "Advisory update. Coastal Support Zone personnel should remain prepared for overnight temperature anomalies, particulate shifts, and delayed distribution. Unauthorized independent nodes may experience increased pressure." Static swallowed the rest. Every head in the room turned toward the radio. Even the children, who did not know what independent nodes meant, but knew the adults had just heard a new kind of bad news. Daniel walked in from the porch. "Temperature anomalies." Mrs. Bell said, "That's a very pretty way to say the world is forgetting how August works." No one argued. Ethan took the radio from Luis and turned the crank himself until the signal strengthened just enough to spit another fragment at them. "Agricultural forecasts under review. Reduced yield expectations possible. Conserve shelf-stable supplies." Then static again. This time no one moved afterward. "Agricultural forecasts under review. Reduced yield expectations possible." The words were bloodless. The meaning was not. Noah's question from far away in another thread of the country might as well have been spoken, into that office then, though none of them could hear him ask it. "Do you think winter will be weird?" Yes, Ethan thought. Yes, I think it already is. He set the radio down. Nobody in the room said the words nuclear winter. They did not need to. The idea had already entered the structure. Mrs. Bell was the one who broke the silence. "Well," she said, "that settles the gardening plans." A laugh came again, but this time it died almost immediately because everyone understood what crops meant, not abstractly, mouth by mouth. The diabetic man in the back room coughed hard enough to bring tears to his own eyes. Sarah went to him at once. Jenna drew the children closer. Luis looked at the canned goods as if trying to calculate not quantity now, but calendar. Daniel pulled Ethan aside into the narrow space near the office file cabinet, where guests once filled out charter forms and liability waivers for deep-sea fishing trips in a civilization ridiculous enough to believe paperwork could anticipate risk. "They won't wait long," Daniel said quietly. "I know. If Voss is real federal, half federal, or continuity adjacent, she'll come back with more authority or more guns. If she's something uglier, same result." "I know." Daniel glanced toward the people in the room. "Then we need options." Ethan laughed once, softly and without humor. "That's generous phrasing. We need 2 fallback sites on property, hidden fuel split if possible, and a water priority chain if we lose the main office." Ethan nodded slowly. That was Daniel's gift under pressure. He could turn dread into sequence. "We also need," Daniel added, "to decide what happens if they offer some of these people safety and offer it hard enough." Ethan looked past him into the office. At the Barrett children, at Sarah and her two kids, at Ray, who might fight or flee depending on how the next hour of the world introduced itself, at Luis, who had never signed up to defend a fortified marina against a continuity corridor, at Mrs. Bell, who might very well stand in the doorway and shoot at the federal remnants of the United States without once considering the historical poetry of it. "That's not a tonight decision," Ethan said. Daniel held his gaze. "Everything is a tonight decision now." They stood there for a long second. Then Ethan said, "Not all of them get made tonight." Daniel looked like he wanted to push it, then nodded once instead, because there was still work, because fear only got to dominate if labor stopped. By full dark, Drift House had changed shape again. Lanterns were hooded, windows double covered, the inner vehicles re-angled into a partial horseshoe that could serve as barricade, concealment, or fire trap depending on who came first and how badly the world wanted them. The children slept in one room now, not on the office floor, with Mrs. Bell installed in a chair outside the door, like a small armed denomination unto herself. Ray took first exterior watch with Colin. Daniel took second. Ethan refused to argue because he knew he would be awake for most of both anyway. Before the shift change, he went down to the water alone. The channel was nearly black. Only the slightest dull sheen separated it from the sky. Out beyond the slips, a faint glow stained the far horizon again, too low and intermittent for weather, too distant to help, too constant to ignore. Another city maybe, another storage yard, another fuel point, another small American aftershock feeding the night. He stood at the dock edge with his hands on the damp rail and let the wrong cold air move over his face. This had been his life once in a simpler sense. Boats, guests, storm prep, fuel deliveries, bookings, rust, sun, salt, repair. The manageable repetitions of a place that belonged to no map larger than the county. Now it belonged to a corridor he had never heard of until men in dark SUVs came to claim it. Now it belonged to children sleeping under imposed law, to shortages, to the possibility of violence from the road and the water at once, to a future where seasons might no longer behave and crops farther inland might fail before he ever saw them grow. A small sound came behind him. Daniel. He stood beside Ethan at the rail and looked out at the same dark water. "Road's quiet," he said. "That bothers me more now." "Yeah." For a while they said nothing. Then Ethan asked the question he had been carrying since the convoy left. "Do you think she was telling the truth about one thing?" "What thing?" "That if we stay independent, we become a target for scavengers, corridor men, whoever. That under them, we'd be protected." Daniel took his time answering. Finally, "I think every takeover offer contains one true sentence. Otherwise, nobody bites." Ethan stared at the horizon. And the true sentence is probably that the world is going to get worse fast. "That wasn't the question." "No," Daniel said. "It wasn't." He turned his head slightly to look at his brother. "You want my answer? Protection under people like that just means dying later, and under somebody else's rules." Ethan let that sit. The water made soft sounds against the pilings. The haze held the starlight hostage. Somewhere behind them, a child murmured in sleep and was soothed by a woman's whisper he couldn't make out. Then far to the north, a line of moving light appeared on the road. Not close, not immediate. Just there. One vehicle, then another behind it, then perhaps a third, all muted by distance and haze. Daniel saw them too. Neither man spoke for the first few seconds, because sometimes naming a thing made it arrive faster. Finally, Ethan said, "Could be anyone." Daniel's answer came back flat and tired and exact. "Yeah," which meant families, looters, county remnants, continuity teams, imitators, salvagers, men with paperwork, men with rifles, or all of them in sequence until dawn. Behind them, the generator coughed once and steadied. Inside the office, Drift House breathed like one held body. Far away in Washington, Claire Mercer was still drawing the same southern line on a map, still pushing ink through the skeleton of a replacement state, still trying to force the truth into record before the inheritors sealed the ledger. Far inland, Mara Vale sat in a farmhouse kitchen with her son asleep under blankets and listened to men discuss well depth, fence line, and whether the lower road should be blocked with tractors before morning. And over all of it, over harbors and highways and orchard rows and hidden bunkers and marinas and basements and hospitals and records rooms and farmhouses and dead city districts, the sky kept settling heavier with what had been burned into it. The bombs had ended one argument. Now the real one began. Who would eat? Who would freeze? Who would rule? Who would remember? Who would call survival by the name of order and mean it? Who would refuse them and hold out under ash and thinning light until dawn became something worth seeing again? The distant headlights crept closer by degrees through the haze. Ethan Rowe watched them with his brother beside him and understood, with a coldness deeper than fear, that season one of the world had ended days ago. This was the next thing now, not impact, aftermath, and it was only beginning.